is the spark of greatness. But it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V. Powered by the determination to make dreams a reality. Honda, the power of dreams.
Hello. Oh my gosh, here we go. Welcome to the Honda Fan Cup Phase 2 Finals. Try saying that 3 times fast. You don't have to. That's what we're here for. My name is Kate. And alongside me, we got Get Her Done and we got Sappy. We're going to start with Tom, though, first, because some housekeeping must be said. Some moments and respect must be paid. A happy early birthday to you today, Tom. And I cannot imagine a better way to celebrate than to showcase what these Forza Horizon 5 players can do on our tracks.
Thanks so much for that. Thank you again. I'm happy to be here alongside my cohort, Sappy. Sappytron's with us as well. And what a great birthday present this is to be presenting and casting the Forza Honda Cup.
Absolutely. And Sappytron, you are bringing it in a real way today. You're excited, of course. And today we've seen you being a part of the community, certainly. And I'm just curious, what's getting you excited this moment and what can fans look forward to throughout our Forza Horizon 5 competition this morning?
There's plenty you can look forward to. So you've got some all-star drivers come say from all across the US. It's really just probably the best concentration of talent on Forza Horizon 5 that there really is. I am super excited to see how these drivers respond to the challenge, how they rise to their opponents, and see really what they can do on track.
It is a dare to be great scenario for sure, and today we dare to watch it all unfold. Let's get her done, Tom, and really chat through how it is that these Forza Horizon 5 players actually came to this hollowed hall today during our finals competition. Of course, this is the Honda Fan Cup, Phase 2 Finals. It's a long title, but basically it means that these players have qualified to get here from all over the US, Canada, and Mexico. They've really been putting in the grind in order to just be here at this moment for these 7 races today.
Absolutely.
And actually, as we see here, I was going to say, Tom, why don't you walk us through this?
Yep.
There you are. I love it.
I was waiting for that to come through.
I love it. Keep us on our toes.
A lot of these drivers we are very familiar with, and a lot of these drivers have been practicing in and out and just on the game all the time. Like Sappy said, super concentrated talent and a lot of really strong racecraft from all these drivers here. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces in this race here. Some not so familiar, but either way, all great talent nonetheless.
Absolutely. And Sappy, as we take a look at this format notes, and this is important because, of course, it all comes down to some of the rules and what these players can do with this competition. Of course, 12-player finale here. They qualified from those 4 weekly tournaments. It was a grind, but talk me through a little bit of these, like the 7 races we've got, each player earning points, and you can see the points breakdown just to the left.
Yeah, so we've got a lot to cover in terms of not only the drivers and some of their different backgrounds, a lot of them coming from, say, previous titles, a lot of them coming over from other titles, but also they have a different challenge to face. You can see they include road circuits, dirt scrambles, and road sprints. So some drivers may have a proficiency for road courses, some drivers have a proficiency for dirt, but it's about not just being the best in that particular sector, it's proving that you are the best driver overall by showing you have not only the talent maybe say on road, but you can bring it to the dirt as well.
I love that. And you know what, Geet, I think the reality here as well is that we talk about the races. Well, we talk about 7 races today. That's not a best of 3. That is not a best of 5. We are talking 7 chances that these players have to come out on top and to take, part of this $10,000 prize pool. Nothing to shake a stick at, as we might say.
No, nothing to shake a stick at all. There is a, like Sappy said, everybody here can be better at road, better at dirt, but you have more chances in order to, win. So, let's just see what happens.
Oh, and we will definitely see what happens as we watch these races unfold. And of course, our players are getting into their lobbies now. They're coming together to bring us the real thing. But let's talk about this for a second, Sappy. Let's talk about the car they're going to be sporting. I'm not sure which one they have at this moment. I'm curious if you know what they're going to be checking out throughout today's tournament. Remember, the only car is the same car for every single player.
Well, given that we are here in the Honda Fan Cup, I wonder what kind of car it would be. No, of course, it showcases a Honda's performance, and more importantly, everyone is, running the same car. Everyone's running the same spec, and everyone's got to not only just show their driving prowess, but in some of their cases also just show how they can control a car, how they can tune a car. It's a lot more than driving.
Oh man, I love that you brought up the word tune, because that is such an important part of not just the Forza, just the Forza franchise across the board. Whether you're playing motorsport, any of the motorsports, or any of the Horizons, even though Horizon's a great festival, party, atmosphere, open world, guess what? You know, I'll be honest with you, tuning the car is the difference between getting first sometimes and getting last.
Absolutely. A lot of these players here have the knowledge and the know-how to tune transmissions, to make sure that the differentials all set up correctly, suspension settings, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of factors that go into the race, and the car is one of those major factors. And all these guys, they know how to tune and they know how to perfect whatever car they're in.
I will say this, Sappy, from my own personal experience, I once decided to take a Wagoneer, I think it was 1982 Wagoneer, something really solid. Obviously had to add the wood panels, but I decided to give him all the racing specs in the tuning area. And I will tell you right now, that is not the car you want to have that on. It was near impossible to drive, and I enjoyed every moment of it. But what I will say here is, of course, these Honda cars, and a huge thank you once again to Honda for being the sponsor, the partner, the people that have put this all together. We're excited to have you as a part of this family, and certainly to be a part of your family as well. So let's talk real quick, Sappy, about those tunings. I'm curious what you're expecting from players. I'm curious if you've seen themes throughout some of these community qualifier events. If there's anything that somebody who's watching this now is like, let me take some of that tuning knowledge and put it into my own game.
Well, I think it also comes down to the parts you choose. Like you say, going full racing spec. If you're doing off-road, then that's obviously not going to be the play. But it's also about giving yourself the option. So making sure that you have roll bars installed, because roll bars is probably one of the biggest tuning settings that you have to play with. Things like tires as well, big factor in your grip. Of course, having the right suspension, having the adjustability. And one thing I think we're going to see is we're going to see almost two schools of thought. We're going to see drivers going dedicated to a certain surface, so they might rig their car specifically for road, or they might go for a more all-purpose balanced setup. So maybe they won't be as proficient as, say, either road or dirt, but they would have a good chance for consistent points throughout.
And consistency seems to be the silver bullet here, Tom. I feel like in any esport, whether you are in racing, battle royale, first-person shooters, anything that's to do with multiple, consistency seems to be the thing that is, quite frankly, the difference between victory and defeat in so many ways.
Absolutely. And when it comes to these racers, they're very consistent. They know their cars, they know their tracks, they know how to they know how to point that car into the direction they want it to and go. I'm very excited to see, especially being that this is the finale, how these drivers, throughout the course of races, become more consistent as time comes on, and it's just going to be great all around.
Absolutely. And speaking of great all around, at some point we'll get to that leaderboard here, because I think, Sappy, you mentioned it earlier, these players have not just been grinding their way through these qualifiers, but they're part of the community in a lot of ways. They're also very much some of these stars in our Forza scene, our Forza Horizon scene. Talk to me a little bit about any of the standouts for you, people that you're excited to see, people that you're excited to watch just basically unleash on some of these racetracks.
Yeah, there's a few star characters that I will certainly be taking an eye to, of course, big names within the community. One that comes to mind for me particularly is Everlight, aka Isaiah. Really strong one community member, say rose through the ranks, rose through some junior competitions all the way to, say, top level, and just knows how to put a consistent race down. Because one thing with community competitions is they are very much based on consistency. You have races of 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours even in some cases. So they know how to put a good lap down, and they know how to put a good lap down day in, day out. So other people that I would be looking at is people like Gray, as a really fast driver, as well as Zander, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, XNDR, who is not necessarily on the racing front, but definitely proved their chops previously in the Honda Fan Cup, and also is known for being a consistently high scorer on the rivals' leaderboards, if not taking world records.
You know what? I love that we talked about earlier the different tracks, because I think one of the best parts of the Forza Horizon series, available on Game Pass, fun fact, little plug there, because it's super easy to get to, and I love Xbox Game Pass. That is my thing. But I will say here, Geet, like, the reality is that this is not every track is created equal. Not every track is the same, of course. And in fact, that's really what it comes down to for this competition, is you're going to see these players come out and dominate in one track and perhaps stumble in another. Or, to your point there, Sappy, I mean, the reality is being consistent across tracks is really the silver bullet here. And Geet, I think ultimately we have so much to look forward to in that regard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. To what Sappy said a little bit earlier with regards to drivers as well, a couple of drivers I'm going to be looking out for here is Venosis, another big driver in the community, as well as Logic. You're going to see some really great driving from these guys here. And going to your point about not every track being equal, these two drivers I've seen to be very adaptable to, different track elements, different track changes, weather conditions, road surfaces, and while they have the benefit of collisions being off, they are very aware of their racecraft, and they are very good about keeping their distance with other drivers and watching out for obstacles. So they're going to be very, very interesting to watch.
They are indeed, and it looks like we are getting real close there. And Sappy, I'm just going to give you a moment to gush over that beautiful Honda car, really showcase that spoiler in the back, because there is definitely going to be some speed runs happening in that vehicle.
Oh, 100%, yes. So, Honda Civic Type R, beautiful machine, even equipped with the, say, Forza wing as well, as we saw in that shot there. It's looking nice, looking planted, especially with some good wheels on it. It's looking real nice, and I think we'll see the variations of the setups. We're about to get away. It looks like full aero on the kit in question on screen now from Dragon, and I think we're hopping straight into the action here.
Absolutely. I'll let you guys go do your thing. Let you guys do your thing. I'll see you back in just a bit. Well done, guys. GG's.
I say, looking like a rough start for Dragon there, but is immediately catching back up to the rest of the field, pushing back up to 4th place, and sort of seeing what they can get out of the car. So watch how they really extend the full width of the track here and see what lines they can push. They have collisions off. There's a bit less pressure on them to retain track space to their competitors.
Yep, and as you're talking there, Dragon actually went up to 3rd place, who's chasing down Gray, who has Logic, however, right behind him, looking to take that 3rd place position back. But Dragon's holding firm, keeping into that slipstream right behind Gray. He's actually gaining on him quite a bit of speed, actually, and might pass Gray very, very shortly here. And as we go around the double right-hander, we're going to see Dragon just eke ahead of Gray, just takes that 2nd place position. Gray still on his tail, not going to give up anytime too soon.
Yeah, and looking like Gray actually tapped the wall coming out the double right-hander before coming to the final sector of the circuit. That little nudge, that couple miles per hour, kilometers an hour, was all he needed to get a run on Gray and eventually push up into 2nd. But Gray is not done yet. It looks like they hit a bit of props, but in fact that helped them to slow down, as Gray is firmly ghosted within the rear of that Honda Civic Type R, and they are not letting go.
Absolutely. We can also see on the leaderboard there a bit of position changing as well. Vino, one of the drivers, is playing around with 4th place there between him and It looks like Gyron actually. But focusing back on Dragon, Dragon still holding down second place. Gray is just right on top of him. He is not backing off at all. But Gyron, here we go, switching over to Gyron. Gyron just has a nice view of everything. He's keeping an eye on the third place, the top three here, the podium. And he's just waiting. Looks like he's just holding his spot now, just waiting to see if there will be a screw up at all where he can jump ahead and take a position.
I think Giron's just waiting for those two up ahead to make a mistake. They're constantly battling with each other, constantly getting up in each other's space. Looks like Gray has tailed off a little bit, we can see from this POV, but regardless, he's lying in wait. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that long. We're on lap 3 of 4 here. If he's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it now. Looks like those two have once again got pretty close, just up ahead. Dragon and Gray continuing to fight, and Giron's just waiting for that prime opportunity.
Yeah, Gyron just still waiting there. But yeah, as you look ahead, you're absolutely right. There is a huge battle for second place. Gray has not let off. He has been within a car length of Dragon this entire time. So as soon as Dragon got ahead, Gray was just on him. And I think he's just there to put the pressure on. He's just wanting him to, stay there, keep the pressure on Dragon, try to force him to make a mistake, maybe get him a little bit nervous. But yeah, it's a heck of a battle that's happening up there. And Gyron, again, just comfortable in his own space, hanging out in fourth place. He's got a little bit of a gap between him and the car behind with Vino. So he's comfy, but the real battle is going to be that second place battle.
Yeah, I think importantly for the context of Giron, we're on the final lap here. This isn't any enduro race like we have in the community. This is much shorter, quicker bursts. And I think for Giron here, just having that fourth place locked in, saying, okay, I'm not going to play too risky here. I know those two are fighting, but it looks like they mostly have that position on lock. So instead, I'm going to tail back, make sure that I'm safe in this fourth place, and maybe bank some points for this round, as we see Feather and Venosis battling down behind, and in fact dropping back. But right now, back up to Dragon, as it looks like this is going to be a battle all the way to the line. Dragon just scrapes the wall, loses a little bit of speed to Gray there, but is managing to recover and hold the line despite the pressure they've been getting for 3 laps now. As we come to the final few corners, it's going to be Gray coming on the inside. They know this is now or never. Both of them tap the wall. Gray is not going to get the speed that he needs. He's going to tail
Dragon
off.
has the power.
And that's going to be
that's it.
P2.
Dragon has the power. You can actually see during that race there that Dragon, his car was able to out-muscle Gray's car on the straightaway, but in the corners, you had Gray just eking up on him, but it wasn't able to keep up on the straight. Dragon was able to pull ahead and snatch that P2 from Gray. So, fantastic race from everybody. Absolutely beautiful racing, and there's the leaderboards there. Looks like there's our top 3 finishers there. What are your thoughts so far in this race here, Sappy?
I mean, what a close race that was, honestly. Just to start with, I mean, we got 6 more races to go after this. So this
That was
is
like,
just
holy
the
cow.
start.
Amazing. Sappy, I mean, the reality is that I peaced out for a hot second because, we do this thing where you guys are, of course, casting, getting really into it, and then I come back and we all talk about it and analyze it together. Where did it go? That was so fast in any direction. Sappy, talk to me a little bit about what we saw there, because I think what was really important was what Gyron did, and I hope I'm getting that name right. Apologies if I mispronounce, but I noticed that there seems to be some strategy, and I'm guessing it has something to do with the fact that there are 7 races, now 6, instead of maybe 3, where you'd have to go guns blazing right from the start.
Yeah, it is the case of having more races, having more opportunities for points. I think it's pronounced Giron, if that helps.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, I think the key strategic decisions that race were, as I say, Giron settling for 4th, knowing that, yes, the 2 up ahead could potentially make a mistake. Dragon and Gray were consistently fighting, but they were both keeping it clean. The worst that they saw was small wall taps, to the point where he just sort of had to make that call. If he went too risky, went too aggressive, he could potentially open himself up to an attack from 5th or 6th. So that would have been Feather and Venosis. So he just made that call, got the most points out of the position he had, and I think that was the best move to be made.
I was gonna say, Geet, it seems like it's not just strategy here, of course, but almost like a lulling people into a false sense of security, because we know all of these racers, all of them have what it takes to get here because they've qualified, they've already produced results.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of strategy behind it other than just going fast, like with Jiren, for example. There was no real fighting from him. Obviously, he was driving quickly, but he was happy to stay in 4th place and not push his car any more than he had to, get some points on the board there. But just going back to that battle between Dragon and Gray, yeah, that was just both racers were consistent, and we're going back to that consistency part of it. Both of them were consistent. They were within a half a second of each other, and they just it was just a battle of one of the better battles I've seen in this community.
Absolutely. And I do like that, you know, that was a 4. Sappy, actually talk me through a little bit about some of these tracks, what we can look forward to in the next 6 races, because of course, as we mentioned, not all tracks are the same, not all are created equal, not all have the same terrain, and that's the appeal here. What we started off, this seems like a great, to use a car term, on-ramp for our competition, because it's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, it is only going to get harder. I mean, we're already mixing it up because we opened up with Tierra Prospera, and many drivers know that track. It's almost like a staple of Horizon 5. So I'm pretty sure everyone knows that track. I say good opening circuit, as a good balance of medium speed corners, high speed corners, and good opportunities to save a lot of time if you commit. Now, say moving on, and especially one thing I'm looking forward to is the dirt, because the dirt is a completely different set of rules to road. You have to completely change your mindset. You have to expect a lot of different behaviors from the cars. That is much more loose, and you almost have to pre-steer, and it's kind of a difficult concept to get your head around unless you're in that scenario. But you almost, when you're driving on dirt, you have to pre-steer the car. You have to aim the car where you want to go rather than on the trajectory it's going, because of the loose tarmac, and it is something that you have to adjust to. So I'm looking forward to see how our drivers get used to that.
Like Sappy said, a little bit of a delay when it comes to steering into one of those corners there, so you're gonna have to really like think ahead when you steer, and yeah, there's just a little bit more timing that goes into each and every corner on a dirt track than on road.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what the leaderboard has shown us here. And of course, we saw who was at the top of when we got to the finish line here. Sappy, let's talk about some surprising people in that number 12, 11, 10 spots. Are there any of those that we're looking at going, wow, I wasn't expecting that?
Yeah, I think that if there was one that I wasn't expecting, it was Everlight down in P10. Now, say I'm familiar that they have the ability to bring some great performances on their day. I think maybe they got caught a little bit off guard, or their car is maybe rigged up for one of the other events. But either way, down in P10, they do have points on the board. It's better than can be said for P11 and P12. But when you're looking at 3 points versus 24 at this early stage, you've got to sort of get yourselves into gear here.
Well said, and way to continue with the car theme. I love it. Anyway, I will say, Geet, let's talk real quick about this leaderboard here. You know, based on what we know of this track, and that this is a track that everybody is well aware of in terms of turning speeds and everything in between. Now that we've seen them perform this track, who do you have your eye on? I mean, I know, and maybe it's the same people we mentioned before, but if I'm a viewer, if I'm new to this scene, who do you think I should have my eye on going into this race number 2, this race number 3, this race number 4?
Again, it all comes down to the type of track. I still have my eyes on Vino as well as Logic. Logic is a very, very, very strong dirt driver, so I'm going to be expecting a lot out of him. He finished mid-pack on road, and again, it also comes down to tune, but I expect him to really jump ahead on the dirt tracks there. Also, a little surprised with Everlight, but also too could be a different type of tune. Could be you know, maybe his car wasn't set up properly for that type of road course. But I'm still keeping my eye on Logic and Vino here.
I will say that Vino's getting some love in the chat. Chat, thank you so much for being a part of today's Honda Fan Cup Phase 2 Finals. We're very excited that you have joined us here today. And of course, if you have somebody you're excited to see, if you have a racer that you just want to give some love, make sure you do that in chat. We always like to call that out as well. And, you know, Sabby, first of all, Tom, I love that you talked about, and both of you have talked about the tuning Boy, sometimes it is hard to use words in the morning here. I will say my whole thing is the idea that you are going to tune your car for a specific kind of track. Sappy, if they are not tuning their car for this track, where would somebody look forward to doing that? In other words, like if I'm going to tune for a particular track, how am I going to deal with tracks that don't necessarily do well for this tuning?
You have to sort of embed a little bit of tolerance in, I find, if you know that you're going to be going up to different challenges, or it might even be a case of picking specific all-purpose parts. I know for a fact the rally tires are a specific compound that has a really good amount of grip on all surfaces. It's designed for road and dirt. So whether you're changing specific parts in order to get a good balance between different surfaces and challenges, or you're simply building a bit of tolerance into your tune. So maybe for road, you have it set to be very snappy, very responsive. But of course, if you're on dirt, then that acts against you because it can get a bit too much. You can over-rotate, oversteer the car, and then struggle to recover. So maybe just dialing back, say like the rear anti-roll bar, just giving yourself a little bit more give in your tune is really the way that you want to look at it if you are going down that route.
Absolutely. Speaking of routes, it's about time we jump into our next race. And of course, this is race 2 of 7, gang. We've seen some incredible racing already in just 4 laps. But Geet, we've got this second race ahead of us here that will help determine who is going to move around on that leaderboard. Of course, that leaderboard very fluid at this moment in our competition.
You can already see the tunes on the car change as we're on board with Dragon again. He's got cross-country tires on, so that's going to suggest a, well, it looks like this is a dirt race. Sappy, keep me honest here. Is this a dirt track?
Yep, this is
a dirt track.
Here we go. Sorry,
Let's
I
take
get
a look and
excited.
see. Yeah, same.
I love it. Okay, gang, I'll see you in just a bit.
Sounds good. All right. And here we go. Hanging on board with Dragon again. Off in 5th place here. And then we have Hikari right in front. And then here comes Everlight. Everlight actually getting a little bit of a head start. And then Cool Mikey actually moving ahead to 5th place. Everlight and Dragon having a nice little battle there between 5th and 7th there. Everlight zooming ahead here. A little bit of a bump from Feather, falling back quite a bit. But Everlight now moving up the ranks here, having a little bit of a battle with Dragon. Dragon getting a bump off of that corner, bump off that wall, going around that corner, falls back a little bit. And here we go. Dragon moving ahead and Feather fighting back. Everlight is in a battle right now for 5th and 6th. And as he hits the wall, falls back even further. Sappy.
It's looking a little bit trouble. I mean, a lot of these racers are hitting the walls, and it is a tough one to balance, especially in the first sector of this track. The walls are so deceptive. They're so easy to hit. And also, as we hop on board with Dragon here, once again, you can see the amount of a wide swing they take for that checkpoint. And it really goes to show the competitive mindset of these drivers, where everyone is aware that the only bounding box is the walls and the checkpoints. If you can take an extend into the dirt to the side, then you can get a better run, you can get some more time shaved off, and as you see with a Topicus Zander and Gray joining the fight as well with Dragon, almost familiar fated rivals. And as we open up to look at the rest of the field, you can see Giron as well has moved up and has really claimed their own space. So far, both races have been fairly quiet. Let's see, that Honda Civic is now painted green, lovely color. Too bad it's going to get a little bit dirty by the end.
And as I predicted a little bit earlier, Logic up in 2nd place here. This is what he does. Logic, I've always seen as a dirt driver, and here he is hanging out in 2nd place. Much better performance than the last race. This is what he is known for. He is very good at dirt driving, and he gets passed by Hikari here, but he's still holding down a podium position nonetheless.
It's looking good for Logic here. Yeah, so using his strength to the most. Unfortunately, did get a little bit squirrely, did understeer a little bit coming out and into this sort of final section here, to the point where Gray is now making a push and manages to claim that podium position, claim that 3rd place. But it's all about that carrying of speed. It's about the carrying of the momentum of the car and just sort of piloting it where you want to go. It's too close. These 3 drivers, Gray, Hikari, and Logic, all battling all together for this podium spot.
Oh, there's a huge battle going on between Hikari and Gray right now, and Logic eking up on the outside there, clips the checkpoint with his back bumper. We're moving up to J-Run now. G-Run, I think I said his name correctly that time. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But either way, G-Run just hanging out in 1st place. The battle is in the back of him right now. He has escaped that. He is gone. He does not want any part of that at all. He's just hanging out in 1st place. Has a nice little 2 to 3 second gap between Hikari, Logic, and Gray. And as we round the final corners here, Giron is probably super happy to see, is probably going to be very, very happy to see that finish line and take 1st place and max points.
Well, say Giron knows exactly what he has to do here. He's got that clean gap. He knows he doesn't have to push it too hard. He just needs to keep that space and bring it home consistently while the others fight. Speaking of fighting, you've got Gray and Hikari continuing to duke it out, but joining the fray is Dragon, getting a really good exit out of the final corner. Can they convert that speed into a move? It's looking close as all four of them are practically nose on tail with each other. Logic getting a very good line through the double left-hander, getting a good amount of speed. That's going to be enough to go neck and neck with Gray here. Hikari looks like they scraped the wall a little bit as well, but it's all going to come down to how they get these cars balanced and landed, ready for this final sector. If they can carry speed. Gray doesn't look like he's got it. Hikari also dropping a bit behind. Dragon looking from afar as they see the chaos unfold, trying to use the props, but Gray smashing the wall.
Gray falls back a little bit. Yep, Gray falls back a little bit, and Logic actually had a much better exit coming out of some of those corners there. Now in a battle again with him and Hikari coming around the final couple of corners there. They are literally side by side each other. There's a huge battle going on, and Dragon has view of all of it, maybe hoping that someone is going to make a little bit of a mistake as they come around the final left-hand corner. It is a drag race to the finish line, and it looks like Hikari is going to be taking second place, followed by Logic. Great racing from both of them.
What a race, I say, especially at the top end of the field. We're always seeing that at the sharp end, it's nothing short of nail-biting.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers, again, another course that they know very, very well. They practice this course. They play this course. They play this specific track in the community just for fun. So, and again, just going back to Logic, I expected that of him. I expected him to move up the ranks when it came up to dirt, and that's what we saw here. Third place finish for him. Very well done.
Hey, gang. So here's my question for you. As someone who obviously has played for Horizon 5 as you know, casually, and that open world, those fun finding new roads, I'm a fan for so many reasons. But let's talk about dirt versus tarmac, because I feel like, Sappy, we talk a lot about these tracks and the differential and everything like that, but you both have mentioned several times that there are certainly racers who are known for their abilities on dirt. Is dirt the type of traction, the type of tarmac here that people need to aim for? That certainly that is, if you can get good at that, you can get good at just about anything?
It's a tough one to say with, say, dirt versus tarmac. It's an argument that goes on until the end of time. I don't think it ever really had a resolution. But fundamentally, when it comes to deciding what kind of driver you want to be, you have to almost train your mind in different ways. So like we said with dirt, it's about, say, learning to prepare your car for the next corner rather than dealing with the corner at hand. It's, if you go over a jump, okay, how am I going to make sure that my car is pointed in the right direction, that it's tuned so that it's stable when it lands? Whereas, say, tarmac is a completely different ball game. It's a lot more about, say, like differentials, anti-roll bars, and making sure that your car can put down the power while going around corners, while keeping tight lines and making sure that you don't slip the back end or understeer. It is fundamentally different schools of thought. I think if you're going to dedicate to a road driver versus a dirt driver, those are like vastly different areas. You can have drivers who are good at both, and that sort of speaks to their adaptability, but they are two different skill sets that you have to master.
And boy, have we seen some mastery here today, actually. And I, of course, Tom, I want to chat real quick with you about the chaos that we saw into, and really, because again, we like to talk about watching pros do what they do best, but then we also want to make sure that those of us watching who are novices at best can glean some of that pro knowledge. So curious, as we saw, especially in those final laps, the chaos unfold, especially in the top 4 seeds. I'm curious what we can take from that and use in our own gameplay, because there were certainly some different strategies, holding back, going forward, waiting and timing it correctly so that they could get the most out of their placement.
A lot of these drivers you'll see are very, they're used to driving with collisions on. So a lot of them are probably holding back because there's a fear of, like, maybe they don't want to hit the other driver. They keep forgetting that collisions are off. But that speaks to their racecraft, and that speaks to how great they are on the road, and making sure that they leave space for the other driver, that they have respectful driving, that they are, they're not looking to ram someone off, intentionally or have an accident. And even though collisions are off, that's just speaking to the, their professionalism, their driving. And that's something that everybody who's a novice should take focus on is be a great driver, make sure that you're respectful to your other drivers. You can see these guys, how they race. It's just a phenomenal thing to watch.
Absolutely. Speaking of things to watch, guess what, gang? We're not just done here at the Honda Fan Cup today. No, if you are a Halo Infinite fan, and why wouldn't you be? You want to take on a 1v1 tournament? Well, Honda Fan Cup will be back next month with that Halo Infinite 1v1 tournament. You can put your skills to the test, and guess what? $20,000 is on the line across 4 weeks of qualifiers, with the finale happening January the 7th. A new year, a new you, perhaps a new part of that $20,000 prize pool. Registration is going to be opening up soon. You can go to start.gg/Xbox. We've also got some fabulous bots in that chat that you can click on. Make sure you find that out. And thank you again to Honda for the Honda Fan Cup and making it possible. You can check out all the new HRV in the action in the link posted in the chat. And that is what we call a good time. Remember to keep it here for all of the Honda Fan Cup action. Halo Infinite this time, 1v1, so that's could be fun. Speaking of fun, Sappy, let's talk about the leaderboard, because of course we saw the chaos unfold. And now we see what it has produced for so many of these competitors, and that be points.
Yeah, so points-wise, it's looking very strong for Hikari and also for Hiron. And I want to particularly focus on Hiron here for a second, just because both of their races so far, in a sea of drama and fighting, especially at the sharp end of the field, their races have been fairly quiet. And as anticlimactic as that sounds, as a racer, that's such a good thing, because you can just focus on putting down the best laps and the best driving that you can. And you saw by the end, they were a good couple of seconds ahead from the rest of the field. So that 24 points to their tally is a much welcomed bonus.
I love that. And Dom, you were agreeing there for sure. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts here. I mean, Hikari, Hiron, it's not boring, certainly, but I gotta tell you, it seems like the drama is happening with Feathers, with Logic, with Venosis, some of these in the churn of that race.
These guys are super competitive, and to watch them battle like this is just a joy for me personally, and it's just it's a wonderful thing to watch. Hikari and Hiron, only 6 points separate them. It's still anybody's game, and we still have, how many races do we have left? 5 more races left? I mean, it's still anybody's game, and still there's some people down at the bottom that can still make their way up and get themselves into that battle as well. But just watching these guys and how they drive, it's just such a joy. I love it.
Oh, and it's very obvious from both of you, and I love that for sure. Well, let's talk a little bit about something that I want to make sure, as we are getting new viewers, those who may not know there is a competitive scene within the Forza Horizon franchise. Zappy, I want to talk real quick about some of the things you might see in these races, and that in particular is checkpoints. And if you've not played Forza Horizon 5, you might not know what those are. Talk to me a little bit about that and how these racers have to utilize those to get through to the next checkpoint and through these races.
Yeah, so checkpoints are, one, it's a bounding tool. It's making sure that drivers don't just go around the finish line and then go around the little festival stand and just go around 5 times and boom, race done in 20 seconds. That's not right. No, checkpoints, essential tool for track building, making sure that you've got good lines, making sure that drivers aren't overextending, but they're also in the right lens, a really powerful tool. One of the biggest things that I see in the Horizon player base is getting out of the mindset that the road is not your bounding box, the landscape is not your bounding box, the checkpoints are your bounding box, only the checkpoints. Track limits are fair game as long as you hit those checkpoints. So as we saw just then in that second race through the dirt, you saw so many drivers, even though the road was sort of curving up and to the right, a lot of drivers were cutting straight onto the grass and swinging back in through that checkpoint to make sure they got absolutely the most speed that they could and maximized their lap. And that is sort of a fundamental break in what sort of you can constitute as sort of playing the game in a more casual manner versus truly taking it to its extremes in a competitive way.
And extremes in a competitive way. Tom, I know you're going to jump on this, I'm sure, which is to say that like these competitors, the fact that they know, I don't know how many times I saw them go around a corner and they couldn't see, unless you knew there was a checkpoint on the other side of that tree, on the other side of that foliage, you wouldn't know to be able to cut off that and make it a straightaway.
A lot of these drivers study these tracks like crazy, and credit to all of them. They know their vehicles. They know how wide they are. They know how they can slide a car through a checkpoint, or maybe just get the back bumper or front bumper just to clip the checkpoint in such a way that they carry the most amount of speed. And these guys, the way that they know these tracks, they know that type of stuff. Like to Sappy's point, you'll see some of them cut across the grass because if they follow the dirt line, it's not going to give them the most optimal line. But if they go wide enough and then come back, that's going to let them carry more speed, still clip the checkpoint, and then get more speed coming out of a corner. So it's an amazing thing to watch with these drivers.
It is, in fact. So let's real quick talk about some math problems here for a second. I hate math in general, but this could be interesting. Here's the deal. We saw the leaderboard. We saw Hikari really going nuts. Let's be clear. He has a very delicious lead. That's how I'm going to put it. But when it comes to those points, remember the breakdown being 24 at first, 1 at 12th. And boy, Sappy, that is a bit of a stretch. That is a bit of a chasm between those. If you are one of those players, one of those racers who hasn't gotten first, of course, who is in the churn of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, what is your strategy now going into this? We're really in the thick. We're knee deep in this competition right now, and there's a lot of do or die moments that are going to be coming up, despite the fact that we have 4 more races. There's some do or die moments for some of these racers right now.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of pressure riding on all of them, and I think that it's twofold. It's a case of, one, having your grid position, so grid positions are randomized. You have to play to the scenario that you're in, and also the fact that if you're getting consistent 3rd, 4th, 5th, that is good. That still puts you in good stead. You don't need to be worrying too much because you're still getting consistent points all the way through. You really want to focus on keeping that consistency up, and it's when you get into the 8s, the 9s, the 10s that you have to worry and say, okay, maybe this is time that I pick things up a bit, maybe go a little bit more aggressive. Remember, I have collisions off, and try to play a bit more to your surroundings.
Well, those surroundings are going to change dramatically here in just a moment as we get into our next race. And for that, I will say delightful. I'm going to come back and analyze this with you both in just a few minutes. But for the moment, we get to check out this beautiful car and really showcase what these racers can do. See you in a bit, guys.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look at who we are on board with. Looks like we're on board with Dragon, who has lucked out and took first position here, followed right behind Logic, Cool Mikey, and Gray. Hikari holding down 5th place here. Let's take a look and see. So it's a sprint, so it's a point-to-point race. So no laps here. You get to do this one time. Let's wait and see what happens here as we get started with Dragon. Nice launch here from Dragon. But immediately, Logic coming up on the inside and getting ahead and taking first place almost immediately as we go around to the 90-degree right here. Difference in braking, though. Dragon, late brake, was able to get ahead of Logic just slightly, but I think he braked a little too late and hit the wall, lost a little momentum, and Logic back up in the first place.
Yeah, so that setup from Logic there, heading to carry the speed out of the corner, was really what set that move apart there. You can see almost skirting around the side.
Whoa.
We have Cool Mikey, not sure what happened there, but a big burst of speed, and before having to tail off again. Really, I say, quite a surge then. Unfortunately, getting dragged back down to 3rd place, maybe clipped a wall just there, but say Logic and Dragon, this is the battle on the cards right now. Looks like Dragon has the superior speed, but do they have the cornering ability? They're holding a really strong line here, and the two of them are going neck and neck. Notice how Logic was subconsciously leaving that space for Dragon as well, heading through the corner, despite collisions being off. But you can see where he takes a bit of those earlier lines, those earlier entries, just to make sure he has the speed and the room to maneuver himself to next corner. I think that's what's going to be the decider, how they set up for the complexes ahead, especially as we go to the uphill hairpins.
Yep, and it's a different, and you can actually see like a little bit of a difference in the tuning with both of these cars. Logic, a lot more acceleration, was able to get ahead really quickly. But then, ooh, hang on a second. We have Cool Mikey coming around the outside again and getting ahead of Logic, as I was just saying that here. But going back to what I was saying, Logic had the acceleration, and Cool Mikey seems to be using the wall to his advantage there to get ahead. But staying on board with Logic, Logic and Dragon having a battle here, but Logic has the acceleration, Dragon has the top speed, so you can see Logic will get ahead just a little bit, and then Dragon will reel him back with that Honda's top speed.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't, in fact, a wall tap from Mikey earlier, but a wall ride. We'll have to see on that one. Either way, the fight continues right to the line. Final 15% between Dragon and Logic here. Dragon seems to have got a really good surge of speed and carried that speed down the downhill. And if they can hold this together, just get clear of the wall, doesn't quite look like it. It's going to be a nail biter to the line. Someone's coming up behind.
Really close. Hold on a second. He held it, and he almost lost that position too. That right at the end, at that downhill left, clipped the wall a little bit, losing a little bit of momentum, was able to hold on to it, but almost lost first place to Gray. Dragon taking P1, lucked out there for sure.
It's just over a tenth as well. It's like such a fine margin between first and second. What a race that was, truly. Wow.
Man, margin, I was going to say, margin is the world. Oh, I just can't today. Margin is certainly the word. And I will say, Hikari de-seeding himself from that first #1 spot that we saw him in race number 1 and 2. And of course, Dragon being the name of the game here on this race number 3. Geet, I want to talk real quick about some of the differentials from this racetrack. I noticed we were into early evening. Does that impact driving at all? For me, it certainly does.
Absolutely. Just like you would in real life, evening will have an effect in the game as well. So darker, a little bit harder to see where road lines are, where checkpoints can be. It has a profound impact. Obviously, everybody wants to drive in the day, but no, this for sure will affect some drivers.
Stabby, I want a real quick chat about the fact that one of the best things, or best worst, whatever your relationship is with weather in this Forza Horizon series, this is something that we will not be showcasing here today. We are going to have some bare grounds throughout these tracks as a sort of a even keel, right?
Yeah, if there's one thing that drivers can be happy about, is that the weather is not going to sort of sweep them out from under them. Luckily, it is all in dry running, so they're going to be okay on that front, because to run in the rain, especially if you combo that with the dirt, it is such a challenge to keep that car under control, especially if you haven't got it tuned for that purpose, because you have to do things sort of like making your differentials almost like locked to keep the traction down in those scenarios. And if your car's not set up for that, if your diffs are fairly open for road use, then you are in big trouble. So luckily, they're all in dry running. They can count on that as a sort of safety net, safety measure.
And I was going to say, there's so few safety measures they can count on, but that certainly is one of them. Geet, I want a real quick talk. In race number 2, it was sort of that dirty racing. You're on dirt. There's a chaos in the churn of the middle of the pack. This one was speed versus cornering, I feel like.
Yeah, so there was a lot of high-speed corners, a lot of medium-speed corners, and a lot of hairpins as well. It's really going to test the tunes of these vehicles. It's going to test their downforce. It's going to test their differential as well. It's going to test suspension settings. That was a great race to show off everybody's tuning capabilities. And just going back to what I was saying before, when it comes to those types of setups, Logic, again, had the acceleration. Dragon had the top speed. It was really, really balanced. And out of some corners, you see Logic will get ahead. But if there was a long straight, Dragon just came up right from behind out of nowhere and just took that position back.
I will say, towards the end, it was more like we were watching a chess game than anything else. And what a high-stakes chess game it certainly was. Sammy, let's talk real quick about what Chad has been mentioning over and above, which is the walls. Let's talk a little. Let's just get into that question real quick here. Talk to me about the strategy when utilizing. Talk to me about the encumbrance, the advantage versus disadvantage of utilizing, or perhaps just simply ignoring the wall.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and you can see it. A lot of drivers, they'll sort of speak to this that generally the walls are to be avoided. Bit of a revelation,
Just
I
like
know.
life.
But with that being said, walls you can get very close to them. Walls you can almost use, like we saw in the previous race, in fact, to say not this one, but race 2, that a lot of drivers were getting very close to, in fact, using tactical wall bumps in some places, or just bumping into the props at the right time to help slow their car down, help get that car rotated. So there are some applications. It gets a bit murkier in terms of competitive integrity when you're talking about, say, just riding the wall around a corner. That is an ongoing discussion for many people, whether that is considered say okay, and that's sort of still an open book in many people's eyes. But I can also see the perspective of it's an advantage that I can gain, and in some drivers' minds, it's a case of just using it.
Well, and I got to tell you, there's, if regardless of the discussion around, of course, walls and everything that goes along with them and writing and everything else, I do want to ask, Tom, if there's an advantage to be had, this is a stacked lobby, and I got to tell you, like, holy cow, how are you going to figure out a way to break on through if you haven't yet? And we're now coming in to race number 4.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody wants to take advantage of every every opportunity they can to get ahead. But like Sappy said, it does come down to your integrity in the race. Sure, there are a lot of fast drivers here. There's a lot of people that are in leagues outside of this and race competitively. So they do have an upper hand when it comes to racecraft and knowledge of track and car. So I understand using the that competitive advantage. But again, it's just a matter of your integrity and how you are as a driver and how people perceive you as a driver.
The discussion continues, I think. Speaking of discussions, let's take a look at what our leaderboard looks like. Because, of course, we have shaken up this shake, and here we have it. My gosh, Sappy. I'm going to say Hikari was number 1 for 3 races. And then Dragon said, nah, dog. I'll take that fiver from you. Numero uno.
So Hikari had such a strong start as they really racked up some great points in those initial 2 races, and they were on form as well, but as they, for whatever reason, as they dropped behind a little bit in the points. And then say Dragon coming in, also a consistent point scorer themselves. And this is what we were saying earlier about, to say, even if you aren't at the top of the positions in the leaderboard, they're getting those consistent points. It does mean that when you get that breakthrough and you do get that podium, that finish, that top spot, then you can catapult right to the top of the board.
Okay, Geet, talk to me a little bit about momentum, because if there's one thing that we thought, Hikari came in number one, and here they are, and let's be clear, already doing light years ahead of whatever I could potentially do as a person, so just know that. But looking at this leaderboard and this scary, scary lobby, I want to talk about momentum for a minute, because I feel like what happened is, to Sappy's point, Dragon just catapulted themselves, even only 5 points ahead. It's still something that should be mentioned, because momentum is such an important part of the consistency of esports and tournaments in general.
Absolutely, how the turns have tabled or tables have turned, however you want to look at it, So here comes Dragon out of nowhere. Granted, it is 5 points. It is only 5 points, so anything can happen. So Hikari can come back and take that first place spot from Dragon. Even Huron can come back and maybe go up a position or 2 here. It's such a close battle between these 3 so far. And even Gray, if we want to include him in there, only 2 points behind Huron. But as you said, momentum is going to be huge in this. And Hikari had 3 races where he was top. We got to see if this affects his momentum, seeing him in the number 2 spot. Will he bounce back from this? We don't know. But only time will tell here. It's just such close racing. Anything can happen now.
I do want to mention, Sappy, if we're looking at down at 12, 11, 10, even 9, these seem to be like we're into dare to be great scenarios here for Not Too Liberal, Everlight, Xander, Baggett is, how do we say his name? It looks like Baggett?
Baggetium?
Now I'm just hungry. But either way, these players, here's what I'm curious about, Sappy, because each of these players have proven themselves. They've proven themselves over a grind of weeks. nothing to shake. No, you know, nothing to. I keep saying shake a stick at, but certainly nothing to dismiss. Talk to me a little bit about what those players here in that 10th, 11th, 12th place need to do to get. I mean, obviously they need to go a little bit more. I hasten to use the word aggressive, but hey, it seems like maybe that's the key here.
Well, let's not sugarcoat it. They say we can't pretend that they can, say, coast in 10, 11, 12 all this time. They do need to start pushing. I think there's a lot of things that can contribute to the position they're in right now. Maybe they're just sort of feeling the pressure a little bit to say qualifiers. It's a different atmosphere from something like a finale. Finale has a lot more gravity to it. There's a lot more riding on something like that. So maybe it's a pressure thing. It might also be a case of them playing maybe too safe. Or if they're maybe going for a late upswing and depending on the conditions of the later races. But either way, they do need to pick things up if they want to have a chance at the top half of positions.
Oh, and I will say, as every player here, Tom, has proven themselves to just even get to this place where they can prove themselves on under the bright lights of this online tournament. And as we look down the road, literally, here to our next race, what goes through your mind as a competitor, as somebody who has obviously been in this community, in terms of, you know, underdog in it, especially when you consider the top half of this leaderboard is downright terrifying.
It all comes down to a mistake. You know, when it comes to, you know, if you're at the bottom half, let's put it this way. Everybody got here for a reason, right? All of these drivers here had gotten to the finals because they're all good at what they do. They're all great drivers. They're all fantastic. But just because you're on the bottom half of the leaderboard doesn't mean that you can't all of a sudden win a whole bunch of races and get back up to the top, you know? So it's still only, we're not even halfway through it yet, or maybe we're a little halfway through right now, but there's still a chance for everybody to get back up on top of the leaderboard, to get some points back on the board, and you know, get a part of that prize pool.
Get a part of that prize pool. And of course, it's for guts, it's for glory, certainly, but it's also for, as you mentioned, Tom, the $10,000 prize pool and the lion's share of it. So that's certainly something to bring around for sure. I do want to chat real quick, Sappy. I know we've just heard from our ops about the wall riding. We want to real quick mention it and then move on, because we've got a lot more competition ready to go and a lot more to say certainly about this competition. But I want you to real quick explain real quick about what ops just mentioned to us about the wall riding.
Yeah, so of course we had that conversation in about wall riding, about whether you stand as a good driver, your integrity as a driver. As far as we stand, and I just needed to, I felt we should clarify this, is that we are firmly against wall riding, and say wall riding is in fact banned. There will be a points readjustment in line with that, and it is like we are looking for the best drivers, and that comes with integrity as well. So that is something that's going to be adjusted in due time.
Absolutely. And just going back to everybody again, we all want to win. We all want to win as much as we can of that prize pool, but we want to make sure we do everything correctly and have integrity with doing so. Integrity is a huge part of this community, and we want to make sure we keep it that way.
We do indeed. And of course, as we mentioned it, then we're good to go to move on for more of the drama, more of the action, certainly here as we go into race number 4. But we've got so much more to talk about and so many more storylines to mention. You know, and it's not just, Tom, it's not just the back and forth here for 1 and 2. It's that churn in the middle of this race pack that I feel like is not just dramatic, but it's darn near fun to watch.
The middle pack is where it gets fun. That's where a lot of the battle is. That's where you're going to see a lot of these drivers just doing as much as they can to get ahead of everybody. I'll point out one that I kept mentioning. Logic had started to creep up you know, he's still mid-pack, but he's creeping up slowly but surely. He's getting up there. Same thing with Venosis. He's also creeping up slowly but surely. The drivers in the mid-pack are the people to watch, and I'm sure that at some point you're going to see some more of these drivers just keep eking up that leaderboard and getting closer to the top.
I like it. It's the old adage, slow and steady wins the race. But Sappy, I almost hasten to use that phrase because there's no way to be slow. There's a way to be steady, I suppose, but to get through this lobby and to find yourself in 1, 2, 3, you gotta be more than consistent. You gotta have the X factor.
Oh, exactly. I mean, it's slow and steady wins the race. Terms and conditions apply, is the way I look at it. Say, like,
so true.
You don't want to, though. It's despite, say, looking at it at face value, look at it a bit deeper. What it's saying is you don't want to overdrive. You don't want to over push it to the point where you are compromising yourself, compromising your race. And it's an adage that I say to any drivers coming up in the community, especially. If you can get, let's say, a 1 minute lap, 1 in every 10 chances, and then those 9 out of 10 you are crashing into walls, you are hitting props, you are losing time, you're going to be so much slower and so much worse off in terms of results, in terms of points, than a driver that consistently gets 103s. That consistency and almost steadiness in their driving is what's going to be the core mechanic to them performing well and doing well in a competitive setting.
I love that, and I think there's also a mention here too. I like to talk about that old adage, offense sells tickets, but defense wins ball games. And while that is, of course, a more traditional American college football adage from Bear Bryant back in the day, I will say from this competitive standpoint, that kind of offense, or the cool, fast, get around the corner, sexy driving, is great. Don't get me wrong, and you can pop off certainly on a race or two, but boy, Tom, I know that's hammering home, but this consistency situation, it's what wins ball games, right? It's what keeps people on the road, and it's what gets them points. And that is the difference between a casual gamer and somebody who is going for the leaderboard, and not just the leaderboard, but their fair share of that $10,000 prize pool.
Absolutely. Like Sappy said, consistency is going to be key here. Everybody wants to see, a driver driving super fast, going around corners, and, putting on a bit of a show. But when it comes to, consistency, you can have a 1 minute lap once, and then every single lap, like Sappy said, you can crash into a wall or hit something to slow down. But if you get consistent and just do like 102s and 103s, if we're assuming a 1 minute lap time, again, that's what's going to carry you through this race. And consistency is just, this is what it is. It's just going to win you this race. It's just going to get you up that leaderboard, but the drivers need to stay consistent.
I will say also, Sappy, just as we go back, we always talk about the tuning because it's such an important part of this competition. I was looking in the chat, and apologies, I'm going to mispronounce your gamer tag here, is Izanagi999. You mentioned that tuning is a talent and a skill, and that some people have it and some people don't. Sappy, I feel like in this case, tuning goes so far, and then comes that talent, but you need them both in order to get through this lobby, because it's not you're not playing against your friends and family right now. You're playing for $10,000 prize pools.
Yeah, that really is going to attract, say, the best of the best, and tuning is such a big part. And if we sort of break this down, if I had to put a split between tuning and driving, I would be looking at, say, everyone sort of looks at it from the outset and thinks, say, like it's 90-10, 85-15. It's more like 60-40, because the best driver with a bad tune, even they are going to struggle. And with the inverse is true. You can get a god tier tune, a world record level tune, passed to you, say from like a prolific community member, or say someone who's consistently getting those world records. But if you don't have the ability to harness it, then you're in the same problem. Now, both of these ends of the field can be trained as well. You can learn from these people. You can push yourself, become better. No one is incapable of being the best. It's about pushing yourself and being willing to put that work in to get there. But as we head into the next race, we're going to see what the products of those labor look like.
Yes, indeed. And for that, I will go ahead and hand it off to you fine gents. Enjoy this race. I'll be back in a few.
Thank you so much. Taking a look at the grid, we have Logic taking first place this time, followed by Cool Mikey, Venosis, Hirikari, and Xander did it. And then we are on board with Dragon in 6th place. And this is a track, I forget the name, but I know that this is a track that a lot of people in the community do race a lot. So it'd be interesting to see with some of these top tier drivers how they do around here. But here we go, and we are off with Dragon in 6th place, who got a fantastic start quickly up to 5th place and is going to take down 4th place in just a second here as well. And there he goes, already up in the 4th, passing Hikari, going into a 90-degree left and right behind Venosis.
What a launch there from Dragon, already making moves on the top end of the field. You see Cool Mikey and Venosis there, as they shuffling. It looks like Cool Mikey's going to drop behind, maybe not get the exit out of that right angle left-hander that he otherwise would have wanted. You can see here just maximizing the width of the track, coming so close to the edge of the wall. And in fact, getting a much better run than Venosis. Say Dragon is going to almost make it look easy as they sift up the field, already up into 7 and potentially making a challenge on Logic. But Venosis coming back through and fighting with maybe the superior cornering of their build. As the acceleration takes it away, though.
There
Logic
you go,
is in striking distance, and just like that,
and you're
going to see close.
And you're going to see this is where tuning is so important. So we have Dragon clearly has a good handle on this car. There's a nice balance of turning, but there's a lot more emphasis on power, clearly, as he slowly creeps up and passes Logic, taking 1st place now, pushing Logic back. Logic actually fighting back here. He has the cornering capability, but when it comes to a straight, you're just going to see Dragon just start to pull ahead just slightly, and there he goes as we come around to a left-hander, and we're coming across the start-finish line as we finish up lap 2. Logic and Dragon just having one heck of a battle right now, flipping over to Logic. You can see the speed of Dragon's car just on the straightaway. He is miles ahead. And here comes Hikari as well, but Dragon clearly with the power advantage. And as we say that, Logic clipping a wall a little bit, falls back to 4th place. Gray now taking P2 and Hikari up to P3. Not a good time for Logic after that little wall hit.
I mean, you look at the composition of the track. There's so many walls, but also so many straightaways. So you think that this is one of those tracks where building towards a power bias is going to be so powerful. So we see those top 3 drivers, Dragon, Gray, and Hikari, all advancing forward very quickly and making a quite a substantial gap on Logic. And then looking at the rest of the field here, you can see Iron is trying to get a bit of a chase down and close a gap between themselves and Venosis, with Everlight down in P9 and is kind of in their own space. But soon enough, they're going to have to be on the defensive if they keep tapping the walls as they have done so far.
Absolutely. Dragon again, just comfortably ahead right now when we have a Gray not too far behind him. But again, when it comes to the straightaways, there's just a huge power advantage from Dragon. It's absolutely insane how he tuned this car. You can see on the mini map there on the bottom left-hand corner just how fast Dragon's car is over Gray's vehicle. And as we come across the final bend here, it's going to be Dragon comfortably taking 1st place, followed by Gray, and I think it wasn't Logic. Logic, I believe, was in 4th place.
Yeah,
we're going to see in just it was. Oh, it's Hikari that took 2nd place here, and then Gray took 3rd place. A little bit of a change at the end there, but wow, great driving and a huge tuning advantage for sure with Dragon.
Yeah, and I love that we talk about that power advantage here. And Sappy, I appreciate that you both have sort of gone through and broken down the composition of this track. You talk about straightaways, but you also talk about those walls, and you talk about all of the difference. It's a tug of war, it seems like to me, Sappy, in order to really harness the power of the tune while also making it through this scary lobby and this pack here in this last race.
There's so many factors you have to consider. You have to consider the track, where the limits are on said track. You have to consider the car that you're running, kind of characteristics it has. You have to build all of those into a car that you can take to the podium. We saw with drivers like Dragon, Hikari, Gray, they all had significantly more power, which played to the strengths of the circuit. Say it's a lot more straight, there's a lot higher speed. In terms of corners, the walls were placed in such a way where you saw, especially on the penultimate corner, you had a lot of drivers taking a bit of a wider line, going onto the sand just a little bit, and then coming back in to, again, preserve that speed. And say power heavy builds are very strong, especially on tracks like this, I feel.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, especially with this track, there weren't many hard corners there. If anything, just at the beginning of the track, there was a hard corner up there. It was a 90-degree left. And a lot of these drivers will sacrifice a little bit of handling for that little bit of power. And you can see it in Dragon's case. If he took that tune on the previous track, the previous road course, probably wouldn't have fared as well because a lot more corners there. But as soon as he hit that straight, he is gone. And this track had a lot of fast sweeping straights. And was just overall, like you saw the power difference. What a huge difference a tune like that makes.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at that difference translated in our leaderboard here. And I gotta say here, Sappy, we're looking at it's sort of second verse, same as the first, but I'm looking at our top 5, and those seem to be the top 5 consistently throughout these races, and certainly have been. I look at the likes of Logic, and boy, did they keep things interesting, and they are volleying in that 1 to 5 category quite a bit. Talk to me a little bit about that strategy, and more importantly, talk to me about what it takes to be on the high end, or excuse me, the low end, I should say, of 1 to 5.
I think that it really comes down to adaptability. If there's one thing that I can pin down between all of these sort of top half, the top split, if you will, of the drivers that we have on track today, is that these top 5 or 6, they're very adaptable. They know that, say, they might have a very straightaway focused track, a power circuit. They might have a more handling based circuit. They might have a scramble in the dirt. They know these conditions. They practice these conditions. It was sort of like Guy alluded to earlier. These drivers have practiced for hundreds of laps, not tens, hundreds over their whole career playing this game, not just for the cup, but they would have put in another 100, 200 for good measure. And it is just being able to adapt to those scenarios, let's say kitting your car correctly, knowing what to expect from the car, and as we've seen there, especially from, say, Dragon, playing to the strengths of the scenario.
Absolutely. And of course, as we come into our 5th, 6th, and final 7th race, I want to chat real quick, Tom, about the mentality of these players as they come in. We talk about 1 through 5. Of course, we're going to talk about 1 through 5. They are volleying every single race. And I've mentioned it before. We've talked about it a bit. But now as the rubber meets the road, really. And I don't care how many of these puns. I'm going to continue using them all day long.
I appreciate them.
Thank you. I'll take that. But the rubber's really meeting the road for some of these players, and I want to give a shout out to some of these players in that second half of our leaderboard, because they obviously made it here for a reason. They've been doing some really incredible things in a lobby that, quite frankly, the rest of us would wilt in. So I want to talk real quick about that second half and see what the mentality is for some players who really need to pop off in these last 3 races.
Well, the mentality, I mean, if I was in a position, it's a matter of, okay, now like you said, the rubber needs to hit the road. I need to put the pedal to the metal and start really performing here. Again, shout out to the second half. Those drivers are still, a lot of focus we're putting on the top 5, top 6, but those drivers, again, we don't want to discount those drivers. Vino, Xander, Baguettium is what we landed on with his name, Baguettium.
Sounds delicious.
Sounds good. And Everlight. All these drivers here got here for a reason. They're still very fast drivers in the community. But either way, you can still see between 6th, 7th, and 8th, there's still only a small amount of points separating those drivers. So it is still a little spicy on that second half. So still exciting racing, but there is that, there's that thought now, like, okay, we're three races left. Now we're going to have to really start performing.
Absolutely. And Sappy, I want to real quick chat about the starting blocks. Starting blocks in track, but certainly starting off of blocks here in these races. A lot of times we find players coming out on top. They're getting that number 1, and then very quickly we find that number 1 gets taken away. In Hikari's case, it was certainly momentum that kept them there. Talk to me a little bit about that start and what the importance of that is, because I know it can sometimes be the difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah, say start of the race is everything, because that is basically the opening chapter to how the rest of the book is going to be. So if you get a really good start spot, but you can't lock it in by, say, like turn 3, then you can expect to be fighting for the whole race. If you can get a really good run, a really good start, and stay in clean air, then you can expect almost a much quieter affair. You also got to play into, again, your car's characteristics. And this is kind of one thing that I wanted to mention earlier, but didn't find the quite perfect jumping in point. I'm pretty sure it was Dragon who we were on board with at the start. But we were talking about sort of power focus builds and knowing how to drive those effectively. Notice how Dragon started in second. They didn't start in first. And that was all about getting that perfect launch so they could jump up the positions and, as we saw there, eventually take them to victory. That's just a crucial part of the race, if not, say, the decider before it's even happened.
A lot of these guys know, again, it comes down to their tune and how they know their tune. And when it comes to that launch, when to shift, if to shift early, not to hold a wheel spin at the start, you know, for too long, and just get as much traction as they can. And that's what's going to propel them forward.
Literally and figuratively, power advantage that you mentioned, Tom, for sure. See, you're just helping me do this. You're really an accomplice.
I'm okay with the puns here. I'm okay with the puns.
Excellent. Well, they'll just keep on coming. Of course, welcome and thank you so much for joining us here at the Honda Fan Cup Phase 2 Finals. We are, of course, showcasing the greatest Forza Horizon 5 drivers in North America. That's the United States, that's Canada, and that is Mexico. So a huge GG to all of those players who not only have come out on top here in our top 12 that we're showcasing right now, but also have competed in those weekly tournaments to get here. They've put in the time. And even if they didn't get in through to this top 12, we want to give a huge thank you to them for participating in this community. And remember that there's so much more still yet to come. We have three more races to determine who the finals will name chief, who the finals will find as the top of this heap. And certainly that will take home the lion's share of that $10,000 prize pool. And, you know, I think we talk about pro versus casual players. And we talk about, of course, and as the game starts here in just a moment, I want to real quick, Sappy, I want you to talk to me about the pro grind versus those of us who enjoy finding the new roads and kicking back at the end of the day. As we mentioned, these players are earning this prize pool.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest difference, if there is to be one, eventually they all blend into the same. It's a gray area. But it's about the level of focus. Getting that broad focus of just enjoying the game versus honing in this specific style. That's what makes the difference.
It is, and I'm going to go ahead and give this race on to you both. I'll see you in just a few minutes as we find out who will come out on top of this race number 5. We'll be back in a minute.
Thank you so much. And Logic wins that again on the top spot here. And I believe we're on board with Dragon. Yep, so Dragon in 5th place here. It was a heck of a start, actually, from Cool Mikey. Cool Mikey jumping all the way to the 1st place. Got a fantastic launch. Gets ahead of Logic and the rest of the pack. And focusing on Dragon here real quick. Actually, we're going to switch over to Logic. Logic in a little bit of a battle here between Bagetium and Xander. And it looks like Logic was able to get ahead of everybody, passing Cool Mikey as well. Now taking 1st place and getting ahead. This is Logic's specialty again. We're on a dirt course, and you can see that Logic already has taken top spot. And yep, so far, yeah, okay. I thought we were going to have a pass there from Xander, but no, Logic is hanging out in 1st place here.
And yeah, so just on board with Logic right now, this is clearly where they're in their element. And you can see just early braking, using the engine braking as well to really get that speed under control, keep the car stable as you swing it through the bank corners and through the dirt and stay very close to the wall. Even if it isn't the dirt path, they still have track space, and by golly, they're going to use it. On board with Dragon now, who are still caught up behind amidst the foray. Even with great starts from people like Bagetium, they're all the way down in P11 right now, so they kind of dropped off from that early surge in momentum. You can see Logic tapping the bridge barriers for a little bit there just to get the pace under control, using those props tactically. Dragon with a little bit of a wall tap, leaving them open to an attack from Venosis here, who's going to go side by side in cadence, both of them. But it looks like Dragon, who's just going to have that little bit of an edge, a little bit more power, and is going to use it to full effect to get themselves a little bit of clean air, hopefully attack back on Logic once again. But Wall's looking very unstable. Coming
very unstable, and up on the
river.
inside, here comes Vino. Vino up on the inside, taking 2nd place here. falling back a little bit here. You can see the power advantage from Dragon's car again. Dragon has the tune with more power, and you can see it on the straightaway. Through the corners, he loses some momentum for sure, and he falls back to 4th place, letting Gray get ahead, as well as Xander. And we got a 4-way look here. We can see Logic comfortably in 1st place here. Bit of a battle again with Dragon, falling back to, looks like he went back to 3rd place here. And then we have Huron, who has a battle going on right now on his own with 6th place, and Everlight not too far behind him for, I think that looks like 8th place there.
I think you see Huron just slowly and almost silently trying to creep up those positions. See both of them tapping the wall between himself and Xander, but say trying to get that move done. Does get a better exit out of that hairpin as they on board now properly, trying to catch up to Dragon. Now, Huron is another driver who sort of favored their car towards more of the power end of the spectrum. It's certainly played out to great effect as they're in that pack with a lot of the power drivers. Getting a little bit unstable. You saw that front lift, but managing to keep it out of the wall very nicely, although doesn't quite get that level of speed that they would have wanted to maybe make that move. Either way, they're keeping it on the straight and narrow. They're keeping the drivers ahead honest.
Ooh,
Huron too much pressure.
Yeah, Huron losing his footing a little bit there, bouncing off the wall, trying to recorrect his car, and that's gonna hurt him a little bit, falling back to 6th place as he sees the other drivers getting ahead of him. It's interesting watching these drivers here to try to handle their car on this course, because this course I would say is one of the more bumpier courses that we've been on for sure. Definitely a lot more obstacles, water to contend with as well. And you can also see how some of these drivers are using that guardrail to help slow down their car. They're using it to their advantage. As we hop on board Dragon now, who is trying to chase down Venosis. Looks like he's falling back just a little bit here, but he's still within a second or so of Vino. And Dragon, oh, actually, you know what? Dragon's kind of eking up a little bit here as he goes across the river. Ooh, hitting the wall a little too much and losing some momentum there, hitting the wall again with Huron going side by side as he go into this dirt chicane here. And Huron looks like he's going to take that position away from him and moves up to 3rd place. It looks like somebody had lost the position or maybe missed a checkpoint or hit a tree. But Huron and Dragon in a big battle right now for 3rd place.
But looking up ahead as well, you've got a fight between Gray and Logic. Gray seemingly climbing that insurmountable gap. They're tussling right and back and forth into the line. I couldn't see who got it in the end. We're on board with a completely different POV from here on. Manages to lock in a 3rd place podium, just getting past. But in the end, it is going to be Logic just clinching the win by 43 milliseconds.
Unbelievable racing by Logic for sure. Such a close race with him and Gray. Like, you couldn't be any closer than that. Great racing for everyone throughout, and definitely one of the I would say one of the races that we had that had a lot more battling between everybody.
Absolutely, and it feels like this is maybe that moment where there were some, as we saw on that leaderboard, that last leaderboard, there were some players that needed to pop off. Gray was one of those that needed to have a standout race, and I think perhaps this might be, as we mentioned, the Dare to Be Great scenario. You're the underdog moment, and Gray certainly showcased that with a literal photo finish there, Tom. I mean, just the fact that we're down to milliseconds between 1st and 2nd is absolutely proof of that.
The competitiveness is huge, and you can see that with just how close these times are. And it's gonna help Logic for sure, since Logic took 1st place. That's gonna jump him up quite far on the leaderboard, and Gray as well. Gray gonna be clawing his way back up the podium, back up the leaderboard as well. It's as we get, as we go through these races, that competitiveness just becomes, so great between these drivers, and we just see phenomenal racing from everybody.
Absolutely. There's some of that those Hail Mary plays that seem to be coming out as we get into the deeper part of our races. Of course, that was just race 5 of 7. Only 2 more chances to go. Zappy, I want to real quick talk about something that you had mentioned throughout this race, which was stability versus unstable driving. And in my mind, this last race had a title, and that title was Power Isn't Everything.
Yeah, I think that one thing we saw from this race in particular is that the drivers were certainly fighting to keep their cars under control. That certainly played out in a big way in terms of the final standings. But say keeping a car under control, especially with so much time in the air as well, is a difficult challenge.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how that challenge is translated in our leaderboard, of course. And Tom, my goodness, that is a 10-point lead with Hikari and
Gray tied.
What?
Wow. Oh, this is getting really spicy now between Hikari and Gray. Logic and Huron not too far away either. They're all in that mid 80s there, but boy, oh boy, Gray got a really big boost from that last race. Now tied with Hikari. This is anybody's race.
It absolutely is. And Sappy, as a reminder, everybody here, the first place gets 24 points and it goes down from there. Sappy, I'm looking at feathers. I know that they certainly are a darling in our chat. People love them for sure. Venosis, I'm looking at as well. They need to have 2 pop-off races here in order to find themselves closer to that second spot, that third spot, that fourth spot, that fifth spot.
Yeah, let's say Feather is, I say, a consistent mid-pack runner at this point, and it's almost good for them because they can get that consistent points as they were first place isn't the only one getting prizes. So having that consistent running in the middle means you can take a bit of a later swing, but you have that safety net behind you. And see, if you've got those consistent points racked up to this point, let's say 40 points, nothing to sniff at. Yes, the leaders are in the 80s and 90s, but they are very much sort of carving their own pocket. And they can certainly make some moves from that position, especially if the front runners maybe trip up over their own momentum a little bit too much.
Absolutely, making moves, certainly. We just saw Gray really showcase what they can do in this later race, and now they're third. So as you mentioned, Tom, it's anybody's game. Not necessarily at this point, but there are quite a few of these racers whose game it could be. There are quite a few, as you mentioned. I'm looking at that 1 through 5, and sure, of course, you know, we've got a number one spot that's 10 points ahead, and that's nothing that we can hold back on, certainly. But there's also the possibility that third, that fourth, that fifth seed is going to come to that number 1 spot here, because that's absolutely something that can happen in these last 2 races. The time is now.
Absolutely. The time is now for sure. And we see that now with races from Logic. And we see that with Gray, how they were just, they jumped up a position or 2 on the leaderboard. And now, again, with the puns, they're putting the pedal to the metal now when it comes to, it happens every once in a while. But the point is that these racers know what's at stake here with this $10,000 prize pool, and we're seeing that consistency really having an effect with their positioning on that leaderboard.
Absolutely. And we saw, as I think we talked about it, Logic's Turf and Tune happened in that last race. Sappy, talking about our next one and these last 2, are we expecting dirt? Are we expecting straightaways? Are we expecting tarmac? Is this something where, with that kind of turf, if you will, your bread and butter that we just saw Logic really showcasing, is that something we can look forward to in our last 2 races? And if so, who are you expecting to really come out on top? Give me the crystal ball fortune teller knowledge.
Okay, pulling out the crystal ball here. It's in a draw somewhere. But I say there is certainly a territory aspect. As we were saying earlier, a lot of drivers like to specialize in either dirt or road or even some sort of like offshoots. But I think that, to say, with our last 2 races, we are heading firmly back to the tarmac. We're getting ourselves firmly seated on some nice asphalt, which is, I'm sure, refreshing news to some of these drivers and maybe a bit of a worry note for others. Now, we've seen consistent high runners. We've seen people like Huron. We've seen people like Dragon, Hikari. All great runners at the top end, at the sharp end of the field. I expect more of the same. I know we've touted Logic in particular as being a dirt runner, but they have also brought similarly good performances in the road as well. So I certainly wouldn't count any of those top 3 out to say throw in, say, Gray into the mix. We might see a last-minute surge from Zonda as well, because I think one of these 2 next tracks might be one that he has a world record on.
Really? Well, sorry, I'm just sitting here thinking about myself if I was in the lobby and I knew that. Oh boy. Okay, well, good stuff. GG's. Enjoy yourselves here, gang. I'm going to go ahead and give it over to you both as we take a look at some incredible liveries in this beautiful car coming into our race number 5. I'll see you in just a second. This is the Honda Cup Fan Cup Finals.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to be on board with Feather now. Let's wait for the leaderboard to pop up here and see what everybody's position is. And here we go, Feather. On board with Feather, starting at 11th. Logic is getting very lucky throughout this whole series here. Again, first place spot, followed by Gray, Bagetium, Vino, and Dragon, the top 5 here. Staying on board with Feather as we start race number 6. And Feather with a fantastic launch, quickly getting out of 11th place and now moving up to 9th and chasing down 8th place here.
What brilliant start there from Feather. So yeah, nailed the launch, really leaning into the power aspect of their car, but they've got a big corner coming up, especially over the crest. They had to be careful. Looks like they nailed their braking point, but again, you're going to see the handling bias of some of these other cars, especially once we get to the more technical sections of this track, start to play a factor. Everlight chasing down and trying to make a move on Xander. Gray is also pressuring from behind. Looks like Everlight had a little bit of trouble there because they've dropped all the way down, not just behind Gray, but also Feather's joined the fight and is now down in P9. In fact, getting very sideways from Ever. They're almost off the cliff. Just manages to hold it together.
Oh, almost
very narrow.
Just saved himself from coming off the track. Now he's going to have the job of trying to catch back up to the rest of the pack. Not a good position for Ever to be in here, but he was able to save the car and have to, keeping him from having to reset. Logic in first place. Dragon looks like he's in third. Bit of a battle going on between 3 drivers here. The podium position with Vino right in the middle. And we have Logic. Ooh, a little unstable going through that downhill section of the city, but Logic still holding on to first place, really showing up here and putting the points down. This is certainly going to help him, but he's got to be careful. A lot of these drivers have to be careful as we go through the city section of this track here. There's a lot of debris, a lot of props, a lot of things that can run into. It could help you with braking, but it's certainly going to slow you down, and you need to be careful with what props you hit.
You have to be so careful as they come through that city section. We saw Logic get so close to the margins there, but just about keeping it alive. You see a Hail Mary from Gray coming through there. Doesn't get the speed on the exit, however. And just as quickly as they take P1, they lose it once again. On board with Dragon now and looking to see what they can make out of the field ahead of them. It's going to be a tough fight and one that they're going to have to
Gray up
push.
On the inside. Ooh, Gray almost took that from Logic. If he did. He's now in P1, pushing Logic back to P2. There's a huge battle going on for the top spot here. Logic falling back a little bit to Gray. Gray needs to hold on to that position for a points advantage, and here comes Hikari. Zooming past Dragon, going into third place, and here it is as we cross the line. Gray taking P1 away from Logic. Certainly going to help him on the leaderboard. What a great race that was.
Again, another tense one. Another one separated by such fine margins, at least down to the end. It wasn't quite as small of a gap this time. It was about half a second compared to that 43 milliseconds we saw last time. But still a great performance.
A great performance, nail biter till the end. And I will say that we talk about the chaos and the churn in that middle of the pack, and Gray has found themselves clawing their way up into almost getting through to that. I mean, just can you imagine here, Tom, as we take a look at some point, we'll get to that leaderboard here in a minute, but like that is exactly the kind of pop-off moments that have to happen if you are Gray in this late game. Again, we have 6 races under our belts. 6.
I expected this from Gray. Gray is a fantastic road course driver, and I expected that from him. I had a feeling that he was gonna, come from the back and take at least a podium position, and here he goes right at the very end, getting up on the inside of Logic and taking it right at the very end. Half a second difference. It is just absolutely great driving from Gray.
It is absolutely incredible driving, and we talk about it being a casual game for so many of us, but this game has obviously been a pro circuit for those we're watching. And I want to real quick jump into some interesting things that track really showcased. Zappy, like, that was it felt to me like such a technical track. It felt like you had to harness the power, but oftentimes the break was some of these players' best friends.
It was such a different challenge, that track was. We went from relatively open courses with a lot of freedom in terms of walls, in terms of your car's placement, to suddenly you are so tightly bound in that city. You've got props everywhere. You've got raised curbs. You've got islands like crossings.
Staircases.
Poles, staircases. Yeah, exactly. And it's such a different challenge. I mean, we saw with Logic, especially coming on the downhill, coming out from, say, the castle and down the hill into the city. It was, you could struggle to fit a hair between the panel of that Honda Civic Type R and the wall of that house. That was how tight it was for some of them, how close they are pushing those margins. And yet again, we saw how adaptable some of these drivers are to the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah, Tom. Oh, sorry, Tom. Go.
I was gonna say again, going back to Logic and just the difficulty of that section of the course. To Sappy's point, raised curbs. A little bit of median in the middle of the streets there. As you're getting on the brakes, it's gonna hop that car up in the air, and it's just gonna affect your braking. And we saw Logic try to keep his car stable as he was fighting. Going through some of that downhill cornering. It was just, that track is a whole different animal for sure from what we were used to seeing these past 6 races.
Absolutely.
Or 5 races, rather.
A whole new ball game for sure. And of course, we're going to be getting into that final race here momentarily. But I do want to mention, actually, Sappy, let's real quick talk about this. We talk about the technicality of that track. But one of the things, and Thomas, you mentioned this earlier in regards to Logic and coming down that hill to curve into that next checkpoint. I'm curious about the use of your car in the defense while you're trying to hold your position. Sappy, I feel like sometimes there are drivers that can make their car seem a mile wide.
It is a big factor of strategy, especially with some of these drivers being from competitive backgrounds in Horizon. They know how to defend. Regardless of collisions on or off, sometimes just having your car in a certain position will almost psych your opponent out. They will think twice before going for a move, because even if they can't collide into your car, they can certainly be obscured from where they're going to go. So if you place your car in a certain position, you can either say fend off a move, or if it's collisions off like this, you can still obscure a move to the point where they might not have that confidence to go for a move like they otherwise wanted.
Absolutely. Well, we are going into our, we'll get that leaderboard here up to see really what that looks like going into our final race here, gang, because this is for all the marbles. Okay, Thomas, I'm seeing Dragon. I'm seeing Hikari. I'm seeing Gray. This looks a lot like, I was going to say, it looks a lot like it did last time.
It looks like the last time. There we go. Now we got the updated one there.
Exactly. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. That's just... But you know what?
Ooh.
It's even more of a hair. I'm looking at Gray. Hikari started number one, race 1 and race 2. He had an early lead, but Gray comes from behind. That is the underdog story for me today. And I hasten to use the word underdog because, of course, all of these players have done an incredible job to get here, and they've proven themselves again and again. But my gosh, Gray really made it seem like the underdog mentality is alive and well.
Boy, he stepped up for sure, and that first place definitely helped him going up to P2 now on the leaderboard, only 2 points away from Dragon. What a huge glow up Gray had here throughout this whole thing. He started toward the bottom of the first half there, but now he's just points away. He's 1 win away from taking first spot here and getting the most out of that prize pool. Hikari, like you said before, he started top of the leaderboard and then slowly and surely losing a little bit of that momentum, falling back to third place. If Hikari wants a shot of that prize pool, the most money out of that prize pool, he's going to have to pull off a race win.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at 1 through 5 right now. Steppy, I'm going to ask you one more time for that crystal ball. And Thomas, you're next. So don't even think that this is not coming back your way. But we've got one more race left. We've seen these players day in and day out for 4 weeks coming into the qualifiers for this event. We've seen these players in 6 different races, proving themselves on different terrain and in different technical and tactical areas. So now I need to ask, with the points at what they are and where these players could go, Sappy, who do you got? Who has your heart going into this final round?
I'm going to be honest, I'm struggling to even call this one, purely because
Hey.
it's so tight. And I don't know, this is going to sound like a non-answer, but bear with me. It is a case of literally one position decides it all. We're not just talking first and second. We're talking second and third and fourth, maybe even fourth and fifth. This is just 2 points between these two at the top. And especially say if there's a major upset as we go to, say, the final, I think it's a road circuit, one that does have a little bit of obstruction, as we'll get to. If one of those drivers messes up, this completely changes the field, and it's so tough to call when there's so fine of a margin between these top 3 or 4 or 5 drivers that I can't even give one.
I feel like we're
gonna leave it to mystery.
Yeah.
I feel like we've broken Sappy. He's like, I can't compute. Okay, Thomas, talk to me about who you got. Who do you think?
I mean, I'm with Sappy here. My crystal ball is a little foggy right now. I can't. I have no insight into this because the leaderboard has changed so much within the past couple of races that it's, I say it again, it's anybody's game at this point, and so much so, we have literally 2 points separating Dragon and Gray. If this is a road course, I have my thought, but I'm going to reserve it because anything can happen. So we'll see.
So it's a hey gang, stay tuned kind of teaser because anything can happen for sure. Well, I will say, chat, thank you so much for weighing in. We've got a lot of love for so many of we've got a lot of love for Gray. We got some Logic. We got some Huron. Boy, Huron seems to be getting some real love out of the chat. So thank you guys so much for joining us, of course, here at the Honda Fan Cup Phase 2 Finals in the Forza Horizon 5 category, as we get moments away from starting our last and final, our 7th race of the day. Any final thoughts before we find out who is taking the top spot here, Sappy? Talk to me.
I say final thoughts in general, or final thoughts in terms of
final thoughts going into race number 7, my friend. This is the final race of the day.
These drivers are going to be feeling that pressure 1,000%. If this is sort of the finale, then this is like the finale. This is where everything rides. So forgive the almost copy pasting of words to give it more emphasis, but it's true. This is where everything rides on to the bitter end. They've been fighting for so long to the point where whether you're first or you're 11th, you can still be proud of your performance today, because it takes real skill just to get here. And say being P10, P11, P12, you may want it to go higher, but you are still in the top 12. So you can certainly take home some pride today, regardless of where you stand.
Absolutely. Thomas, talk to me about those final moments, those final overhead moments, those highlights here as we take a look at our final gridiron before we go into that final race.
I don't know about you, but my anxiety is up. I'm not even racing in this right now. I'm so excited for this last race here. But to mirror what Sappy said, regardless of what position you're in, everybody in here is in the top 12, the upper echelon of racers in this game. And for that, honestly, you guys, those in that race right now should be giving yourselves a pat on the back for getting to this point, and just be super proud of yourselves that you're in this race.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let these two take over that race here in our number 7 race for all the guts and glory and our Honda Fan Cup final. There is the grid. For that, I will say in a moment, I'll be right back. Thanks, gang.
Thank you so much. And Logic now no longer has P1. Not Too Liberal is going to be taking P1, followed by Cool Mikey, Hikari, Huron, Feather, and Logic is the top half of the grid here. Dragon, who is one to watch here in 7th place. Let's see if he's able to get back up to the top of the grid as we start race 7 of the Honda Cup. On board with Huron. On board with Huron as we launch out the first corner here, and we have Feather trying to eke his way past Huron here. Cool, Mikey taking P1 already, followed by Hikari, and not too liberal, but hang on a second. Here comes Huron going up into P3, and Huron is going to quickly take P1 very shortly here. If he can get past Hikari looks like he gets a better exit coming out of that corner into a hairpin, hard on the brakes, and here comes Huron sneaking up on the inside of Hikari. There he goes into P1. It's Huron.
And what a first run that was, is they absolutely nailing the lines, really dipping those inside wheels into the dirt to get that car rotated, get the moves done. You see Hikari immediately felt that pressure and in fact overcooked it, but you saw the smoke pouring from those tires as Hero just they surge through and is up into the top spot. Looking around the rest of the field though, a little bit of chaos happening a bit further down. You've got Logic, who is on the defensive right now, trying to get some momentum, trying to push themselves a bit further up in the field, and is keeping a close eye on Dragon, as the Everlight is just going to concede a position there and is going to be down into P9. But we're going to wait and see, as it looks like Dragon got a really good run, almost scrapes the wall, coming into the right-hander hairpin and switching over to Feather now as they are on the tail of Hikari is in that podium spot. You're going to see just how tight these guys are going to run to the checkpoints, eking out every inch of space to get a better line.
Absolutely. You can see here's our top three podium holders here. Huron in first, and looks like Hikari going to be in second, and Feather going to be in third. Only a car length or two separate these drivers as we round lap 2 into lap 3 here. It looks like Hikari eking up on Huron a little bit with each corner here. This is going to be a very tight race in the last lap and a half that we have here. Huron, I can only imagine how anxious he is and how shaky his hands must be as he handles his car going around these corners here. A little bit of a bump there from Feather coming around that corner here, hard on the brakes, coming around the hairpin, and it looks like Hikari almost got past Huron, but Huron was able to get the power out of that corner and gap Hikari a little bit here. Feather looking to take P2 away from Hikari as we can see the smoke coming from Huron's car. A little bit of understeer is an indicator there, but he's still able to hold that car pretty well and gap everybody. Again, we're looking at about a second or two, but there's a heck of a battle going on between Feather and Dragon. Dragon eking up into P2 now, pushing Hikari back all the way to P4. Again, Huron is gapping them without issue, and Dragon taking P2, looking to chase that. Oh, hang on a second, a little bit of a switch back there from Feather. Feather bouncing off the wall, getting ahead of Dragon. Oh, geez, Sappy, what a battle this is going on with this.
Yeah, it's all coming down to the bike. Huron's got a fairly quiet race, so he doesn't have to worry. Right now, the focus is on Dragon and Hikari. So Dragon's managed to keep it side by side with Feather, just managing to hold that pace for the time being. And as we come through final corners, Huron's going to have it. Feather's going to have it. Hikari's going to be P4. If they're going to make a move, the time is now. Dragon is the one to make a move, along with Hikari. Both of them getting podium positions as they cross the line. It's going to be between the two. Who's it going to be?
What happened? We need to see the leaderboard here. We need to see the leaderboard. What happened? Hold on a second.
It looked like Hikari was making a move.
Dragon in P2, Hikari P3, Feather P4. Shout out to Huron taking that win. Oh, you can even see the lap times as well, with Dragon, I believe, having one of the faster laps of that race there. Oh, it's the consistency with all of these drivers on the upper half of that grid was just unbelievable. But Huron taking the race win on race 7. I don't know what to say.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Just to translate, tight race. I will say that it was just, it's so interesting to me. Not only was that race tight, but I'm going to give lots of props. Feather played spoiler in a way that not a lot could, and that was quite impressive. Really coming into the fray, adding some chaos, certainly to the top 5, those finishers, and saying, you know what, don't count me out right now. Don't do it, because I will come in and I will make things more interesting for you in this final race here, Sappy.
Yeah, because that final battle is to say, of course, you had Hiron up at the top. So it was really just trying to keep those eyes on as they are two protagonists, Dragon, Hikari. Those two, we were trying to keep an eye on, and say to Feather to come in and say, let's spice things up, add a bit of drama, make it a three-way battle. And then, of course, at the end, making me almost lose my voice a little bit there by the end. But it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it.
Sappy, I'm right there with you. My watch yelled at me and said, "There's a loud warning. Like there's there's loud sounds coming out. Like in the area, your hearing's gonna go bad." My watch literally gave me that as we were screaming about this race. But I can't wait to take a look at this leaderboard. The difference in time finishing from second, third, and fourth was just it was a nail biter for sure. Absolutely insane racing from everybody.
Absolutely. Well, your watch was mentioning loud noises. Mine said, take a breath, because apparently things were so exciting that I wasn't breathing. That's fair, and thank you all to those with smartwatches. You know what I'm talking about. And either way, I want to say a huge. Actually, Feather's getting a lot of respect in chat for doing what they do best, which is come from behind. Thomas, while we talk about while we wait for that leaderboard to come through and really show us, we're on pins and needles, just as I'm sure these drivers are as they wait for these results, because as you mentioned, the hairpin turns. It wasn't just a hairpin turn. It was the hair margin between first, second, third, and fourth. So we'll see what happens there. But give me your overall thoughts today. It feels like it was a pretty heavy stacked first half of our leaderboard, but that second half, as Feathers just showcased, they said, "No, we're gonna keep things interesting for you guys at the top."
It's that bottom half that like you said, keeps it interesting. We're going to have Feathers, who started toward the back of the pack, all of a sudden coming back up to the top of the grid and getting, I think he got P4. It was just an absolutely fantastic show of driving from Feathers. I don't have no words for that. Seriously, it was just fantastic driving from Feathers all the way around, and to go from the bottom back up to the top that quickly and have that nail biter finish right at the end with the top three was just, this is why I love doing what I do. It's these types of moments right here that make me so happy to be a part of this community, and great racing like that.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at this leaderboard, Sappy, obviously, there's going to be some headlines here today, and Feathers coming in, showing that every single person in this lobby can produce results because they already have.
Absolutely. This is Horizons Elite, without a doubt, say, for all of that's been said about, say, our top half of the leaderboard, our bottom half. Everyone had to prove themselves so much and had to really bring their A game just to get to here, to get to the start line. And they brought their absolute A game. We had massive upsets and wildcards like Feather, as we just saw. And to look up and down the field and to see everyone, to say, regardless of whether it's a top end or bottom end, still fighting, giving it their absolute 100%, it's brilliant stuff.
And you know what? If nothing else, what Feathers has taught us there is that you never let go of a fight. You never give up, because ultimately this could catapult their race and their numbers in that leaderboard to a place where they get more money, where they get more esteem, where they find themselves higher up on that leaderboard. And of course, it all comes down to the math. And I believe we have, if I could be wrong, yes, we do. Here we go. And Dragon takes it. My gosh!
Wow, and a tie for second and third between Gray and Hikari, with Hiron not too far behind there too. Wow, that's, I mean, it's amazing, God. Especially with Gray just coming back up that leaderboard now in P2, well, tied for P2 with Hikari. Just fantastic, absolutely fantastic driving from everybody.
Absolutely, and Happy, as we look at number 5 and 6 here, of course, and 7. I want to talk real quick. Logic was on your lips, Thomas's lips, mine, throughout this competition. Feathers came in and said, "No, I'll go on this side of the leaderboard. Thanks so much." Into that final race. I mean, Logic and Feathers, I feel like they have their place in the sun, and they are also they seem to be the two racers who really gave this leaderboard a run for their money. They made Hiron and Hikari and Gray and Dragon really step it up to find themselves in those top 4 spots.
We'll say all of the drivers on the field, as they have sort of where they came from. They have their sort of established backgrounds, and they're certainly no stranger to top tier racing. I think it's a case of, say, like we look at Feather, we look at Logic, we even look like Venosis under sort of in that midpoint bracket, where they were able to, even if they weren't necessarily at the sharp end of the field, they were still able to bring the fight, still able to say, okay, just because I'm a little bit behind doesn't mean I'm not going to give you a run for your money.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and I will also say GG's to our second half of that leaderboard here, and you know, you're absolutely right. Ultimately, I would wilt under this kind of pressure if I had to perform on these different tracks here, Thomas, and I don't think I'm alone.
You and me both. I give all respect to these drivers because I cannot do the things that they do in this game. I cannot turn the way that these guys turn or tune the way that these guys can tune. So, you know, it's, again, going back to what I said before, it's just a joy to be part of this community, to see people that take this game this seriously and to this level, and to watch them perform. It's just, I'm just happy to be here.
Exactly, that's great. happy to be here. Sure.
I'm just happy to be here.
Exactly. Sappy, you also happy to be here, my friend?
Is that even a question?
That's fair. That is the answer to the question, actually. That definitely made sense for sure. Well, and we've got so much that we've already seen today. 7 races up, 7 races down. And now we are, I believe, did I just hear that we have an interview? Is that right? Or am I just totally making that? No interview. Apologies there, gang, because you know what? These players are here to say, we showcased everything to you on that grid, on that track. And we are definitely going to continue to be pillars of the community, stable stars throughout the Forza Horizon community. And these racers. Last questions here as we wrap up this 7-race tournament. Thomas, let's start with you. Anything you want the community to know? Anything you want these racers to know as we finalize our finals here at the Honda Fan Cup World Honda Fan Cup Finals. I'm sorry, Honda, you're the best. Apologies for my terrible speaking. The Honda Fan Cup Finals, Phase 2. This is what it's all about. Thomas, over to you.
Hey. I just want to say thank you to everybody that raced today, and for everybody that's watching, you just got to see some of the best drivers in the world go at it, and I'm happy that we're able to bring it over to you guys here on the Xbox Twitch page. And please, you know, like, take everything that you saw here and apply it to in-game. These guys are good for a reason because they practice and they're in-game and racing and having fun. But the one thing I want to make sure that the biggest thing that I make sure everybody takes from this is sportsmanship is key. When you're in racing with everybody, sportsmanship is the biggest thing in this community. And I want you guys to take that away and bring that into your own gameplay.
There it is. Absolutely. Sappy, last words from you, my friend.
I mean, I largely echo the same sentiment. There's so many teams, so many communities behind this game that all deserve some love, whether you say you're a competitive driver, a sort of map maker, a livery designer, a tuner. There's a place for everyone. There's so much room for expression in this game, in this community. And as I say, I'll echo the same sentiment as Guy, is say sportsmanship, just being a good person is one of the best things that you can be. Because like, people are always more happy to help you if you're nice about it. And I always say that regardless of how good you are at a game, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice.
Yep.
It absolutely is. And of course, as we talk about competition, we have to remind you that the Honda Fan Cup will be back next month with the Halo Infinite 1v1 tournament. You can put your skills to the test for $20,000 across 4 weeks of qualifiers and a fine finale on January the 7th. Mark it on your calendars. Registration will be opening soon at start.gg/Xbox. Thank you again, once again, to Honda for making the Honda Fan Cup possible. You can check out the all-new HRV in action at the link we've posted in chat. Of course, a huge thank you to those watching. A huge thank you to our Forza Horizon community coming out and really showing the love in chat. We appreciate you so much. And of course, to our players and our fans, our players for coming out and showing us what pro racing in Forza Horizon 5 is really all about. So until next time, this has been the Honda Cup Finals, Honda Fan Cup Finals. And don't worry, if you're waiting around for Tetris, we'll be right back.
No legendaries. That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality. Honda, the power of dreams.
Welcome, one and all, to the Honda Fan Cup Finals here for our Tetris portion of the event. My name is Kate. I'm very pleased to be joined alongside two pillars of the Tetris community, Chris Tang and, of course, Sharky. Chris, let's start with you. What are you looking forward to for today's competition? There's a lot of exciting neck-and-neck battles.
Oh, thanks, Kate. Yeah, we are going to see some great Tetris battles, classic Tetris, between some of the very best players in the world, including reigning world champion Eric ICX, the runner-up Fractal, and just the best four players in the CTWC that we could have join this, along with the previous 4 weeks of Honda Cup qualifiers. And those battles, I mean, if you go back into the VODs, there are some amazing battles going on there, and we're going to see this game of Tetris Effect Connected in classic score attack mode pushed to a whole new level.
Oh, push to a new level is exactly what we want to see here, Sharky. And as Chris mentioned, this, of course, has been a journey for all of these players that not just started online with this Honda Fan Cup throughout those qualifiers, but also made a stop on LAN here for the Classic Tetris World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly going to be amazing. A lot of these players, you know, this year at CTWC was their first time playing in LAN, and they broke world records then. And the talent that we have that is playing today, I have a feeling that we might see some world records broken today as well.
No pressure here, of course, but guess what? These players thrive on it. Speaking of players, let's take a look at who we've got that is coming into today's competition with just gravitas, I think, Chris. And you got to start off, certainly, with this guy right here. And my goodness, that play style is something that will certainly come up again and again.
Yeah, so Brodendap was the world record holder on classic score attack prior to the Honda Cup, which it then got broken during the Honda Cup. So that's the level of competition that's going on. You have the very best players in the world breaking each other's players basically on a weekly basis, and the global skill level on Classic Tetris has increased so much. I mean, there's an entire 10-year arc going into it, but in the last 3 years especially, we have a new young generation of players mastering the game that was normally played by, you know, older people who had grown up with the game, but younger players, teenagers are taking it up now, and Brodendap being one of the very first who kind of got addicted to the Boom Tetris for Jeff memes, was the first to show up at a live event with a Boom Tetris for Jeff t-shirt. So I remember when Alan Broden here very fondly came up and we took pictures at a live event, has stuck with it and took a little hiatus, but is back and a force to be reckoned with, and a tap player on keyboard. So we will see. Since Broden has experience on CT, or what do you call classic score attack mode on Tetris Effect Connected, it's going to be a great match. And along with his first match is also playing another player who has experience with Tetris Effect Connected.
Absolutely, Sharky. Talk me through. Is it Captain Somalia? Is it Somalia? I can't remember what his name was.
I mean, he wants to go by Lay, but Lay probably one of the most difficult opponents for Broden to have to go up against, because Lay is a 2-time finalist for the TEC World Championship. We managed to make it both in 2021 and in 2022. So not only that, he has won numerous tournaments in the online events as well, and is actually a regional champion in Iberia. Was able to win that qualifier over there sometime earlier this year. So currently, you know, he's a strong player, and he's had some insane games. He was actually the first player to qualify for these events here in the first week. So already having to go up against Broden, the former world record holder, is going to be a very interesting matchup.
And I will say that much like this Honda Fan Cup Championship around, this is the graphic I was excited for. certainly. This is the graphic gang that is for all the marbles. Chris, talk me through the who's who of Tetris here, because we're looking at their faces right now.
All of these players are absolutely some of the best in the world. 7 out of the 8 were actually at the Classic Tetris World Championships in Portland, Oregon, which was just about 2 weeks ago now. And as you can see, everyone except for Smooth has like these really nice crisp HD pictures because they all had their picture professionally taken. But Smooth was able to get in on the very last week of the Honda Cup and showed to be a force to be reckoned with, even having some amazing matches in the weeks prior to that. Just some really highlight reel level of quality matches with Smooth throughout all of the weeks of Honda Cup. But Eric ICX is our current reigning world champion. Fractal right behind was actually first seed in this year's World Championships. Hydrant just had a crazy run and great games leading up to qualifying for the final 8. Broden, as I mentioned before, Hyper Tapper took a little hiatus for a year, but is back strong. Leia, we were just talking about, also at CTWC doing great. Huffaluffagus, a runner-up for a CTWC, which is like, we don't have very many of those, but Huff is definitely one of the best players in the world out there. And Scotto is one of the greatest stories because Scotto was able to compete and participate in the CTWC and also did Honda Cup on the very same day. After playing in CTWC, must have gone home or maybe got on a Steam Deck or something and played in the Honda Cup and qualified during week 3. So that's another story to look out for.
Absolutely. Sharky, I mean, this is the who's who for good reason. I think what's also always important, especially with the Honda Fan Cup and the qualifiers to get here, is that all of these players have already proven themselves again and again. So how do you, if you're coming into this kind of a lobby, I know that's neck and neck, I know it's head to head, honestly, it's making me get really nervous. It's making me sweat in this area because I think about this competition and go, there's nobody here that's the underdog. There's nobody here that's the bottom. Everybody has made themselves go on top, and this is how they have found themselves here in today's finals.
I mean, it's interesting because every single one of these players has at least won one major tournament online in like the last 2 to 3 years. So a lot of them have played, hundreds, maybe even 300 matches overall. So the nerves from competing aren't necessarily going to be as prevalent. But what's going to be interesting is we have, stories of rivalries. Eric and Fractal coming just off of the CTWC. They were the finalists. And so they're going to meet each other, hopefully they'll meet each other sometime in the bracket. But you also have other rivalries like Huff and Hydrant. Both of these players have existing rivalries, so seeing going up against someone that you have already gone up against is going to be absolutely insane.
It is, and I want to real quick jump into chat. Scotto, thank you so much for confirming this. He said, I played the Honda Cup at the Convention Center on my laptop, so you gotta appreciate.
How? There's no reception in there.
Listen, we've all been to conventions before, and that Wi-Fi doesn't usually do pretty well. Oh boy, there goes Kate's camera again. Sorry again for the technical difficulties. We are coming back online here in just a moment. But while we do, we take a look at this lineup here. And as you mentioned, Sharky, this is certainly one for the ages. We've got rivalries. We've got a number of storylines. Talk to me, however, a little bit about one of the big things that I know has been talked to ad nauseum through the last few months, or last few years, I should say, for Tetris. But talk to me about play style for a minute, because that's obviously, in some cases, a silver bullet and certainly an X factor.
Yeah, so majority of these players that are actually lined up here, they use a rolling play style. And rolling, all that is you are essentially rolling the back of the controller into your thumb to get inputs as fast as, 20 taps or 30 taps per second. And so with this, players are able to play at higher speeds, especially, the fastest speed we have in the game currently, 29. Then we also have players like Broden and Lei who tap the controller, and they're able to tap, just manually using 2 or 1 fingers, anywhere around like 15 hertz. And then, of course, we have players that like to use a combination of the last style and tapping using DAS. So it is all going to be interesting to see, certain playstyle clashes, especially when we get to a point in the bracket where 2 rollers clash up against each other. We'll see some insane movement of pieces, and we might even see it come down to a battle on the fastest speed we have in the game.
Speed battling, let's talk about it. More importantly, as you mentioned, we've got a nice little head-to-head chat. We've already stopped on it. We've already mentioned it, but as you know, Chris, these two are our top. These two are our first in the round, and Broden versus Lay. And this could be a really interesting competition.
It is really interesting because out of all the competitions and competitors and match histories that we've seen, most of these players have all battled each other before, but not this one. For whatever reason, Broden and Lee have not crossed paths in official competition before, so it will be very interesting to see how this unfolds. They're very evenly matched in terms of their elo and their rank and placement in CTWC in the past, so this is going to be a match for the ages. Let's go.
I love it. Match for the ages, absolutely. And Sharky, as we take a look at this head-to-head, who do you have? I mean, I hasten to ask about the crystal ball because, as Chris mentioned, it is so evenly matched. But is there anything that you can tell us about, what viewers should be looking for in terms of competitive advantage, what they should be looking for in terms of popping off that if you're new to the scene, you might not know to look for?
Yeah, well, in terms of Broden versus Lay, of course, Lay has the advantage of the sheer competitive experience on TEC. I mean, two-time finalist for the TEC World Championships. But Broden is also a former world record holder of not only score, but just the sheer level that was reached, which means that, going up against a player, even though both of these players have the same play style, you're going to have to fight just a little bit harder because Broden just so consistent with tapping pieces over on 19 and even 29. And when you can't get a piece over on 29, your game's basically done. So really, it's going to be a battle of efficiency and who's going to be able to minimize their mistakes.
Minimizing mistakes. Boy, that is definitely a lesson for life that we're going to see unfold at a fever pitch here today. Chris, any last thoughts before we head into our first head-to-head?
Both these players are tappers, and with Broden having the recent experience at CTWC, having to fight one-on-one with so many rollers, we'll see how that works out. And Leia also having the same kind of experience, but doing it online in TEC. So one thing that you will notice throughout the day is some players will have different movement abilities on TEC versus the 8-bit original hardware. So whether that will be a factor may determine an outcome. But in this case, both players are experienced in TEC, so we're looking for a nice even match here between Broden and Lei.
Absolutely. And while we do, I want to say a huge thank you to those joining us on Twitch and also joining us in chat. I see Lei. I see you, boo. I see you in chat hosting some chats there. And thank you so much for joining us there again. And continue to be a part of that chat. This community is obviously a very strong one, certainly one that's very competitive, that is going to find themselves in the best part of these best of 5 matches. And I want a real quick chat about format here, Sharky. Talk to us a little bit about, it sounds like best of 5 matches, it's head-to-head. Anything else we need to know going into this competition here today?
Yeah, it's going to be best of 5 matches. I assume all these players are going to start at the competitive standard, which is level 18. And it's going to be a double elimination bracket. So players they're going to at least get a chance to play 2 matches. And we've seen some insane bracket runs coming from, the Honda Cup qualifier weeks. Especially, when we talked about this most past week where Smooth was able to live through a bracket reset. So it's a lot of interesting storylines that could be developed through how players are how far they're able to go and pass it. We might see rematches between players, and who knows, maybe one of those players that rematch might get the upper hand when previously they had the lower hand.
Absolutely. And Chris, I want to talk strat real quick because, Sharky, you just mentioned double elimination. And of course, that can definitely be an interesting phenomenon in these competitions where you get one chance and then you get a second chance for a first impression. Talk to me a little bit about some of the strategies that go along with double elimination and what you're looking forward to with that kind of formatting.
Handling aggression is one of the most key points of competitive Tetris in terms of how we have the classic format. You could go all out and try to get Tetrises with every single line clear and get basically the highest possible score. But when you do that, you put yourself at risk to topping out and gaming over. So what the players want to do to start off with and see what they're comfortable with and see what their opponent is capable of in competition, and then throttle their aggression accordingly and try to get the upper hand as the match progresses.
I love that phrase, throttling aggression, and I will think about that here while I hand the reins over to two of the community's favorites. Of course, Sharky and Chris Tang. You guys enjoy here match number 1 for the Honda Fan Cup Finals.
Here we go, Broden Dapp versus Somalia in round 1.
Yeah, and Tetris Effect Connected, it has the benefit of having same piece sets, so we could see some, potential clone tris later on down the line. But both of these players just really efficient on 18, and we'll have to see, who's going to make these certain kind of adjustments, who's going to be able to, get that couple of lines to go for one more extra Tetris going into level 19.
Broden with the 2 pushdown points early on. It's not necessarily a huge factor yet, but there is a slight rule difference between playing the game on 8-bit hardware versus what we have here in Tetris Effect Connected, and that is, if you advance through the levels to make the line clears faster than your opponent, and you happen to game over or top out before the opponent does, they have a 2-minute time limit to chase down your score. So if you get ahead in the piece set and in the number of lines that you make to a drastic degree, it's possible you could time out your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some insane chase downs before 29 where, especially, in our first week with one of our players, Shady, was able to win with 8 seconds on the clock after Kirby had topped out. Is really interesting dynamic, and we see, some players really utilize that push down strategy.
Yeah, so these players not quite using it yet, but as the day progresses, we may see that become a factor, and players with more experience on TEC and having done matches in classic score attack mode with that rule in place may be able to use it as a threat going on, as there is money on the line, which is amazing that we're getting to see these great players of classic Tetris now able to participate in these high-profile matches with actual money on the line. They're gonna pull out all the stops and put on a great show for everyone.
Yeah, speaking about putting on a great show, look at these players' scores right now. 210 for Broden, 195 for Lay, and at this rate, they are scoring Tetrises about 80 to 85% of the time, which that's insane amount of efficiency early on.
Yeah, they are playing amazingly right now and going all-out aggression. They are not settling for making just normal line clears. If you look, Leia is just even building up on top of the junk on the bottom to make a Tetris if possible.
Yeah, Broden now able to really kind of pull away around 3 Tetrises in the lead. Lay's starting to get up a little high. And, in the classic version of Tetris, you're not guaranteed a long bar. I mean, we've seen some nasty droughts here on the Honda Cup where players, especially Lay in particular, went 68 pieces without getting a long bar.
And actually, the players have to maneuver very carefully when they're past the halfway point in the screen, because unlike modern Tetris, in classic Tetris, you can't slide the pieces. They stick instantly when they hit the bottom of the matrix or whatever block that they touch when they reach the floor, for instance. So when they are 3/4 up the screen, they are actually in great danger, even on level 18. But they are going to go to level 19 when they hit 130 lines for even less safety.
I mean, we talk about just the raw frame data, level 18, you have 3 frames before the piece locks. So 3 frames to do any spins, which, contrary to modern, you might be able to, maneuver it around for a couple of seconds or, even just a little bit more to get it in the right spot. So players have to be decisive with their placements, and, that makes, misdrops all the more painful.
Yeah, classic Tetris is brutal.
So far, 403,000 for Broden. This is actually some insane pace going into 91 lines here.
Yeah, usually you'll see a player hit level 19 at about a 500,000 points or so to be on pace for what we call a max out, which is 1,000,000 points at the end of the game. But you're about to see Broden pass 100 lines near 500,000 points. So that is insane pace. We could see a monster score here right in our first match of our first game.
Yeah, Somalian, just really those situations, and it's been few and far between, but having to go into those digs while Broden has just been keeping a clean and disciplined stack. We talked about a little bit about, throttling your aggression and, having discipline to know when to take those burns or when you're overextending. Broden has done an absolutely fantastic job of managing that. Has converted to almost an 80,000 point lead. You're nearing the transition here. You're going to see at level 19 speeds where pieces are going to take, 2/3 of a second to fall from top to bottom, assuming you don't already have your stack built up to any degree.
Yeah, players want to get their playfield in order and be in the best possible shape when the speed change happens. You'll see the color change and the speed increase. And that is actually a place where a lot of players, if they're not ready for it, are in danger of topping out if they're built up too high.
Broden's going to transition at a massive 614, and Lei is going to transition around 513, so almost a 100,000 point exactly difference. So Lei is going to have to really put on the aggression here on post.
As they progress through the post 19 levels, the level will increase as they make more lines, and the Tetrises eventually will begin to be significantly worth more points. So it can be a strategy to pour on the aggression later on and be able to make less Tetrises to make up the score deficit.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that happen in matches before. However, Lei kind of really struggling through this drought that we're fighting through right now. And I was going for a Hail Mary and just barely gets the long bar over.
Yeah, Lei struggling to stay alive now. Really wants to burn all these lines back down to the bottom and back into safety.
Speaking about safety, Broden narrowly gets that square over and knocks down a Tetris to stay alive.
But Broden continuing to score strong into the 19 speeds here. Maintains a 100,000 point lead over Lei.
The problem is that, both players, they're getting the same piece set, so they're having to deal with the same problems. But Broden, through the disciplined playstyle and just the ability to maneuver pieces where they need to go, is still holding on to quite a dominant lead. Oh, this could actually get dangerous though, and oh no!
Oh no, just like that. Yeah, Broden had an unburnable situation, wasn't able to get out of that and tops out. So now Somalian has a 100,000 point chase down.
Yeah, Lei at this point, level 24 Tetrises are worth 30,000 apiece, so it's going to need around 3 Tetrises and maybe a triple and a double. But can't necessarily be too relaxed because we do have a timer. There's a minute and a half left. And if Lei is not able to score those points, then Broden will take game 1.
There's also another looming threat on the horizon, which is level 29, which is coming. And that's what we used to call the kill screen. I guess that we could still call the kill screen because it's still going to kill you. And the pieces will drop even faster than they are now. And most players are unable to get the pieces over to the left and right fully and will top out very soon thereafter. So we will see what happens.
All right, and there's the Tetris. Lei takes game number 1, 800,000 to 788. What a powerful game. But we just saw like a lot of really tough droughts for players to have to manage on level through the post transition.
Yeah, that was a great close game as predicted, with Lei able to complete the chase down.
I mean, it was just really tough. And, in that situation, that was a little bit of over aggression from Broden. We saw Broden was trying to set up for, a dirty center world Tetris. Yeah. And unfortunately, the eyepiece just did not come in a soon enough time.
The pieces were not coming to accommodate that. And that's when you're too aggressive and the pieces don't agree with your setup, then it can lead to a top out there. So let's see if Broden adjusts strategy here and plays a little safer.
Yeah, it's very, when you really take a deep dive into it, Tetris is such an intricate balancing act. You need to be able to balance your aggression, balance, how many lines you take burns, as well as you need to evaluate your opponent's current position as like, all right, they are ahead. Do I try and go a little bit more efficient? Maybe take one less burn line here or there. And that's all combined with the fact that you have to execute. All it takes is one mistake and you can end up topping out.
Yeah, and it happens so fast. Sometimes we're in the middle of one sentence, and by the time we're done with what was coming out of our mouth, something major happens like that.
Yeah, Right now, Broden having to take a couple more conservative burns, just bring the stack down because it was up a little bit high and in a little bit dangerous. So nice adjustment right there for Broden, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Broden just on point with those adjustments. What we mean by adjustment is you'll see a piece fall and maybe they'll see what the next piece is in the queue, and they'll actually change their decision on where the next piece will go before it lands right at the last second.
Yeah, this, these adjustments have been a thing that has happened more so recently as players begin to, learn how to stack and, the theory behind it. And it's allowed players to have some incredibly efficient games, like getting, in terms of one of our younger players in the scene, Alex T getting 1.4 million before level 29, and adjustments were certainly at play. So being able to properly use them can allow for increased efficiency and can close the gaps in situations like these.
Absolutely. I think things like that are definitely the wave of the future. There's still some room, even after all these years. The game being over 30 years old, players are still finding ways to become more efficient and become higher scoring, even with this massive increase in skill that we've been experiencing over the last few years. It never ends.
Yeah, right now 109,000 for Broden and only 116,000 for Lei. Lei has not really been able to capitalize too much on Broden really trying to get the stack under control, and a couple of misdrops is going to generate a couple of holes for Lei, and this could get dangerous.
Yeah, Lei's going to have to clean that up, and that's going to cost score pace.
And this is exactly what Broden needed. I mean, we talk about these situations where players are able to really capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. When you get in a situation like Lei, we know Lei is capable of surviving, but every 4 lines that Lei has spent burning, that's, a potential Tetris that Broden could advance, further in the lead. And a Tetris on level 18 is worth 22,800 points. So, you spend like, maybe 20 lines burning, and all of a sudden you could be down by 100K.
Lei is out and ready to score. And boom, Tetris for Lei. Boom, Tetris for Broden. So Lei getting out of that dig. A dig is what we call when you have to burn off lines that aren't Tetrises in order to access the Tetris well, which allows you to score. Getting that long bar in with 4 lines built up with the highest scoring potential.
So definitely a lower scoring game overall. It seems like both players had some difficulty, which, it's going to be interesting to see what the drought counter was and see if that led to it, or it's just, a piece sequencing. But right now, lower scoring game, we could still see, a couple of mid 400s, which is going to be a little bit harder to get that, maxed out, but we can still see some very high scoring games.
Yeah, also after that first game, if you top out, you're going to play a little bit less aggressive to sort of adjust, and you don't want to top out and get chased down. That actually affects strategy.
Oh yeah, it could, a lot of Tetris. I mean, like I said, there's so much stuff you have to balance, but the mental is absolutely a huge aspect, especially when you talk about, a game where Broden was, up with a confident lead and then just topped out in the blink of an eye. Really trying to, make sure you don't, first you want to tie up the set so it's 1-1, but you also don't want Somalian to gain any momentum going into game 3.
Momentum is so huge in this game. We've seen reverse sweeps happen. It can get really crazy once you get down, in the brackets.
Yeah, so far, Lei still having to do a little bit of burning, able to open up the well just in time for long bars to come and score Tetrises.
Yeah, Broden also able to do the same, so is starting to gain a score lead here. There's up to about 90,000 points just there.
Broden actually deciding to hold out for the piece to tuck. You'll occasionally see players do these things called spins, which is rotating at the last second before a piece locks to solve some really tricky formations.
Yeah, Broden really aggressive.
Yeah, not going for the spin, using that S piece is very aggressive, but as you can also see, it is very rewarding. And now Broden has a 60,000 point lead. We will transition actually on the next Tetris for Broden. And Broden really going to try and hold out, not going to take the triple just yet. And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Broden. Going to transition at 473, but already a misdrop early in the 19.
Oh, man. Yeah, up that high, you want to get safe as fast as possible. And
oh no.
Tough. It's going to be hard to survive that.
Yeah, able to tap that piece all the way over, so still fighting for a chance to live here. Lei only down by 60,000 points.
Wow, Broden in an amazing dig here. Getting the job done, surviving.
Look at these burns, just the accuracy, getting those pieces over. Beautiful flat burn. Very nice, almost out of it.
Amazing dig by Broden here. This is world-class play.
Looking for a good piece to try and burn that down. Had an opportunity, decided to go for a couple of conservative burns, but the well will be open. Broden is set up. But where's the long bar? Long bar doesn't come. All right, well's open in there.
Boom, Tetris for Broden.
Amazing down stack, and the craziest thing is that Broden still has the lead. Lei was unable to really close down any gap.
Yeah, what an amazing dig by Broden. That's one for the highlight reel. Wow.
Speaking about one for the highlight reel, Lei is kind of in a similar situation. Not as dangerous, but still equally as hazardous.
Oh, yeah, the piece is really needing to cooperate to make these digs possible, and Lei getting out of it, bang down to Tetris right after. That's what you need to do.
All right, goes for the tug, very nice, but has a long bar dependency on both the left and right side. Covers it up temporarily,
That's
but
dangerous.
Now very dangerous.
Right,
oh my gosh, able to get it over.
The right side. The maneuverability. That's amazing.
Both players having some highlight digs here in game 2, but the issue is Lei is down by 90,000 points. So 3, now 4 Tetrises behind. Time is running out, and we've already discussed level 29. We might see it here. Both of these players aren't going to be able to move pieces like you see them doing right now in 29.
Yeah, that's coming very soon. You'll get to see the game hit a speed that is, twice the speed of this, and we call it the kill screen for a reason.
Yeah, right now, 765 for Broden, 670 for Lei. Lei not quite Tetris ready for that long bar.
For Broden.
Lei needs the eyepiece sooner than later and is running out of really room to score. There is a time limit. In the last 3 levels, you can only score around 250,000 points, and Lei is down by more than that in terms of overall pacing. All right, and there it is. There's level 29 speed.
And Broden can survive with tapping for a while here. Let's see how long and how many points that Broden can get post 29. Wow, getting a double. Broden's on fire right now.
Oh, Lei has to get a piece over. Set up for a Tetris and can't quite get it over.
So Broden takes the second round with authority, and both players with really big digs. Amazing game and highlight reel worthy.
I mean, for sure, Broden being above the next box, especially when we talk about TEC, TEC is not as frame friendly, I guess you can say, in terms of how NES Tetris is. But wow, just able to hit some of those taps all the way over to the left. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, only very highest level of player skill are able to survive situations like that, and both players putting on a showcase there with their maneuverability. And they're both hyper tappers, and some people have said that rolling might be better than hyper tapping, and a lot of players don't hyper tap anymore because they took up rolling. But that's definitely showing a strength of tapping still relevant here.
Yeah, but now we have a start to game number 3. The matches have been essentially equalized, and there it is. There's a Z spin over there for Broden.
Nice.
But we're going to, see, who's going to take the advantage going into game number 4.
Yeah, compared to modern Tetris, Classic Tetris has far fewer options for spins and rotation possibilities. So when you see it happen here in Classic Tetris, it's actually somewhat of a special thing, and it's really impressive to see players pull that off in competition and give themselves more options for piece placement.
Yeah, especially on TEC where, things are a little bit more brutal timing-wise. So missing a spin could absolutely be detrimental, and sometimes, worst cases, even fatal. But hitting a spin could reap dividends in terms of your scoring potential.
Yeah, it gives you more options to set up your playfield to score or to survive. So that's definitely something you want to have in your skill set and your arsenal for whenever you see a piece, where you place it. Gives you more options.
Yeah. As of right now, Leia's been able to take an early lead, was able to have just a slightly better opening formation, and it's been able to kind of really hold this one Tetris over Broden's head currently. But I guess now you can say we're neck and neck.
We are neck and neck. Only 2,200 points apart, less than the Tetris.
And Leia actually running into a lot of complications, a lot of squares being forced to be thrown to the left, and a L dependency as well.
So yeah, Leia's gonna have to burn that down in order to be able to get into scoring position again. Meanwhile, Broden's playfield looking really clean, really good, and should be ready to score more Tetrises in a moment.
So far, Lei finally out of it, able to open up the well. Is only going to actually trail by one Tetris, so able to get out of that particular situation in a very efficient manner.
Yeah, that's key. I mean, when you do have a situation, you have to burn lines and dig. Doing it in the fewest line clears possible is key.
Yeah, and that's really what, helps separates, these world-class players from people that are just getting into just getting into or, playing in competitive matches. These world-class players, they're able to find these really efficient solutions and just find a way to, take a situation that's like, oh man, that take me like 20 burns to get out of it, and they do it in something like 4 burns.
Yeah, or they could take the aggressive route and build on top and use it to score a Tetris. So I think things like that, maneuvers like that, are the way for the future, and more players will start to turn their burns into Tetris wells as this gameplay evolves.
And I mean, with the ability to roll, we see a lot of players that have the capability of going for those aggressive setups. They have more risk tolerance.
Right.
Which, who knows? But so far, 421 for Broden, 399 for Lei.
Yeah, so great score again coming from Broden, and Lei right behind. So really good competitive game here. No big digs yet, but anything can happen as we approach the 100 line mark.
Broden having to do just a tad bit more preparation, kind of had a double long bar dependency, was able to get one and get that filled. And you'll see sometimes, when players, they have a long bar dependency or they can take a Tetris, a lot of players nowadays have been deciding to, fill in the dependency to better manage the stack. And Broden in this case actually went for the Tetris as opposed for, getting a more cohesive stack.
Yeah, it's those little decisions that can determine the outcome sometimes.
Yeah, right now, separated by 1 point. Oh my
gosh. One push-down point for Broden. So that is as neck and neck, 1 point neck and neck as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, that's as close as you can get without it being an outright tie. And, this is going to be an interesting situation right there. Nice falls. Just now needs an eyepiece, and now separated by a double in terms of points.
Both players having to deal with pieces that require tucking, and if they're in the mood for tucking, then that's how you keep the playfield clean.
Yeah, we are nearing the transition, and man, these scores are massive. 587 at 120 lines. That's 3 Tetrises left possible for Broden, and or if Somalian tries to go no burns, but 3 with playing reasonable aggression.
Yeah, 2 more Tetrises before transition. There's 1 for Broden. 632. This is amazing. Man, both these players are just bringing it.
This might be the highest we've seen 2 players get a transition with here in the Honda Cup, assuming the long bar comes. And Broden has to transition at 634.
Right after.
Lei transitions at 656.
So we're neck and neck.
This is insane.
Yeah, neck and neck continuing into level 19 speed. We'll see if that speed changes the complexion of the match.
Yep. As of right now, Lei is Tetris ready, starting to bring the stack up a little bit higher, and it looks like we are running into a small little recession for our friend the long bar here.
Both players having to skim some lines off the top, getting triples there, and then finally getting the Tetris.
Yeah, Lei with right now a 5,000 point lead and actually able to utilize that long bar for a Tetris. Broden having to take a couple more preparation burns. Oh, nice spin right there. Lei having to do a little bit of burning after following that Tetris. So Broden down by 51,000 points, able to knock one down, closing the gap.
Yeah, this is a really close match here, and yeah, Broden getting that playfield under control. Somalian or Lei with a hole on the bottom is going to opt to play off of row 2 there, which is a little bit more dangerous. But that's the aggressive thing that you need to do if you want to score more points.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive and really trying to prevent Broden from trying to get his way back into this. Right now, Broden is down by 1 Tetris. All it takes is for Lei to run into it. Actually, a situation like this. Broden knocks down a Tetris, and we are now essentially neck and neck once again.
Neck and neck. That's how close it gets. Okay, Broden finally getting another Tetris, and Lei getting one right after. So we are barreling to level 29 speed. Both players just with each other in terms of aggression.
Beautiful triple into a Tetris over there for Lei. But Broden does have the advantage currently in terms of pace, and Lei is having to continuously do these little maintenance burns. I mean, they're great, and oh no, Broden actually double flipped the long bar there. We're knock down a Tetris. Now it's going to have to kind of deal with that. We are actually 1 Tetris away from 1,000,000 points here.
We're about to max out here. Being 1,000,000 points. On the old 8-bit version, it would display all 9s and you wouldn't actually be able to see what score you got after. But here in Tetris Effect Connected, you will get to see scores past 1,000,000 points.
And we're looking to see that, waiting on the long bar. Broden having to take a couple of burns. Lei also running into complications. This drought. Oh, there it is. Finally getting the long bar.
Broden max out and takes an aggressive stand and actually goes for another Tetris setup right after it.
Yeah, and this now kind of reads dire situation for Lei. Lei has to kind of
really
commit to this.
Down. Okay, opens it up and boom! Dirty Tetris, as we call it, for Lei, which is a Tetris made with garbage at the bottom of the playfield. Much more risky and much more aggressive.
Yeah, right now, Broden has 1 Tetris left, and there it is, 1.12 million for Broden. Lei gonna go to 29, able to get a piece all the way over, but not really able to do anything. So Broden with 1.13 million to Somalia's 1,046,000 takes game number 3 and goes into the lead of the series 2-1.
Yeah. And this is double elimination. If Lei does not win this, then we'll see Lei play again in the lower bracket.
Yeah, but to kind of really give context behind, what these players are doing, with a max out of every player or everyone that has played Classic Tetris in the world, right now there's just over 400 people that have verified a max out. 400 people that have gotten 1,000,000 points at least once.
And just a few years ago, that number was in the double digits and not in the triple digits. So it used to be something that people had on their bucket list. A goal, getting 1,000,000 points in Classic Tetris was something that, people would train for and say like, I'm going to be one of the very few people in the world that can do this. But for 2 players to do that in competition regularly now, it's still amazing to see.
You have to have a certain amount of efficiency, and then you also have to manage, really tough situations. We've seen both these players deal with tough situations, and speaking of a tough situation, Broden kind of in one right now.
Oh, gets out of that. Very nice.
There it is. Boom Tetris for Broden, and boom Tetris for Lei. It actually seemed like we might have ran into quite a hefty drought there, because Lei wasn't really able to score during that entire kind of tricky situation Broden had to deal with.
Yeah, that's what you'll see. The players are able to make the most points with those Tetrises, so if neither player gets them, then no one's scoring.
Right now, Lei up a little bit high. I'm going to take a couple of conservative doubles, and Broden having to take a triple there. I mean, if you're going to take burns, doing a triple is the best way to do so.
Not as much points as the Tetris, but the second most points efficient at least. Broden actually was really playing high up and aggressive. So those burns were about as good as you could make them.
Yeah, when we talk about the scoring system of Classic Tetris, the way that points increase depending on how many lines you clear at once, they're not linear. I'd say they're more so exponential. And so getting a Tetris and a triple is way better than taking 4 singles or, you know, a double and a single.
That's right, yeah. Broden, once again, just showing so many adjustments and next piece awareness.
Yeah, we still have a very close game here. 188,000 for Broden, 153 for Lei. And oh, beautiful double J piece right there. It's gonna want another one. Eventually.
Yeah, players kind of want to fill in the left side of the screen, not have that big gap on the left, because that could cause a double long bar dependency. And you know, if you're depending on the long bars to make your Tetrises, needing more than one of them can lead to a bad situation.
Yeah, especially when we start talking about the economy of long bars and Tetris, you know, they're few and far between most of the time. So that's what really, especially when we talk about same piece set matches, you know, being able to utilize every single long bar for a Tetris is so vital to winning.
That's right. You know, mentally, if you're playing in competition, you're counting the long bars that you could use for a Tetris versus your opponent. So you can actually just determine the outcome that way mathematically.
Yeah, right now, Lei able to survive that situation. Broden behind a little bit in lines, but could still have a lead here. Just gonna knock down one Tetris.
Yeah, still a very close game.
Boom at Tetris for Lei and boom Tetris for Broden. There it is. We're caught up. So around a 34,000 point lead is what Broden truly has in terms of overall pace.
Yeah, the line count is the same now. Boom, Tetris for Broden. Lei looking for that long bar. Has to skim off the top.
Yeah, got a little bit of a tricky formation kind of developing here for Broden. Yeah, it's going to convert itself into a long bar dependency.
Yeah, that's going to cause a little bit of a dig there for Broden.
Yeah, not only does Broden have to get a long bar at the time when this kind of dig opens up, but it needs to avoid kind of putting too much weight on top of that hole right there in column 7.
Yeah, if you have holes in the middle of the stack, it's hard to place a piece without covering it up and causing you to have to burn more lines off the top of it. But does it beautifully there.
Very nicely done.
Nice.
And
good
now we're separated by 2,000 points.
We are neck and neck. And both players clean and ready to score. Wow. Lei with a VIT, which is a vertical eye tuck setup. We create an overhang that you can tuck the long bar into.
Becomes somewhat of a meme, but also in certain applications, it could be an incredibly efficient way of stacking.
Right.
There it is. Lei will transition in. One more Tetris works the lines, and oh no. Lei actually tried to avoid transitioning with the board.
But you don't want to be in that spot when the transition happens, so Lei's gonna have to dig.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of what Broden had to dig through in the last game at the start of transition.
Wow. But it's the right pieces to just burn that all down. Wow. What a
get out of it in only 12 lines, like it was nothing.
But those lines weren't Tetrises, and that's why Broden now has a 66,000 point lead.
Exactly, almost up by exactly 3 Tetrises. So all the lines that Lei burnt, Broden was able to utilize for Tetrises, and now Lei's yet again in another dangerous situation. Needs a couple of pieces.
Oh, that's gonna be tough to survive. The right side's gonna stack up, and Lei's got to top out, and Broden takes the round and the match.
So Lei once again having to go through a lower bracket run here in a Tetris Effect connected event. But overall, the matches were insanely close. I mean, we talk about, how close some of the survival was, especially in game 3 and game 4. Lei getting out of that in only 12 lines, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was an amazing dig. It happened so fast, and both players just able to dig back down and make the placements necessary to survive. That was a showcase, and I hope Game Scout's ready to make a highlight reel, because we've already got in our very first match definitely a match worthy of a highlight reel.
Well, and hey, gang, I'm joining you once again. And Sharky and Chris, I'll tell you right now, I feel like there is another language in this world, and I want to know more about it. Long bars, let's do these digs. Let's make this happen. I'm very excited to see this game showcase. It's like Shakespeare, the way it was meant to be said. These players know what they're doing. Sharky, I loved what you said at the onset, and I think Chris, you'd as well. This was such an even match going into it. Both hyper tappers, they had very similar playstyles. Obviously, one had more experience perhaps than the other, but at the end of the day, Broden found out that this was his to take, sending Lei, of course, to that lower circuit qualifiers. One more chance for Lei. Talk to me a little bit, Sharky, about sort of those digs, because I feel like the highlights of specifically round 2, round 3 for sure, but round 2, I feel like the theme was just, let's dig ourselves out and do so in a way that showcases our true talent.
Yeah, I mean, even though, obviously these players are having to tap to, a certain speed, getting those pieces over to the left is very difficult in Classic Tetris. Pieces normally are biased going towards the right. And so for Broden able to get a vital eyepiece over to the left and then find all these incredibly accurate placements, because being able to move the pieces fast enough isn't enough to get you out of digs. You also have to be accurate with your placements. And Broden and Lei did a fantastic job in that in game number 3.
And Chris, we got to talk about one of those highlight reels you have to mention is both players reaching 1 million points, and I think that was round 2. I cannot remember. I think it was round 2. Yeah. Talk to me about what that means for the scene. You alluded to it during the match. This 1 million point threshold is coming up again and again.
Yeah, so double max out, double kill screen. So the max out is when you hit 1 million points in the game. When we first had score competitions, when the Classic Tetris World Championships came about in the year 2010, and there were only, a few people in the world who could do it. Maybe 1, 2, or 3 were known. There was Harry Hogg and Jonas Neubauer and Thor Ackerland. So it started out with a very small amount of people. So people were aiming for this goal to play 8-bit Tetris to try to get this 1 million points. It was right on this realm of what people thought was possible, that you had to be at the top of the game and play the game at its absolute highest level to achieve this. So now we're having these competitions where players, it's not like a life goal anymore. You have to do it like every time you play at the highest level of competition. That's what you saw here. And it's historic because over the 10-year history that we've been doing these competitions, it's gone from very few people in the world to doing it to being so commonplace, necessary, and super exciting to watch. So that's where we've come from, and that's going on into the future of exciting Tetris competition.
Exciting Tetris competition. And of course, coming up, Sharky, our next round. Oh man, this is one certainly for the ages. I've seen Scott in chat. We know that that Fractal is also a part of this. These two pillars of the community. Talk to me a little bit about this head-to-head, because both these players, of course, have proven themselves again and again. And I'm just sitting here and I'm getting like I said, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting sweaty because there's just no way to take on either of these two people.
I mean, it's kind of insane because, Scotto was, world record holder in, classic version of Tetris. And also was able to, take, like we mentioned before, take the Honda Fan Cup week 3 at CTWC, being able to combine the dash and, tap playstyle shows some insane consistency. And Fractal, even though Fractal is newer to the TEC version, Fractal has held numerous world records over the classic version of the game and has quite a massive competitive repertoire. So in Scotto's position, Scotto would be at a native disadvantage. But as you just saw what happened with Lei and Broden, anything can happen in a game of Tetris. It's about who is the most accurate, who is the most efficient, and obviously who scores the highest in terms of both of these players.
Absolutely. And we talk about some of these play styles. Of course, we see them on our graphics here. Talk to me, Chris, about sort of this head-to-head in particular in terms of play style. And also, by the way, the dexterity and how these players are cool, calm, and collected seemingly is just outstanding to me as a person who's coming in a little bit newer to this community and certainly just excited to see them pop off. My gosh, how are they doing this with such efficiency and such consistency?
It's impressive to me too still to be able to maintain composure, and a lot of these players, you know, both Gato and Fractal being at a live event in the last couple of weeks, and, you know, being able to compete live, set records, and just perform incredibly under pressure. And once again, Gato being able to play in the live competition, go out to the lobby with a laptop, and then qualify here at Honda Cup. That's the story for the ages. And Fractal actually being #1 seed. So in terms of play style, Gato being a hybrid player, there could be maybe a disadvantage there because the rolling technique is kind of proven to be the meta right now. But Fractal is new to using rolling on TEC. So the tool might not be as sharp as if you were playing on the 8-bit version. So we'll see if that's a factor that plays out, and if Gato has an advantage as a result, or if rolling, because Fractal was practicing for 8-bit Tetris prior to CTWC, in the 2 weeks since then, Fractal could have been grinding out the timings on TEC and might be just as powerful as on the 8-bit version. So we shall see.
So don't count anybody out, I think is certainly a headline for this round. I want to real quick go back to something here, Sharky. We talk about misdrops, right? And I feel like there's defensive Tetris and there's offensive Tetris, and you got to be able to engage both. And you also have to be able to clean up your messes and do so efficiently and consistently, because I got to imagine they're going to happen whether you like it or not.
Yeah, misdrops, they're a thing of the game. I mean, there's been no one that can play a perfect game of Tetris. There's always something that you can do better. And especially when we talk about, you know, how heavy this game is in terms of execution, you know, you're not able to execute 100% of the time. I mean, it's difficult, but what is important for these players is if you make a mistake, all right, recognize you make a mistake, and then, all right, how am I going to fix this? And try and fix it as efficient as possible. Because as we saw in, you know, the match between Broden and Lei, you know, Lei had a couple of mistakes, and Broden was able to build up a massive, like, near 121,000 point lead just because of, you know, Lei able to survive the mistakes, but not able to get out of them efficient enough to kind of mitigate some of the lead that Broden was able to gain.
Absolutely. And Chris, as we talk about, you know, there's all these different elements, but we sometimes forget in the later rounds that things go faster, that things are happening, that things are coming at you. So those little mistakes you make in the first few rounds, as bad as they can be, they can just snowball once you get into those later rounds, 19, 20, 29, that kind of thing.
That's why players want to be most efficient when they have the most wiggle room for error, and then when you're off to the races and the pieces are falling super fast, you want to avoid playing too aggressive and getting into those situations that would force you into playing unsafely at all costs, because that's the only thing that you then can do to win. So that's what we saw there, where Lei was kind of forced into being able to play super aggressive, or only being able to play super aggressive to be able to take out the score that Broden had amassed, and that led to the top out at the very end.
Yeah, and I also do want to make sure we talk about, you know, Sharky, I think I learned something very interesting during that last match, and that is not to rely on the long bars. You can't rely on them for that Tetris there at the end, because ultimately that is a real risky strategy, and so much of Tetris is risk versus reward.
That is indeed correct. I mean, the way that Classic Tetris works, you're not guaranteed any piece. I mean, we've seen in the Honda Fan Cup, you know, Lei rather, he went 68 pieces without receiving a long bar, which that is, you know, a statistical anomaly in and of itself. But you have to be able to understand, it's like, okay, the eyepiece is not coming, I'm going to have to, you know, take a couple of burns here. That's when you really start to focus on defensive stacking as opposed for offensive stacking that you saw Broden doing a lot of that particular matchup.
Indeed. Well, speaking of stacking, I see that this is a stacked head-to-head, so I'm going to go ahead and let Chris and Sharky continue on with the party, and I'll be back after this next round. Thanks, gang.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and there we go. We have cams, so you can actually really see the rolling in action. You know, it's definitely a unique way to hold the controller, but the benefits definitely supersede its awkwardness, I guess you can say.
Fractal right off to a rather awkward start with that middle.
Wow.
Setting up a solve for it.
Yeah, executing those spin tucks on TEC is actually very impressive.
And Fractal looking very comfortable with the rolling.
You know, this is a little bit of kind of what we talked about is, you know, with Fractal being newer to TEC, and Scotto has definitely had a lot more time to practice. I mean, Scotto has participated in, I believe, Scotto has participated in every single Honda Cup that they can, minus, you know, the fourth one since they were able to win week 3. So Scotto has a lot of practice. And oh no, Fractal in a bit of danger.
Really showing confidence in the movement there. Can Fractal survive up that high?
You know, a lot of these last second placements, and this is what rolling allows you to do, just really like essentially teleport pieces left and right.
Yeah, the power of rolling on display here. Fractal very obviously having mastered it here in TEC. That's the one of the X factors that we weren't too sure of coming in. Did Fractal grind this game for the past 2 weeks in prep for the Honda Cup and the prize money being on the line? The answer might be yes.
And look at that, Fractal's all the way down to the bottom, but now it's Scotto's turn to kind of demonstrate his versatility, just having to survive a similar height as Fractal, maybe a couple rows shorter. But is also doing so masterfully.
Yeah, good. Scotto here is almost out.
Oh, nice delay burn right there. Last second rotation.
And boom, Tetris Scotto.
Excellent play here at the beginning, just really showing, you know, both of these players, you know, especially Fractal coming out, got into an incredibly dire situation and was able to survive it and come out not with a point deficit, but with a point advantage.
Yeah. And yeah, now Fractal back down into safety is gonna look to score and score again. Look at that rolling. You can see the hand position. It looks like they're, you know, flicking the bottom of the controller, and you need to do that with multiple fingers in order to be able to move the pieces that fast to the left and right. But in doing so, you're able to maneuver the pieces in places that other players won't be able to do it.
In terms of how I would describe the playstyle rolling, it is incredibly hard to learn and hard to master. But when you master it, the rewards are exponential.
That's right, and players who are formerly tappers, most of them are either transitioning to or learning and taking up rolling. And we'll see that trend continue perhaps into the next competitive season.
Right now, 274, make that 297,000 for Fractal and 232 for Scotto. Scotto not too far behind, but just getting in that one situation and lacking some efficiency to clean out fast enough has allowed Fractal to kind of build up a small lead.
Yeah, Fractal content to play off of row 2, so just leaving that open hole on the lower left corner and build on top with Tetris's.
Right now, we are looking at around a 400, maybe even a 500K transition with enough efficiency, but it's likely we're going to get like a 480 somewhere around there.
Scotto with a fist just a moment ago. Love to see it. Vertical eye tuck setup.
Boom, Tetris for Fractal. And this is a dangerous thing because Fractal is now starting to get momentum. Fractal has been taking very few burns.
Yeah, just built up on row 2 like that. Just bang down the Tetrises. There's another one. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. Scotto finally Tetris ready. Gets the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Scotto.
Right now we are just under 4 Tetrises away from the level 19 transition. And you're going to really see Fractal, and this is going to be our test to see if Fractal, Fractal has been able to handle 18 speed with rolling. How proficient will they be at 19?
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference because you absolutely have to, when you're moving the piece up as high as Fractal does, you're going to need that rolling to not just be fast, you need it to be precise. And any misdrops can and will be fatal, so we'll see if that's a factor here post 19.
Just around the 500,000 transition for Fractal and Scotto with a low 400. And that misdrop, a little bit unfavorable for Fractal. So Scotto has a small window to potentially close the gap by at least a Tetris.
And one looming factor that we may see happen is even if Fractal isn't the most efficient going into level 29, players like Fractal and Eric ICX who can survive for sustained periods of time post 29 can possibly just infinitely play. And we haven't seen it in TEC yet, but this might be the day.
Yeah, the furthest level we saw in TEC was once again in Honda Cup Week 2 with Huff versus Eric, and Huff was able to get to level 41 before topping out.
As we saw in the World Championships, Fractal being right there with Eric in terms of the capability to survive prolonged burning at level 29 speeds.
Right now, both players are in a little bit of a prolonged burn here on level 23 and level 23 for both players.
Yeah.
So right now, Fractal might be spending a lot more time, so this is actually a great opportunity for Scotto. And Scotto, a couple of misdrops for Fractal, actually.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Scotto at this point, if Scotto can make more Tetrises here when the points are worth more, has less work to do to catch up than earlier in the round.
Fractal is going to be able to survive, but the lead has decreased by around 30,000 points. And Scotto's going to knock down another Tetris, so now we are neck and neck.
We are neck and neck.
Fractal still can't score right now.
Yeah, Scotto in good shape now. Tetris ready.
Oh, another double flip over there for Fractal.
Boom, Tetris for Scotto into the lead now by Tetris.
Fractal in the danger zone here, really seeing that rolling come into play, getting those pieces over.
Ooh, built up the middle high, but is able to get through it with rolling.
Right, held out for that long bar, makes another misdrop, and we are kind of running out of time to make these kind of misdrops. But also Scotto is
playing aggressive, gets a dirty Tetris there, and burns back down to the bottom. Scotto up by 2 Tetrises now. But level 29 is coming, and that's going to be Fractal's advantage here, being able to play post 29, and Fractal being in great shape going into it.
Yeah, this is Fractal's ace in the hole, and it's going to need it because down by around 2 to 3 Tetrises worth, and only has one more burn line, and Fractal's going to do the rest of it. No Tetris is scored on 28, so it's going to have to show some incredible 29 play.
Scotto does not get a long bar.
All right, so Fractal needs to chase down 741,000, and this is what we talk about when we talk about 29 play, and able to get that piece all the way over to the left. Still need 53,000 more points.
Burns here. It's still incredibly dangerous. One misdrop can end it all.
Yeah, so far, a couple of pieces, so having to, oh no, Fractal 40,000 points away, but the pieces aren't falling.
Oh no,
Fractal needs them.
It's not
and
able to complete the chase down. Scotto wins the first round.
What a sigh of relief that must be for Scotto. We're talking about, a player that can play on the level 29 speeds, and Scotto only being able to really give himself a 60,000 point cushion.
Right. Scotto just performing amazingly there towards the end of the level 19 speeds, able to hold out against just the massive threat that is rolling in Fractal. So hybrid style actually viable in competition here in the year 2022.
We saw a bit of what, Fractal has been able to showcase. That was the first game, and this is a best of 3. If Fractal can get a lot of those misdrops contained on level 19, we could be looking at some terrifying Tetris.
Yeah, we're still early in the day, and, with a few games under Fractal's belt today, that could change, and the consistency could reach the point where we'll see continuous level 29 speed.
I mean, we've also seen that happen with some of our players that are actually in the bracket nowadays. As the day progressed, they just got better and better.
Yep.
I mean, Smooth comes to, you know,
definitely yesterday, or the last week qualifier. Feels like yesterday, but it was really last week.
Yeah, especially, you know, in the decider, Smooth up against Zalix, able to get a, you know, a 1.1 million score to, you know, send Zalix home and get the last spot.
Yeah, just the scoring potential and the aggression just increasing as it becomes more important and more money's on the line. But today, you know, especially $10,000 prize pool, we are here in the money.
Yeah, these players are trying to fight for a shot at $3,000 for first place. And in order to do that, you essentially have to go through the gauntlet.
Yeah, all the players here in our Honda Cup grand finale are so skilled and so cracked. It's you can't come into this without being one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we could see a rematch between, you know, our CTWC finalists. Fractal and Eric are both in here, and both of them have shown quite some terrifying proficiency in terms of rolling.
Yeah, that's that would be a repeat of what happened in the Classic Tetris World Championships just a couple of weeks ago. And we'll see if, you know, both these players have been grinding this game out. You know, with so much money on the line, I don't see how they couldn't.
225,000 for Fractal right now. Scotto down by around 2 Tetrises, but doesn't have the cleanest of boards. So Fractal has the opportunity to kind of accentuate this lead.
Nice efficiency there by Scotto, burning this down. It's just a couple of burns away from opening it back up. Nice. Boom, Simul Tetris.
But, you know, we talk about Fractal's achievements, and, you know, both these players have something very unique that they've done. Scotto, you know, in particular, he was the first person to ever memorize a seed in, you know, Classic Tetris and play it out perfectly. Inputs all perfectly placed, everything, you know, no misdrops, and get, you know, a 1.5. And Fractal himself was the first player to play so far into the regular version of NES Tetris that the color palette broke.
Yeah. So already these players deep into breaking the game in ways that the original designers did not intend it to be played, because just being able to score and play and move the pieces in ways that, you know, the humans could not foresee back 30 years ago.
Even now when we're talking about it, it just kind of seems like insane, because that was, you know, almost 40 minutes of just straight playing on, you know, a very fast speed where all it takes is just one wrong misdrop and that run's done.
Yeah. And in light of that, you know, our competitive scene, you know, it's shifting and it's adapting, and we have to make decisions in our rule sets to accommodate for, you know, this incredible increase in skill. So the future is really exciting and bright. We don't know where it's going to lead us, but I think in the end, all us players and viewers are going to be the winners, because we're going to keep playing this amazing game of Tetris.
Ooh, speaking about this amazing game of Tetris, both Scotto and Fractal, and not necessarily the most ideal position. Scotto might be able to close the gap here. Pieces fall.
Fractal having a lot of dependencies forming up high. Let's see if Fractal can burn this down efficiently and keep the lead.
Ooh. Seemed like Fractal wanted to rotate that, but didn't quite nail the rotations on either of those.
Wow. That could get dangerous. Yeah, forced to place things in the middle there. When you create a spire in the middle, if a piece hangs, that could be fatal.
Right now, Fractal, and we are actually nearing the transition too.
Yeah.
All right, good burns. Only has 10 lines to work with before the speed increases.
Waiting for a better piece. Gets it.
Love an eyepiece here.
Really dirty Tetris well there.
Love an eyepiece here. And there it is.
Boom, dirty Tetris for Fractal into transition just in time, getting that board back under control.
Opens up the center wall, and there it is, another boom Tetris for Fractal. And Scotto is going to transition at 477. So still has the advantage being behind nearly a level in terms of pacing. But, I mean, that's just another thing. You look in, both of these players are seeing their opponent's screen in real time. And you look at it as like, all right, cool, you know, maybe they might top out here. And then you see your opponent do that.
Yeah, get out of that situation. It can be intimidating. But this is actually a really close game. Scotto being behind in lines has a little bit more runway to work with.
Right now, Fractal back up to a 63,000 point lead. Scotto is still just under a level behind, so could close that to be around neck and neck pace wise. But there's also, you know, a huge problem because in game one, Scotto had the lead throughout majority of the post transition, and Fractal was forced to chase down said score on 29. In this game, it's Fractal that has the lead, and Scotto has very limited 29 playability.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a factor here, so Scotto's time is running out. And Fractal with a stronger game here now. Clean.
Scotto hangs a couple of pieces.
It's going to be impossible, and we could see a top out, and that's what happens. And Fractal is going to take that round, and we are 1-1.
Yeah, just really dominant display following that dig going into transition.
So yeah, still highly competitive game here forming in a best of 5.
You know, once again, we are tied 1-1.
Same placements, well, to start off. Scotto with 2 pushdown points.
Yeah, trying to one-up Broden from the 1 pushdown point from earlier. And, ooh, things are actually pretty complicated for both players. Neither player was really able to kind of establish a clean start here.
Yeah, there's some burns going on, and not the best placements for Fractal, but is able to bang down that Tetris and things back under control.
Yeah.
And take some digs.
Much needed Tetris there. And at the end of the day, you know, bringing the stack down gives you more time to think, because even though on 18 pieces are falling, you know, from top to bottom 1 second, that's still not a lot of time to think about placements, especially when you're trying to solve certain situations like this, where you might be running into some patterns you're not used to.
Fractal with some what appeared to be misdrops there. I didn't really see a way to cleverly solve that. So once again, requiring some digs. There are some issues with accuracy and rolling. Sometimes if you flap, you know, too many fingers, not enough fingers, you'll get extra inputs or not enough inputs. And that's one thing that we've seen versus, say, a hybrid style or tapping or DAS. That rolling might have some issues with accuracy, but it's still worth it. It's still worth doing.
Yeah, and that just, you know, kind of uplifts players that are able to be stupidly accurate in terms of what they're able to do with rolling. Just being able to be that accurate when there's so many things that can go not necessarily in the right direction.
Yeah, having to deal with adjustments and things like that. Be able to execute on all that within, you know, mere moments and, you know, less than a second of reaction time.
Yeah, but when we talk about things going in the way of players, Scotto right now currently has a 132,000 point lead. There are 50 lines at 220,000. Fractal just about to finally break the 6 digits here, looking for a long bar for a Tetris to do so. So this is the kind of game that Scotto needs.
Yep. Yeah, all those burned lines on Fractal's side has given Scotto the biggest advantage we've seen thus far today.
157 and now 268.
So Fractal's starting to fire back now with the playfield under control. ready to score, being Tetris ready.
And a couple rough pieces for Fractal, not able to quite utilize that eye piece for a Tetris, but gets another one. Nice spin over there for Scotto into a Tetris. And if you're Scotto, you just want to hold on to this lead as long as possible.
Yeah. Scotto with some good momentum here, has had a clean board pretty much the whole time. As rewarded with that points advantage.
So far, I mean, when you talk about when we talk about 29 play, and you know the fact that Fractal can play on 29, at that point, you know, a lot of it obviously comes down to execution, but it's what you're able to mentally accomplish. Because having to know that you have to chase down a 100,000 point, you know, deficit, assuming that this lead holds all the way going into 29, now you have to make decisions like, all right, do I want to try and go for a Tetris here, or do I want to, you know, prolong my chase down? But then when you decide to prolong your chase down, is how much could you keep your focus before, you know, you make a misdrop, and that misdrop potentially being a game-ending one. So it's a delicate balancing act on 29 when we talk about how to approach a chase down situation.
Yeah, and once again, this version of Classic Tetris having the 2-minute chase down timer also being a factor.
Yeah, that is true. You know, we might actually see that come into play with, you know, around 4 players in our brackets having the capacity to roll on TEC.
Scotto really folding up with the long where they're going from triple into Tetris, maintaining that 100,000 point lead.
Yeah, and still also slightly behind in lines. So
yeah,
Scotto's doing everything that needs to be done right now. Scotto is being able to do that. But the transition will be entering in soon. And Fractal, even though it has had a little bit of a rough time here on level 18, has the ability to get pieces a lot further than Scotto can. So we will transition next Tetris for Fractal.
Set up for it. Opts to cover it up.
And oh, has to triple into level 19. Takes a double, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. Scotto knocks down a Tetris, but also has a little bit of burning that has to be done as well.
Yeah, sacrifice a stack a little with that misdrop, but comes out of it okay.
Yep. 569, make that 594 to now 492. Still holding on to this 100,000 point lead.
Yeah. So yeah, now both players, good fields. We'll see if the speed change changes the complexion of the match as they play. Well, okay, Scott opting to move the well over back to the right, so that's going to take a few burns.
There it is, boom Tetris for Fractal.
Boom Tetris for Scott.
Still down by around 100,000 points. So not really able to find like any true headway. Scotto is going to have to take a couple of burns here, so it's going to be a decrease in the deficit. And oh, that misdrop.
Nice flat burns.
Fractal knocks down another Tetris, now down by 46,000.
Yeah, Scotto's super efficient.
Yeah, Tetris ready, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for both players, but the lead is shrunk all the way down to 46,000 points. Fractal is
still
having to do
ahead
some
by
burning.
lines. So Scotto with a little more runway. And boom, Tetris for Scotto. And Fractal getting a Tetris on row 2 there, burning back down to the bottom afterward. Okay, Scotto, board looking better.
Starting to knock down Tetrises consecutively.
Yeah. So yeah, Scotto maintaining the aggression, maintaining the pace. Still ahead, or still behind by line, so still has a bit more runway. And we'll probably see that chase down factor post 29 come into play.
But oh no, those complications. Now Scotto is in a dire situation, has to get pieces over to the left. And that hang, and that's gonna do it. Scotto's gonna top out at 786. Fractal just needs one Tetris and has all the time in the world to do so.
Yeah, can line it out here. not much of a points lead there for Scotto at the end of this one.
Set up for the Tetris, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal taking game number 3. Now in the lead, 2-1.
Fractal completing the chase down that time. No level 29 play necessary. And Scotto just having that situation spiral out of control suddenly isn't able to amass big enough of a lead to force Fractal into 29 play. And in chat, we can see Fractal seems to have adjusted an issue with the controller and could be playing better in these next rounds.
We'll see. But now Scotto has to win this game in order to go to a decider. But the tournament life is still going to be alive. This is a double elimination. So,
right.
Scotto does get knocked out. Still has one more chance, and at our bottom bracket we already have Lay down there.
And there are also matches going on the Classic Tetris channel. So if you want more Tetris than you can handle, tune in to Classic Tetris to see some of the other matches that are going on.
Ooh, Fractal missing a spin there. It's gonna cause a couple more burns. But once again, spins and maneuvers of that nature, they're not the easiest thing to hit. I mean, we've already mentioned earlier, but you only have 3 frames to hit a spin on level 18, and only 2 on level 19.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a frame difference between playing on the 8-bit system and on the current platform here in Tetris Effect Connected. So if you're missing your spin by 1 or 2 frames, that could be a misdrop.
Speaking of a misdrop, Fractal accidentally double rotated that long bar. Still going to get the Tetris, but Scotto now has an opportunity to kind of increase the lead.
Yeah, clean board. Boom, Tetris for Scotto. Up to 60,000 points, and Fractal starting to develop a dependency there. It's only got to get a triple out of that.
I really feel like this is Scotto's win condition, to have so much of a lead going into 29 that Fractal feels time pressure and the pressure of having to play at that speed.
Yeah, seeing some more errors by Fractal, so maybe there is still an issue with the controller of some kind. And that's leading to this sort of prolonged dig.
Scotto.
Cam went out, but still playing. Fractal having to deal with the dig there, and Scotto up to 110,000 point lead.
Yeah, all things considered, Fractal down by this much, not just because of all the digs, but Scotto has had a very efficient opener. We're kind of in around 70% Tetris rate territory.
Oh wow, nice dirty center well by Scotto there. Taking the Tetrises where they can come.
Yeah. Fractal is now cleaned up, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. 182,000 for Fractal, 311 for Scotto.
Yeah, Scotto continuing the aggression, continuing the great pace here. This is what you need to do to be competitive with the roller here in this year of 2022 and players rolling.
Yeah, just a little bit over halfway through. So we are looking at a high 500 transition from Scotto and somewhere in the 400, probably like 440 territory for Fractal. So if Scotto can keep this up, especially throughout, the most important part is keeping this up through the post-transition, Fractal is going to have a tough game.
Yeah, no, Scotto just really having great placements and not committing any mistakes, and then Fractal on the other side, having to deal with a lot of misplacements and doing a lot of burns. We'll have to make up those points some other way.
Yeah, and that's where, we mentioned earlier, rolling is going to come into effect on level 19 and beyond, because just the extra maneuverability kind of allows Fractal to have more risk tolerance, and where Scotto has to compromise with RNG, Fractal can keep building.
Yeah, keep building. But once again, you have to still be accurate, and rolling is nothing if you can't place the piece where it needs to go. So we'll see if Fractal can get those misdrops under control when needed.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal, 372 to now 461. So Fractal actually starting to gain a little bit on the lead.
Yeah, recovering a bit now. Not burning any unnecessary lines at this phase.
Scotto just has been having trouble utilizing the long bars. The board has been clean almost this entire game for Scotto, but when you can't use the long bars to score Tetrises and your opponent can, you know, it's easy for that lead to diminish. And look, we're down by now only 50,000 points. So Fractal has successfully cut the lead in half, leading into transition.
Yeah, Scotto now with the line burns late, level 18.
One Tetris
score.
And there it is. Fractal transitions at a 468. Scotto has one Tetris and is going to transition at a 524. So 55,000 points separating them at transition. We'll see if Scotto is able to somehow increase that into more comfortable levels.
Yeah, that lead melted away fast. Yeah, it seems as though Fractal has gotten a bit better with the piece placement and hasn't made any major misdrops in a while. So, oh, well, I spoke too soon. Because Fractal's building very interesting formation floating on top of the right side there. We'll have to burn that off. Might do so with a Tetris if the right pieces fall. But nope, looks like Fractal's just going to dig back down.
Yeah. Actually, for a moment there, Fractal did have the lead. Scotto, as a result of having a cleaner board, is obviously going to be able to take that lead back and bring it back into 1-2 Tetris territory. And oh, several misdrops over there for Fractal.
Yeah, bit of a mess forming for Fractal there. Bangs down to Tetris, has a couple holes to burn. So yeah, Scotto able to take advantage of those misdrops by Fractal. Back up to a 60,000 point lead now.
He's having to do a couple of burns, very nicely executed.
Yeah. So yeah, both these players able to get out of trouble. Fractal with some more misdrops, so that's really been key in Scotto being able to maintain this lead.
Fractal still staying alive, and that's, you know, one thing about a roller. They just have the ability to survive, and you can't really count on them to top out at any point.
Right. It's just that the kinds of mistakes that Fractal has been making dropping the pieces just leads to less score potential. But Fractal still survives it. Nothing too lethal yet. There's another multiple misdrops on Fractal's side. Holes forming in the stack.
It's a nice T-spin, but now we're kind of getting into dangerous territory, and a huge important part of 29 play is making sure that you're stacked.
Yeah. Scotto having to drill back down now is going to have to spend some lines to get back into safety.
Your stack has to be in order for a good 29 play, and right now this stack is not a stack I would like. But
oh,
wow,
nice dirty from Fractal. That's going to score points. I mean, playing up that aggressive up high is what you need to do, but it could lead to a nasty situation, especially if you make a misdrop up that high and you can top out instantly.
But the thing is, Fractal's down by 36,000 points, 7 lines left till transition. Fractal might have to go and set up for a Hail Mary of a Tetris here. That's the only way Fractal is going to be able to really survive this.
That left side might be a problem. Can't get the long bar rotated in, and tops out. Scotto is going to win that round, and we are 2-2. We have gone to a decider.
We are on the path of an upset here. Scotto still has to take this game number 5, but I mean, It's just a really difficult situation. We know Fractal's able to survive on those 29 speeds, but if the board is not in a good place to do so, then what good is the ability to roll on those kind of levels?
Yeah. And the compound misdrops plaguing Fractal's game, definitely the factor in that last round. Will that continue? Will Fractal work out these kinks to be able to take it back from Scotto here?
Yeah, looks like to start things off, players having to experience a tad bit of a small drought. Fractal is going to take a few more burns than Scotto here. And missed the T-spin tuck, which then again, you know, it's a T-spin tuck. It's going to be essentially twice as hard to hit as just a regular spin.
But yeah, Scotto, you know, even being a hybrid player without the rolling, executing really good placements, not making any misdrops, and then the exact inverse is Fractal having the speed to survive, but just not being able to place pieces to maintain a lead or to survive those misdrops near the end.
Speaking of survival, Scotto kind of in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, playing way up high. Okay.
Right, nice.
He's open it back up.
And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Scotto. But now we're kind of in, you know, a situation where Fractal and Scotto are very close. And what has been, you know, the games that Scotto has been able to win is by simply having a better score than Fractal going into 29. All the games so far that have happened that Fractal has won has come from Fractal having the score advantage going into transition, and of course, you know, if the game went to 29 going into 29.
Yeah, Scotto's been playing just the way you need to. You know, if you're up against a roller, don't make mistakes, and with as much score efficiency as possible. Getting out of the digs as fast as you can without burning any unnecessary lines. Fractal content to build off of row 2 there, row 3, on row 3.
Yeah, a little less room to work with, but if the efficiency is good enough, then it can be worth it in some cases.
And go up dirty Tetris for Fractal. Having that aggression pay off, not having to burn those lines, trying to make as many Tetrises as possible.
I'm gonna do a little bit of burning here. Couldn't really use those eye pieces for Tetrises, but same can be said for Scotto.
Fractal with another dirty Tetris. It's gonna start drilling back down.
Yeah, ooh, double long bar dependent.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's one. Fractal's gonna keep that right well. Dirty built on top. Row 3. Bags out of Tetris.
265 for Fractal and 256 for Scotto. And a little bit of misdrop over there for Fractal. So Scotto
continuing the misdrop on Fractal's side there. Compound misdrops now. Fractal's gonna have to clean that up.
Not sure if that double rotation was intentional.
Likely not. Scotto looking really clean. Yeah, Fractal not able to clear those issues with whatever they are, but is able to dig back down quite nicely.
Not able to hit that rotation soon enough. We still have plenty of time before 19, but the issue is Scotto is able to generate a lead, or rather increase the lead, and Fractal just needs to get back into scoring position.
Yeah, the dig really plaguing Fractal right now. Just trying to get that back open as efficiently as possible.
He's able to get access to the hole, so a little bit of the way there.
Yeah, looking like type B on Fractal's screen. Just those holes are populated so evenly.
We you're nearing the transition. Scotto now, this is massive. 100,000 point lead going into level 19. And Fractal still going for these aggressive Tetrises.
Yeah. So yeah, the amazing thing is that, yeah, Fractal's getting into trouble with some of these misdrops, but is able to get dirty Tetrises nonetheless. Which kind of helps mitigate the damage to the scoring potential that the misdrops would usually have. Okay, transition to level 19 on Fractal's side. Only a 343,000 point transition, which is very low compared to what we're used to seeing. Gato not at transition yet, 110,000 point lead.
Scotto has to be very careful how 19 gets played. They have the lead. They don't need to go super aggressive. All the pressure right now is on Fractal.
Yeah, Fractal going for center well Tetris there. Nails it. But the board is not clean yet. Meanwhile, Scotto's is. Ready to score. Boom, Tetris for Scotto. Fractal with another misdrop.
Fractal could just get into a nice little streak of scoring Tetrises, then some progress can be made, but these misdrops keep populating right as soon as he's done fixing another one.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that, you know, if you get out of a dig, you know, that's your chance to score again, and Fractal hasn't been able to get that momentum back.
Yeah, trying very careful here not to build too many dependencies.
Yeah, I saw that too. Just clutch piece movement though, and getting it into a situation where it's Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. Much needed score there to avoid the long bar dependency just barely, and bangs down another Tetris. So Fractal back with the momentum now.
It's got to have it big. Couple of burns. Was able to knock down a Tetris, but has the lead up by 119,000. It's going to increase that with that Tetris, but Fractal's going to cut it right back down.
Yeah, Fractal with some really clutch movement and some really good placements there. Able to stay in this. Still behind by 100,000 points, but getting the board back into a state where it can be scored on.
Now this is the problem. Scotto ran into trouble. Fractal has cut the lead down to now only 64,000 points. 2 more Tetrises and Fractal would be essentially tied up. There's one.
Yeah, Fractal doing way better post 19. Scoring the Tetrises when they're worth more. Able to beat back the deficit. Now we're neck and neck.
Fractal takes the lead following that Tetris, and Scotto still is not able to score. In fact, just had another misdrop.
Yeah, now Scotto having the misdrop problem.
Things have taken a complete 180. Scotto is behind quite a few levels, but it has to get in the scoring position soon. Fractal.
That time's running out.
Another Tetris for Fractal.
Lead. Fractal in really good shape now. Seems to have gotten the momentum back. Is Tetris ready? Building up high and aggressive.
Oh no, the double flip right there. Needs to get the board under control. All right, the well is open. Needs an eyepiece, and he needs it now. All right, there's an eyepiece. There's the transition to 29. Oh, gets the piece all the way over the left.
Oh, the left side's going to be a problem. There's going to be enough for cannot get it. So Scotto is at a 20,000 point chase now. Gets the Tetris and takes the win.
What in?
Scotto has sent Fractal to the lower bracket. Oh my goodness.
Insane. Just that one misdrop on level 28 was essentially the game changer, because then it caused the board on 29 to not be really playable. And then Scotto just needed a Tetris, and it's going to conclude it with an 85,000 point lead going into 25 or 29.
Flat burn. Continues flat burning. This is what we call a mulligan when you play a little bit after your opponent is topped out, and Scotto showcasing that hybrid's still relevant.
Absolutely insane.
Wow, that was amazing and unexpected turn of events there. Fractal being, you know, a player that can play on 29. If you're a hybrid player that does just taps and das, if you play against the roller, you have this huge, it's like, you know, climbing Mount Everest to even be able to a chance at winning a match like this, a David and Goliath situation, and we saw Scotto just persevere and able to send Fractal to the lower bracket in this first winners bracket round.
Absolutely. Hey, gang, excited to be joining you once again. And you know what, Sharky, let's talk about some of the things we saw. And actually, Chris, you had mentioned that there's this new generation. They're breaking the game every now and again. We see those million-point differentials. We see everything again. Sharky, I'm curious what your thoughts are. What are some of the highlights, the headlines from that round for you?
I mean, for me, it's just the ability for Scotto to really hold on to those leads, because every single one of those games, they were pretty close leads, and had Scotto had any moment of, inefficiency or inconsistency during stacking on the post transition, then Fractal would have been able to take that game and we would have a different looking bracket.
I love it. And of course, we like to spice up a good bracket, right? That's the kind of tournament we want to see, something we're not expecting. Speaking of here, let's talk about this, Chris. Look at our bracket and talk to me a little bit about what this looks like to you. I mean, come on.
So yeah, we've been having matches on the Classic Tetris channel that we were not aware of, but we get to see the results of that here in the bracket. So first off, we have Eric ICX coming out of the other channel. The winner is now in winner's semifinal versus Brodendamp. So you have the current reigning Tetris World Champion versus Brodendamp, the former record holder on TEC Classic Score Attack mode, against each other. So that's going to be a roller versus tapper battle again. And then now we're going to have Scotto against Hufflepuffus, who apparently came out victorious on the other channel as well. So that's going to be another amazing showdown. Scotto coming out of that huge, what you might call an upset victory against the Hufflepuffus, which won Honda Cup week 2.
Absolutely. And Sharky, I gotta say, like, we talk about winners brackets and we talk about losers brackets. I wouldn't want to be playing in the losers brackets at this point.
No, it's an incredibly tough path going in the lower bracket. I mean, we have the CTWC 2022 runner up in the lower bracket now. So now there's even more stakes. It's like, oh no, if I get knocked down from the upper bracket, I might have to go up against Fractal, who by this time could have actually fixed some of the double rotation issues that he was experiencing. And having a Fractal close to his full potential, I mean, nobody wants to play against him like that.
No, it feels like the only difference is you'll just be playing more games against scary opponents. Now, of course, one thing I do want to mention as we talk about these head-to-heads, these 1 versus 1s, well, we have another competition coming here for the Honda Fan Cup. I gotta mention that because next month, they're gonna put on a Halo Infinite 1v1 tournament. Put your skills to the test for $20,000 across 4 weeks of qualifiers and a finale. That's January 7th. Registration will be opening soon at start.gg/Xbox. A huge thank you to Honda for making the Honda Fan Cup possible. And of course, you can check out the all-new HRV in action in the chat link that we've put there in chat. That plug, awesome, fantastic. 1v1, this is what we strive for. But I want to talk real quick about what we had seen before. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go back from before. Let's go ahead because we have, as Sharky mentioned, we've got a big matchup coming up here, Chris. And it goes without saying, everybody here has proven themselves, but boy, this is the scary matchup that I know those people with the different play styles, and as you mentioned before, they're going to be coming out swinging.
Eric, absolutely final boss potential here. Current reigning Tetris World Champion, master of rolling, breaking all the records, getting, just a really mounted of a challenge here for Broden. But Broden performing so well that last round. What will we see? Will we see the rolling be a factor? Will we see the 29 play? We weren't able to watch those matches. So we'll see if Eric has actually ground out the games the same way Fractal did and is able to roll here on TEC version of Classic Tetris. And Broden, we know, able to actually survive well into 29, even as a tapper. So let's go.
Let's go indeed. Sharky, I do want to ask a question. As someone, of course, who is newer to the scene here, we talk about and we see esports and tournaments with varying playstyles, varying times. Is it going to be a factor that we've got Broden coming off that momentum and win, going up against Eric? Do you think that's going to be a factor in that gameplay? He's coming in hot?
Oh yeah, 100%. Momentum is a huge driving factor in basically everything. And when you have the momentum, having such a powerful game that Broden had in that last game, that momentum could be what is needed in order to get something started up against Eric. Because actually in this particular matchup, their match history, both of them are tied. So this is essentially a match to break the tie.
I mean, do we call it a grudge match? I don't know, probably not. But either way, if you've got a tied tournament, if you're looking at two people who could potentially take on the other and do so in an impressive fashion, I mean, that's the deliciousness that we as viewers like to see, right, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, anything can happen. We saw rolling wasn't invincible against a tapper or a hybrid last round. Will that be a factor this time, or has Eric ICX mastered doing the hybrid or doing the rolling on TEC, where Fractal hasn't quite been able to showcase that yet?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things I have noticed throughout these last couple of rounds is that a lot of the really great players, the players that make it through to the next winner's bracket round, they've mastered the art of using the survival to their advantage, Sharky. It's not just surviving when they clean up and dig out, it's thriving and doing so in a way that can literally turn the tables.
Yeah, there are definitely pivotal moments where had Scotto not survived, then we'd be looking at a different bracket right now. And same could be said for Fractal. Fractal getting out of certain situations, if Fractal would have gotten out of them just a little bit more efficient, we wouldn't have games that were around 30,000 points whenever going into level 29.
Absolutely. Well, I see the levels have already started, so I'm going to see you guys in just a few minutes. Good job, everybody. Let's go.
Thank you, Kate. And Broden with a 1-point advantage. Push down points.
Now, this particular matchup is kind of interesting because we already mentioned, competitively, they're 1-1 up against each other. But Eric, before Huff ended up getting a higher 1.3 later on that match, Eric was the one that took the world record away from Broden in the second week of the Honda Cup.
That's right.
So Broden could be coming in there as like, you took my world record, now I'm going to try and send you to the lower bracket.
It could happen, as rolling isn't quite invincible yet, especially here on TEC. So, but I haven't seen any misdrops from Eric yet, so we shall see. Broden was super great in the last matchup with all those adjustments, great survival skills, those amazing digs that we saw versus Lei in that last round, and that's got to be some momentum coming into this match, even if it's against current Tetris World Champion Eric ICX.
Yeah, when we talk about, Broden's gameplay in the first matchup against Lei, one thing that comes to mind is just the sheer amount of efficiency Broden was able to have on level 18. There were some issues that Broden ran into in some games in the post-transition, most notably the first one, but the sheer efficiency that Broden is able to have, that is the kind of efficiency that you need, and we saw that was kind of like a win condition for Scotto up against Fractal.
Yeah, it looked like Broden went in all guns blazing, getting that 600K transition right off the bat. So that could be, when you put the pedal to the metal like that early on, maybe you're gauging to see just how far you can push, and then you can throttle back after that.
Yeah, but so far, the game is actually incredibly close in terms of efficiency. Broden has burned just around, I believe, 8 lines. So really efficient game. And Eric is only down by 5,000 points. So
yeah, we are neck and neck.
Yeah, things got a little bit tricky at the beginning. There was, a sizable drought, but also, these players have the discipline to manage these droughts very well.
Yeah, both these players just at the pinnacle of skill for this game. Eric being the world champion and, breaking all these records, and Broden Dab also having been a record holder of some of those same records. And Broden Dab actually making it into top 8, which is, after taking a year hiatus from the CTWC, is an amazing, strong statement for a return. And I think the most amazing thing about Broden Dab's play is, so Broden Dab still taps, and he had a little comment about why that is, and his explanation was that he's just lazy.
Yeah,
to the cheers of the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, rolling, it takes a lot of effort, and you know, it's a lot of work. So I definitely could contend with Broden there.
So yeah, I mean, with a year hiatus and not the same amount of time put into rolling, we could potentially see a Broden in the future with rolling be possibly unstoppable and once again part of this next generation of Tetris Masters. Already a part of this next generation of Tetris Masters.
Looks like we have a small misshot from Eric. Nothing too serious, as Eric's score right now is actually phenomenal. We are looking at 600K possible transition from Eric. Issue is Broden is also playing just a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, no, both players are gonna have some monster scores here, like we saw in that very first game today.
So far, both players cleaned up the well, just waiting on the long bar. There's one for Eric.
Wow, Broden with such gutsy placements there, able to do it cleanly.
Yeah, really just didn't want to burn there.
Yeah, that was aggressive, but it worked out. And the best players are gonna work it out in a way that makes you think they knew what pieces were coming.
Yeah, I mean, when you really take a deep dive into stacking, a lot of these placements that are being mined, the topography of their board is arranged in a way to where it's accommodating of as many pieces as possible. That's, the ideal stack. And these players are able to maintain that ideal formation of the board state.
And they're even moving the pieces. When they see the next piece, they're making an adjustment to make the piece or the board more accommodating.
Yeah, but things are about to start getting a lot more interesting because we are nearing level 19. We're going to see Eric being able to utilize that rolling, and we're going to see how Broden's going to deal with it because the scores are incredibly close. We are separated by just over a Tetris.
Yeah, this is a really close game. Scores are going to be monstrous. Broden hitting 600,000 points on transition right there. Eric not far behind. Eric having a couple of burns to give there. And does so efficiently.
Broden is going to be able to use that first post-transition long bar for a Tetris. Eric follows suit, but has a couple more complications now.
Yeah, Broden definitely being the cleaner of the two players throughout this game. Showing the accuracy of tapping.
Yeah, now up to 100,000 point lead. Eric's going to chop it back down to 73,000, but these are some incredibly high scores here.
Yeah. This is top level play at its best from two of the best in the world.
Yeah, and based on Eric's prior performance in the Honda Cup, I mean, Eric getting all the way to, I believe, level 39 was the highest level that Eric managed to get to. Broden needs this point advantage. There is 834 for Broden, 733 for Eric, and Eric actually with a misdrop.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar situation to the Scotto versus Fractal match where the roller is committing misdrops that lead to digs, and their tapping/hybrid counterpart is able to pull ahead in the lead. That's what we're seeing here. Eric building up dangerously high now. Any misdrop there would be lethal. Is able to dig that back down though.
Very nice burns. The issue is now Broden is up by 120,000 points. Pristine board. There it is, another Tetris for Broden. 900,000 on level 24.
This is going to be an amazing score here. Broden just tearing it up. Oh, it has to close the well there. Gets it back open. Nice burns from Tetris for Broden. 119,000 point lead at 940,000 points is a couple of Tetrises away from maxing out here, hitting 1 million points.
Only need 2 more. There it is, boom Tetris for Aaron. While Broden has been tearing it up, Eric has been able to basically burn it down and reset. Still now down by around 100,000 points. But there it is.
1 million points.
Eric with another misdrop, deciding to actually commit the long bar to fill in the dependency first.
Wow. Didn't have anywhere to go with that, but yeah.
We've discussed with it in the match between Fractal and Scotto how it is very important to have an ideal board state going into 29, and we're kind of seeing Eric maintain this. In fact, Eric is only 2 Tetrises away from a max, but a 150,000 point lead. And wait, we can't forget something. There is a chase down timer in Tetris Effect Connected.
That's right. And Broden can actually survive on 29, as we saw in the match versus Lei. And go up Tetris for Broden, 229 lines, so one more will get to level 29 speed. Kill screen. Eric on kill screen now, surviving quite well. So now Tapper versus Roller on the kill screen. Broden needs that left side. Needs
a couple more lines.
He's able to get some flat burns in there, but not enough to survive that.
Ooh, there was a Tetris right there, level 30. Now Eric just needs to chase down 100,000 points.
That middle is getting dicey. Oh.
Needs to get pieces over to the left here.
Power of rolling on display here. Eric getting the job done. 90,000 points to chase down.
And Broden actually got only a couple thousand points off of the former world record that he held. So he essentially almost matched his best game in TEC ever. And Eric just able to chop this lead down. Only needs 64,000 more points here. All right, able to get those pieces over to the left. A couple of tricky pieces, some dependencies forming.
Tetris gets it built up.
All right,
gets a triple.
Forced to take a triple there. But there it is. Boom, Tetris for Eric. Only a couple thousand more points needed. One more line will do it. And there it is. Eric takes game number 1, chasing down nearly 100.
Wow.
Oh, no, chasing down over 100,000 points on post 29 play.
Yeah, Broden just only able to survive a few moments after 29, but Eric showing that rolling gets the job done, able to complete the chase down.
That was ridiculous. I mean, you know, the world record before Huff and Eric decide to, you know, break it, you know, the world record was around 1.23 million. And Broden essentially getting 1 Tetris off of that. I mean, that is ridiculous. Broden almost got, you know, his best scoring game ever in TEC, and Eric was still able to chase it down.
Okay, so the players noticed that there wasn't a chase down timer, but it doesn't matter because he was able to do it within like a minute. They might reset the room, but we will see.
But wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
but both players did what they needed to do the best that they could and have that outcome. You know, double kill screen, double max out, and completing the chase down.
Yeah, that's kind of insane to think about because, I mean, Broden, you know, we're talking about that's probably been the biggest chase down that we've seen in the Honda Cup here, or maybe even TC in general. Well, post 29.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah, post 29, infinite play possible. If you have the skill and you've got the rolling and you're able to get the pieces over to the side and stack as well as Eric does, then yeah, you can keep playing and playing and playing. So a player like Broden, playing super accurately and with a really good Tetris rate, did what needed to be done, and just maybe having that timer play a factor. And like right now, they're actually working out whether they're going to reset the room or not, so that the timer can be visible. Might be the strategy for Broden.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of, you know, key moments in that particular game between Eric and Broden was the level 30 Tetris from Eric, you know, chopping the lead down to 100,000, and then I believe that was a level 34 Tetris. So, you know, we talk about points are starting to worth, you know, significantly more. Like going into 29, Tetris is worth 36,000, and every level it increases by 1,200.
Yeah, so if you make all your Tetrises and your points post 29, it's less work than having to do it beforehand, and the chase downs happen. As long as you do it within 2 minutes, you can complete the chase down.
Yeah. So for the time being, looks like we're getting a couple of things settled here. But
yeah,
what a first game. I mean, double 1.1 millions, like borderline 2 million or 1.2 million scores.
Yeah, we're already early on, and we're getting the double chase down, double kill screen. This is what you want to see at the highest level play, and this is what we knew the players were gonna bring, and we're already seeing it here in this grand finale to the Honda Fan Cup Tetris.
Yeah, I mean, it's considering, there were, a couple of issues from both players. The transition scores could have even been pushed higher. And, there were certain digs from, Eric that allowed Broden to build up such a lead. So imagine if those digs or those, small little misdrops didn't happen.
Yeah. Then, yeah, we'd see even bigger scores. And, imagine if Broden had lasted a bit longer after 29. We know Broden can do it. It's just a matter of executing on it and being able to survive and get those single burns and outlast your opponent. But that's why, Eric ICX is like the final boss, because Eric ICX has it all. The ability to play on 29, the great stacking.
Yeah, it's a tough road, and we actually are kind of potentially lined up to see a rematch between Eric and Huff. The two individuals that is like, hey, let's break every single record in classic score attack on TEC.
Yeah, week 2 during Honda Cup, that was amazing to see those matches unfold, and that's definitely a rematch that would be exciting. But all 8 players this week are just so stacked. I was like looking at the bracket, we actually had to decide what matches are we going to do in what order, and we're just like, well, they're all really good matches, so what do you do?
Yeah, the way that everything worked out, where all these players are just so evenly matched with each other, they have their respective skills, strengths. It's all really insane to see how it culminates here in the grand finale.
Yeah. And I'm, as a hyper tapping player myself, I'm happy to see the tappers just make such a strong statement in this event with both Scotto Bozo and Broden, like being tappers, doing what they need to do to survive and take wins and score high.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure things out, but we will be getting started shortly. But I guess we can talk about, both of these players, Broden, actually, one of the things that was said about Broden in a lot of their competitive matches in terms of, online competitive, was that they were one of the players who were known that being consistent semifinalists when they participated in CTM events. And if you look at where they're at right now, they're in the winners semifinals.
Right. So all that experience pays off.
Yeah. And then, of course, Broden actually did hold a couple of world records. I mean, obviously the world records in TEC, but there are world records in the PAL version, which is essentially the European equivalent of the American version of Tetris, which runs a little bit differently because of their CRTs over there being at 50 hertz as opposed to 60 hertz. And Broden was one of the few players to get like 800K before, players like Fractal, got 4 million and, going so far to break the color palette.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with Broden just kind of becoming a little more inactive during the rise of players like Fractal and Eric. So you could see Broden just getting back into it and then reaching that level now. Like, just with the play that we've seen Broden come out with in the last couple of weeks, I'm expecting to see great things.
Yeah, I mean, they've also shown great things in the past because they played in 3 CTWCs. They actually played in CTWC 2019, 2020, and 2022. And 2019, they got 13th place, but both in 2020 and this year, 2022, they got 6th place.
6th place, yeah. And that's, if you look at the entire history of the tournament, especially in this era, that is an amazing performance. There are not very many people who can say they placed that well within the last 3 years, because everything has been so very competitive, and there have been a lot of upsets, a lot of people that you might have expected to be in your top 8 that didn't make the top 8, but Broden has always been there. And then with the new wave of players like Fractal and Eric just being so dominant with their rolling technique and breaking all these records and being rivals, like, how do you compete with that? But somehow Broden's able to hang with that even after taking a break from the game.
Yeah, it's all insane when you really think about it, because the skill in 2019, it's lesser than how it is now. The skill in 2019 was far less than 2020, because if you just take a look at the cutoff, even though there was more seeds added, I believe there was 64 seeds in 2020. If you look at the cutoff for 2019, the cutoff was only like 680,000. And then the cutoff for top 64 ended up being 919,000. You almost needed to max to guarantee you have a spot. and that's a low seed, so you'll end up running up against someone like Joseph in the first round.
Yeah. So yeah, the scene has just changed exponentially in the past few years. There's been more eyes on it, and I'd like to say thank you to the Honda Fan Cup and to Xbox Game Pass for getting us on Xbox official Twitch channel to get more eyes on our scene, because what ends up happening is people will watch a match or two and they'll say, wow, this is actually really fun to watch. And then they'll get sucked into the rabbit hole of Classic Tetris and they'll start watching more videos and they'll learn about our community and our scene. And maybe they'll even take up the game, whether it's, playing on the old 8-bit system or with Tetris Effect connected here, which is, another thing that we're very thankful to have, is that enhanced, built a game and got put on Game Pass so people can play it if they have Game Pass. It's part of as part of your subscription. You get to try it out and, fall in love with any version of Tetris, whether it's modern or classic. So all these things coming together are getting Tetris out there for people to enjoy, and I just love seeing it. So thank you to the Honda Fan Cup and to Game Pass and Xbox for helping make all this happen.
And also these players for putting on a show, because we're only 2 matches in, and we've seen some insane games from these players. We've seen some insane storylines as well. But
it looks like we're set up now, and we've got the room set up so the chase down timer will show up, and here we go for round 2. 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Nice little combination of pieces right there.
It looks like they're able to set up the room so that the wins are all lined up and everything, so it's looking good. Eric with some burns.
I'm going to take some burns early on, and, I guess a good example, if you want to essentially a TLDR of CTWC, what Eric was able to do in the last game was a good TLDR, because there were several games where Eric's opponents was just simply outplayed them before 29, but the sheer survivability that Eric has in his back pocket allowed him to chase down scores of, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000 point deficits. And,
right.
That's something that Broden has to contend with.
Yeah. You need the accuracy, though. There's a misdrop there by Eric. So, once again, rolling seeming to, have infinite survival potential, but you still got to nail those placements and not make any misdrops. Eric solving that misdrop very cleanly, though.
Yeah, Broden actually not really able to capitalize too much. So we're going to stay kind of like in a neck-and-neck position here. Maybe a 1 Tetris lead for Broden.
Yeah. And Broden having to move the well around. Let's see if Broden moves it back over to the right. Looks like that's going to be the case.
Yep, we're same line count, separated by half a single in terms of point values. So, yeah, we are neck and neck here.
We are neck and neck. I was watching the Forza stream earlier and noticed that their casters were also using the term neck and neck. So that will be the unifying term of the day for you, the Fan Cup fans out there. Neck and neck.
Yeah. So far, though, really close game. You can tell that both players had a slightly rough start with the opener, just based on how close their score is, and it's around the lower end of where you're looking for a high 500, potentially even 600k transition. So with enough efficiency as possible, but currently these players both have a long way to go.
Yep. Let's see if Eric turns this into a journey or if it burns off the top. I think Eric is going to burn off the top, and that's going to get Broden half a Tetris lead.
Yeah. Say if there was actually one thing that is more distinct about Eric's playstyle when we take a look at all the rollers we have in the field, I'd say that Eric is the most disciplined and really tries to have an emphasis on survivability as opposed to going just, all in for efficiency.
That's important to have, and that could be the determining factor. And also I noticed that Eric very content to make the burns when necessary. Doesn't necessarily need to get the biggest lead, but will outlast you in the end when it all comes down to level 29 in speed. So that could be a powerful strat.
Yeah, but of course, still has to be accurate. I mean, you got to make it to 29 in order to, you know, reveal your ace, if you will.
That's right.
There's been, you know, a couple situations in this game alone where it's like, not sure if, you know, this is an ideal position because, you know, in addition to you being able to move the pieces over, sometimes you just need the pieces to cooperate.
Yeah. Eric missing a spin there, but burns out of it, no problem.
And Broden actually missing an I spin there as well. And missing an I spin in that particular formation could have been a prolonged and costly dig, but Broden found a way to navigate out of it with only 3 burn lines. That is insane. Might have to look at that later.
Yeah, both these players are experts at minimizing the amount of digging, the amount of burned lines, and that's what you need to do to excel in competitive Tetris.
416 for Broden, 405 for Eric.
Close game.
Slightly ahead in lines, but not enough for Broden to generate a massive lead like what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, both these players having the momentum, both in winner's bracket, having come out of their successive matches.
Yeah, of course, you know, losing this will send them down to the lower bracket, but, you know, already winning their first match, they've already, you know, increased what they'll be able to earn.
Right, yeah. The more you advance in the bracket, then you're already in the money.
Yeah, everyone that's playing today is going to get paid something, but the further you advance, the more you get paid. And of course, they're fighting for that first place spot, trying to get, you know, $3,000. And in the case of Eric, this is, you know, another championship right after CTWC. So,
I know. Yeah. Speaking of dominant year.
All right, Broden is going to get saved just in time for transition.
You want to get your board in shape right before the speed change there, and Broden gets it done. Eric with some misdrops and is going to need to do some cleaning, so this is Broden's chance to extend the lead now.
What a nice line spin over there from Eric. Being able to find that particular spin really going to help kind of burn this out. Might only spin a level burning with something that, or actually going to knock down a dirty Tetris into cleaning up.
Eric was demonstrating that, all year basically able to score the Tetrises where they come, and that's a vital tool. If you're able to misdrop, you can still turn your garbage into a Tetris.
Oh, that adjustment over there for Broden for a dirty Tetris as well. These players just making these last second adjustments to be efficient in areas that, you know, even as casters, I didn't think I'd see something like that.
No, that's the stuff for the highlight reel. That's the stuff we're going to be studying, you know, in the next year. This is the next generation of skill. Our players, you know, with the ability to survive, play at level 29 speeds, and make adjustments that we didn't think were possible.
Yeah, you know, having the ability to recognize is like, oh, wait, if I just rotate this piece one extra more, or, you know, move this piece a little bit to the left, I can get a dirty Tetris out of this and, you know, keep a clean stack. Because the lead really hasn't changed. Broden is still up by 31,000. They're matching each other's efficiency, which in the long run could actually be a problem for Broden.
That's right. So yeah, Broden wanting to get as many points as possible. We know Broden can survive a little bit on 29, but we know Eric can just go and go and go and last until, you know, perhaps the endurance runs out. But we haven't been there yet.
Yeah. Broden can survive while Eric essentially lives on 29. But 892 to now 931, still separated by this 30,000 point metric, which in terms of points, that's not a lot. That's only, you know, one Tetris at these later levels.
Right, and that's going to be even less significant past that.
There's Tetris for both Eric and Broden. Eric starting to push, you know, the boundaries a little bit more, going a tad bit more aggressive than what we are used to seeing.
Yeah, Broden playing aggressive, gets a Tetris with a max out, 1 million points.
And same can be said for Eric.
Yep.
We are at, oh, the adjustment over there by Broden. Wow. Trying to really avoid taking any burn lines, trying to squeeze this level for every Tetris that he can. He's able to knock down one.
Wow.
For another.
Super efficient.
Literally a flawless 28 over there for Broden.
Yeah, wants to get in better shape. Good flat burns, that's what you need to do to survive here.
Yeah, needs a couple of cooperating pieces. Oh, able to tap that all the way over. Look at that. 29 battles, 7,000 points in the lead.
Broden doing what it takes as a tapper to survive here in 29.
And Broden, again, if you look at the score, this is very close to his PB as well. In fact, a couple more lines and we're going to be looking at a 1.2. And there it is, 1.2 for Broden.
Broden going and going, showing that movement is still possible. And Eric also just looking really good, really clean. The power of rolling on Eric's side.
Level 32 for both players. Eric was trying to get set up for a Tetris. Eyepiece came a tad bit too late, so gonna just take a triple.
We'll weather the storm. This is amazing. Look at this. Both players at the bottom, burning those lines, surviving.
And Broden's the tapper.
Yep, Broden's the tapper.
This is insane.
Tapping is not dead. Tapping is not dead. Say it with me. Tapping is not dead.
Tapping is not dead. 1.25 million. And oh, Broden with a couple of misdrops. But I think that might be a PB for Broden. The issue is that's only 50,000 point chase down for Eric.
So yeah, not much of a chase down left for Eric. And Eric just getting it done. Also surviving for prolonged periods. Minute and 40 on the clock, so plenty of time. You know, Broden might want to examine the strategy of pushing down, because if this chase down happened sooner because of the push down, then that might have made a difference. But it looks like Eric is down to 3,000 points, 2,000, and does it with a double. And Eric's going to take that round.
I mean, that is insane. You know, going from a high 1.1 into a 1.2. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's Broden's PB. So before Eric and Huff would have came in, that would have been the equivalent of a world record. And once again, level 39 over here for Eric. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to the Honda Fan Cup, records are being smashed, broken, and torn apart, torn asunder from their places.
Wow.
This is Tetris.
And I believe that's the first no, it's going to be the second back-to-back 1.1 plus score that we've seen here in TEC from both players. You know, there was the Huff versus Eric matchup. And so just what a phenomenal way to kind of conclude game number 2. And now Broden, I mean, there's not much that Broden could have done. I mean, he played as efficient as he could. Eric just so happened to keep up with efficiency on 19 on the post-transition speeds. They were both absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, the survival there, that's exactly what you want to see. And seeing a tapper, you know, last that long post-29 is nothing short of inspiring. So now I have to wonder, you know, will Broden take up rolling, or will tapping, you know, continue to live on 2023 and beyond?
Yeah, but so far it looks like Broden is off to a better start here. I'm seeing the eyepieces coming pretty often as well, so could be seeing, you know, another situation where both players are able to get that kind of 600k transition that you look for.
Yeah, Eric making up some points there.
Yeah, a little bit piece dependent though, so is going to be relying on the eyepiece. Fortunately, one does come, doesn't really burn out anything yet, so gonna have to take a couple of burns here.
Yeah. Oh, opens it right back up.
And oh, Broden set up for a dirty Tetris. And the eyepiece comes. Boom, Tetris for Broden.
Yeah, when you talk about aggressive play, that's the one. You know, you're built up that high. Go for that dirty Tetris, and Broden making it happen there. Eric doing the same.
Yeah, and
doesn't get the right pieces to make it a dirty Tetris.
It's going to be a split triple. But really great job on both Broden and Eric to kind of deal with that piece sequence. And, you know, that's one of the beauties of, you know, having same piece sets. You can really see, you know, both of these players, how they're able to manage. And that adjustment by Eric to knock down a double Tetris, that's crazy.
Yeah. No, that's both players just capable of adjustments and just not only making the right plays, but then doing them in a context that's almost inhuman. Just frames worth of precision that you need to have to do that. Look at all those Tetrises raining from Eric's side, but Broden's still up to a 113,000 point lead. What is going on? These players are just out of this world today.
In terms of burn lines, Broden right now is burned very few. He's going to have to burn some because honestly, those pieces were very difficult to navigate through, or rather to try and find a super efficient solution.
That's as good as it gets. Look at that.
But Eric is able to find some efficiency as Broden is having to try and burn through this. Finally able to open up the well, knock down the Tetris.
Yeah.
And you actually mentioned it, you know, one of the strats might be to push down, and you can actually see Broden is employing that push down strategy here.
That's right. Ahead by 10 lines. Was for a moment there.
And I mean, that's kind of a tough situation because the way, oh, actually, this is a tough situation. Broden needs an eyepiece. Set up for a dirty Tetris, but an eyepiece needs to come. This is no longer a Tetris. It's going to be a triple. Still going to survive.
But yeah, left that possibility open for as long as he could. And gets burned back down, but that's going to cost him lines and cut the lead in half.
Still not a friendly situation for Broden. Still having to navigate through this.
Yeah, he's starting to open it up. Had to cover the well, put weight on that there. Okay. Yeah, just not ideal pieces coming to solve this when it's needed. Yeah, that's gonna be a dig.
Yeah, and with that Tetris, Alan is now falling, or Broden is now falling behind Eric.
Yeah, just this dig is taking a lot longer than anyone was counting on.
Going for that placement might have been a tad bit risky, and we are only 8 lines away from the transition. Oh no, couple S's. Broden's in trouble, and Broden's gonna top out at 436.
And Eric is gonna complete the sweep, taking all 3 rounds and the match. But what a performance by Broden.
I mean, that is insane. Broden getting, you know, the back-to-back 1.19 plus scores. And of course, you know, Eric chasing down those 2 games in 29, really showing you why he is your world champion for 2022.
Yeah, Broden was strong in those games, but Eric is just showing why he's a Classic Tetris World Champion, current reigning champion, able to just play on 29 and line out or chase down or whatever it takes to take the victory. Eric ICX is capable of it.
100%. Hey, gang, I got to tell you, if there's one thing I have learned from this is that Eric deserves the WC next to his name. That is for sure. But let's real quick talk about some of the things we saw. Specifically, you know, I think there's a theme here in terms of setting yourself up correctly to take on those transitions into the higher levels here, Sharky. And I feel like we just saw Eric do that with deadly precision.
Yeah, I mean, and if we were to make a comparison match between Fractal and Scotto, Fractal does have the ability to roll, but the biggest difference is that Eric anytime they reach 29, or generally the time they reach transition, even at level 19, Eric got the board to where, okay, I can survive this and be comfortable. Fractal was put under a lot of pressure, being down by a Tetris in that decider, and making that misdrop on 28 just was unreally able to consolidate the board into a comfortable position.
Well, comfortable position is an interesting phrase because and I will say this for Chris's benefit: tapping is not dead. If we saw it, we saw it in round number 2. Once we headed past level 34, mind blown.
Yeah, you don't expect to see a tapper. Well, what ended up happening was a lot of tappers turned to rolling, but Brodendamp retaining tapping, able to survive like that is, like I said, nothing short of inspiring. Will we see Broden continue this into the future, or will Broden take up rolling? And if Broden takes up rolling, will we see an invincible roller like we see in Eric ICX?
Absolutely, and I think Sharky, that's it's funny in the earlier rounds when we had such a chasm between the rollers and the tappers and the dots, whatever. There was an element to this where I was like, what's the virtue of not rolling? I kept thinking this is such like a big domination kind of playstyle, and yet here we are watching these incredible people, these incredible players unfold their play style and say, no, tapping's not dead. I mean, obviously, you know, Eric came out on top here, but like, I feel like that was such an interesting moment of transition for me as a viewer watching this unfold for the very first time.
Yeah, for a lot of people, I mean, rolling is a very hard technique to learn. And a lot of people, whenever they stick with their play style, they just want to prove like what they can do, push their play style to the limits. And I think Broden did a fantastic job getting, you know, not only being incredibly efficient, I mean, 1.19 in the first game and then 1.25 in the second game, back to back, carrying, you know, trying to prevent Eric from gaining momentum. I think Broden showed a really good job of, you know, how far tapping can be pushed here on TEC alone.
Absolutely. And I want to bring back that phrase chase down because first of all, I'm 100% stealing that. I love that phrase. I think it tells you, it says so much, Chris, about what these players are up against and more importantly, what they can do to attain that momentum, to wrangle it back again. I'm just curious. Eric showed us that he can chases down more than 100,000 points, after level 29. You said it could be the biggest post-29 chase down in Honda Fan Cup history.
Yeah, the chase down is critical. If your opponent has a massive lead, but you're able to play in 29, then it's all about managing your stack, making sure that you don't misdrop into a situation that you can't burn out of. You want to make sure that you don't end up in a situation where you can't move the piece all the way over to the left or to the right and burn. And Eric was doing just that and able to complete pretty much all the chase downs.
I mean, watching Eric is like, geez, I'm just going to sit back here and sit mouth agape. It's totally fine. But as we talk about our last match, let's look forward to the next one because we've got Scotto versus Hufflepuffus, which, by the way, silly name, certainly strikes fear in my eyes here, Sharky, because this is a lobby that is scarier than I have seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Huff versus Scotto. Scotto has already pulled off one upset, so there's a lot going, you know, a lot of momentum. I was able to defeat, you know, Fractal, the runner-up for this year's CTWC, but now he faces another runner-up to a world champion. Huff, you know, placed second in 2021, so Scotto yet again has to climb another mountain. And if Scotto is able to overcome Huff, having to, you know, play as solid and consistently as he did up against Fractal, then he has the luxury of playing a world champion in the winners finals, assuming Scotto is able to defeat Huff. But also at the same time, Huff is the person that currently has all the world records, the score world record, the level world record here in TEC.
I mean, sorry, Sharky, keep going. I'm just
no, you're good.
Like, how do you go up against the world? How do you go up? I mean, all of these players are so incredible. All of these players at the top of their game. How do you go up against one with the WC next to their name? I don't know. But either way, I'm going to go ahead and let you two bring us through this competition here. If I have anything exciting to say, I'll jump in. But for the moment, GG's, well done. I'm just going to sit here and try my best to glean some from this talented group of Tetris players.
So I have an interesting observation in that, well, Scotto just took out Fractal, but Hufflepuffus was the one to take out Eric ICX. like in the Honda Cup qualifier. So both of these guys have taken out these final boss class rivals, and now they're fighting each other. What's going to happen? I am excited.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's always the prospect of if Huff is able to defeat Scotto here, we get the rematch to possibly one of the greatest series that we've seen, or if you ask me, the greatest series that we've seen in Honda Cup so far, which was that match between Huff and Eric.
That's right, yeah. All leading up to this, and this was before we knew that Eric ICX would be the current reigning world champion.
Yeah, but of course, our focus is now on the game. Scotto has a similar win condition, and the thing that's going to make this more difficult, and you can already see a little bit of a couple of missteps over there from Huff, is we've seen what Huff is capable of. Huff has kind of like the same prowess that Eric does in terms of 29 playability here on TEC.
That's right. Absolutely. That's what, I mean, you can't even take games away from Eric unless you're able to do that, and Huff having been able to prove that in the past, yeah, Scotto's going to have to go up against that once again after coming off the victory with Fractal.
But so far, Scotto is doing a good job. That one misdrop allowed Scotto to kind of generate just over half a Tetris lead. And that's kind of what you have to do. Both these players are on the same piece sets. We've already established that. They get the long bars, you know, the same amount of long bars. If Scotto can get in a position where he's regularly utilizing these long bars for Tetrises while Huff cannot, we can start to see a little bit of a lead start to kind of snowball, at least going into level 19.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing this similar story, you know, with either the tapper or the hybrid player coming out to an early lead with the precision, and then the roller committing more mistakes leading up to level 29 or even 19 for that matter, but then completely able to complete the chase down that's required. So whether that will be repeatable for Scotto, it's going to be super interesting here when in this second roller versus hybrid battle.
Yeah, Scotto right now looks like it's having a little bit more of a better accuracy in terms of being able to score Tetrises reliably over Huff at the moment. But also we can see Huff, you know, able to kind of keep up with Scotto too, just really nailing that stuff.
Yeah, you can see Huff's piece movement just flying the pieces over to the left to dispose of them when needed. That's one of the powers of rolling.
291,000 for Scotto and 251,000 for Huff. Scotto able to kind of break away a little bit, but in terms of scores, we are looking at some pretty strong games here.
That's right.
And, you know, like we mentioned before, these players are, you know, they're fighting for a spot in the winners finals, where we have Eric waiting in the wings, and you know, currently Eric is playing Guitar Hero while waiting.
Wow. Well, I guess that's one way to keep the fingers warm. As Alexei Pajitnov says, do your fingers.
Yeah, right now Huff actually deciding to hold out for a T-piece to set up for that dirty Tetris and convert it over. And I gotta say, that's some discipline on Huff's end.
Yeah, that's the efficiency that you want to get. You know, if you see a situation like that and have an accommodating playfield like that, then go for it. Huff getting the job done, scoring every bit that's possible.
Yeah, being able to recognize that, you know, creating a J piece would have actually prolonged the burn by, I mean, at least one line. And seeing that as like, I'm going to wait for preferably an L piece or a T piece, and being able to hold out allows Huff to kind of stay within this 30,000 point range.
Yeah, the Huff's super efficient, right up there with Scotto. So this is going to be a close game no matter what. Huff built up for a couple of Tetrises, get a neck and neck with this. If the long bars came, triples into a Tetris, and boom, Tetris for Huff. We are neck and neck.
Scotto having to do just a little bit of burning here. And there it is, boom, Tetris for Scotto. Still holding on to this lead.
Up with a very interesting spin tuck there.
But we're going to hit level 19. 2 Tetrises remain. Looking at a potential 500k transition for Huff. Scotto was already there. And Huff is going to fall just short. And Huff could be setting up for a center wall.
Yeah, that looks to be the case. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Only having to take 2 burn lines to get back to the right-hand side.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful setup by Huff there.
Scotto, on the other hand, was going to transition with a 550 transition. So, kind of doing what need to be done, but things are only going to get harder from here.
Right. Strong games by both players.
And Huff going for that tuck, able to knock down a Tetris, trying to get set up for another, and is ready. Scotto still only with now actually lost the lead following that Tetris. It's going to regain it, but we're only separated by 1 Tetris, and so we can see some back and forth action happening here.
Yeah, this is a really strong game from Huff. Just getting the right solves and keeping efficient with the score here. Plus, with all that movement from the rolling, not making too many misdrops.
Another Tetris for Huff. Gonna have to take a couple of burns, and actually gonna kind of reset the stack and burn all the way down.
Interesting. Yeah, it takes the less aggressive play there, but keeps the stack in textbook condition, which is, having the well on the right and then burning it off when you have to. Bang down the Tetris like that.
Yeah, 759 for Scotto, 721 here for Huff. Scotto actually going with row 2 is going to knock it down. Starting to pull away slightly. Huff is going to make Scotto work for this.
Yeah. And with the points worth more, the deeper we venture past level 19, we'll see if there's this separation is going to continue. Okay, Huff with a misdrop there on the left. He's got to create a hole there, so that's going to take some burning.
Yeah, Scotto eyepiece dependent. Going to also have to do some burning. Very nice solution. Would love to get a J piece. Just going to burn it all the way down. And Huff actually has the lead, scoring that dirty Tetris to increase it further.
Yeah, Huff on the offensive there, taking the riskier solution and is rewarded with the lead now, 50,000 points up. Is going to have to build off of row 2.
Scotto missing that Z spin.
So another thing that we haven't talked about yet is that tapping is actually much more demanding on the hands than rolling is. And as tappers play deeper into the tournament, will we see endurance become a factor versus the rollers?
Yeah, because we're talking about, these matches, they're best of 5, so you're having to play a lot of these matches constantly. And to play them at a high level, to be accurate, especially with how physically demanding tapping is, there's bound to be, some mistakes that happen. And no, Scotto's in trouble and is down by 100,000 points as Huff is just recently maxed out.
Yeah, maxed out kill screen. So Huff now showing the power of rolling, surviving here in 29. And Scotto's going to pop out. And Huff takes the first round.
Yeah, 1,096,000 points. Huff takes game 1. And they were close all the way up until around level 25. Scotto missed a Z-spin and couldn't really recover quickly enough to stay, kind of close with Huff's current score at that time.
Yeah, back when the meta was dash versus tapping, there was always the argument that it's like, well, tapping, is a lot more strenuous on your hands. Can you do this for years and years? Is there a better way to do this? And rolling was the solution. Which is a lot more energy efficient and less wear and tear on the hand. So as this day progresses, we're doing best 3 out of 5 matches here. Will we see a drop in performance from the tappers?
Yeah, but if that is also the case, then, we could see maybe not necessarily a drop in performance, but a way that they decide to stack. Because tappers can generally feel whenever, they're feeling fast, if you will. And in certain cases, if they are noticing it's like, all right, I'm not fast right now, maybe I'm going to go for a more conservative stacking style.
That's true. And if a lot of players...
Go ahead.
with players having experienced, the generation of play with DAS versus tapping, their stacking style can adapt to a less risky style that, enables you not to rely on rolling or tapping.
Yeah, so far, Huff is able to have a lead here. Scotto, really annoying hole right there in column 4. Still going to knock down a Tetris, but now has to find a way to navigate through it. And Huff having to do a little bit of burning too.
Gets the weird bits. Sets up the Tetris with it.
The J-piece comes. This could actually be an ideal burnout. And, RNG being RNG.
Ooh, nice dirty from Scotto there.
Boom, Tetris for Huff in column 8. And is actually set up for a column 9. So got a little Tetris bingo action going on.
Opting to spend 3 eye pieces for the next Tetris. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Scotto also aggressive.
Going for the column 4.
Maintaining it, yeah. There it is. Boom, dirty column 4 Tetris for Scotto.
And could actually swap it over to a column 6. Oh, very nicely done. If the eyepiece actually comes soon, this could result in a perfect transfer, but covers up that column 10 with that T-piece. Both these players showing how versatile they are, all around the board. Yes, this might be the most efficient to go for the right well, but also showing that if the pieces kind of bring them in that kind of way, they can roll with the punches and score efficiently that way.
Yeah, turn it into a Tetris if you can, and that's the next what do you call it? The next level of thinking, 4D thinking that it takes to succeed.
Yeah, really tough pieces for Scotto here. Just really a lot of jagged pieces, and if you don't have a spot for said jagged piece that you get, it really can add some very complex problems to your board. And now Scotto's kind of forced to have to burn just to survive, to have to deal with it. And even if the long bar does come, it's not going to be a Tetris, it's going to be a triple.
Yeah. So will Scotto build on top? No, just going to burn all the way back down, more holes forming along the way. So that's going to affect Scotto's efficiency, and Huff's going to grow this lead now at 143,000 points. And is Tetris ready?
This is quite an insane game from Huff. 445 here at 91 lines. This is almost 650,000 K transition territory.
Yeah, it's got to be a monster score from Huff. So Huff looking really good right now. Perfect position. Boom, Tetris for Huff, 162,000 point lead now.
Yeah, Huff really wants, to be able to play up against Eric. And of course, these players, they want to stay in the upper bracket. Yes, it's double elimination, but you have a massive advantage going into the grand finale.
Yeah, and there's dangerous players everywhere in the bracket. You got Fractal on lower bracket, and you've got Eric and, waiting in winners. So no one is safe. It's just stacked all the way through.
Yep. So far, 560 here for Huff. This is a massive transition.
Yeah. Yeah, Scotto's got his work cut out for him, even at this point.
And there's already, the disadvantage going on the level 29. So Scotto is going to have to really push it here on the post transition, and also hope that Huff runs into some kind of situation where they're not scoring as much. Huff is going to actually try and go for the 670. Needs an L piece in order to do so. Oh, now needs an I piece. One to get set up and then one to go for a Tetris, but doesn't look like he's going to come.
They're both going through this drought, and Scotto pulls out early and takes the burns. Still waiting for the long bar, hoping to get the Tetris, and does. simul Tetris there. Both players virtually in the same piece in the set. So if they're both Tetris ready, they'll both score. Huff with some junk now forming. He's gonna have to burn some lines in the future there. Let's see how cleanly it can get solved.
I like how Huff is going to kind of seal off that massive chasm on the right-hand side and deal with that hole first.
Scotto had some problems there.
Oh,
too.
no.
Wasn't able to build or clear that off, and is going to top out there. And Huff takes that second round with authority, with a huge point lead and just a better board. Scotto not able to get that situation under control in time.
Yeah, 712,000 at level 20. That is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, we could see, a roller sweeping a tapper like 2 games in a row, which is, me as a tapper, I find that rather disheartening, but maybe that will be inspiring to players to take up rolling. We shall see.
Yeah. And I mean, these players, especially, Eric and Huff, having to relearn timings essentially here on TEC.
That's right.
It's definitely a little bit of pain there, but as soon as they got the timings down, you can really see the benefits of learning TEC.
Yeah, and players were intentionally, I think I talked to Fractal about this, I was intentionally not playing TEC prior to CTWC to maintain their classic Tetris timings, on the original hardware. So there's a bit of a ramp that they had to climb in the last 2 weeks after the CTWC in Portland to get up to speed on this one for the money and the big cash prize here.
Yeah, but right now, Huff with a pretty good opener. One Tetris more efficient than Scotto, but both players with some very clean stacks.
Yeah. Beautiful stacks, both Tetris ready, but now they're gonna have to skim off the top because of the lack of a long bar, but there it is for Scotto, and there it is for Huff. Boom, Tetris.
And small little misdrop over there from Huff. Probably tried to make the rotation, but did it a tad bit too late and couldn't really adjust the positioning.
Yeah, so that's gonna cause some burns. Nothing too bad. Looks like to be able to solve out of that pretty efficiently. Might get a triple off that if the long bar comes.
Yeah. As a result, though, Scotto was able to overcome the deficit and is now actually one Tetris in the lead. As both players fight through yet again another drought.
Hey, Huff back in the clear. Boom, Tetris for Huff, and boom, Tetris for Scotto.
$39 to now $203 and around the 50 line mark. So we're looking at some mid 500K transitions.
Yeah, strong games from both. There's some burning here and there, but overall, they're able to maintain their Tetris rate.
The boards haven't really been in too much trouble. There's been, one noticeable drought, but they were both able to handle it, very well.
Nice adjustment by Scott there, keeping the board clean and efficient.
Huff looking for a... Oh, actually, wow, that adjustment by Huff, that was insane. Instead of setting up the T-spin dependency, Huff decided to make the adjustment to create a Z-spin dependency as well, because that has more solutions possible. You can either go for a Z-spin, or you can hold out and just go for a T-tuck. And
right,
that's just insane to be able to recognize that at the moment that Huff did.
Yeah, Huff solves right now on point. Just a clinic in piece placement, keeping the board accommodating, and with those clever solves. I mean, that's why Tetris is so fun to watch, because sometimes you'll see players do something you wouldn't have thought of, and it's amazing.
Yeah, especially, when we talk about the whole entire premise of adjustments is in allowing for increased efficiency and not having to hold out for certain pieces and then forced to burn lines to compensate. It's kind of allowed Huff to kind of stay within this 30,000 point range deficit. Oh my gosh! Did you just see that from Scotto?
I saw something. I'm trying to figure out what it was.
Scotto did a tuck and then did 2 rotations at the last second in order to get the T piece from a right facing orientation to a left facing orientation. That is the first time I've seen that done in TEC.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to go back to the tape and really study this one, aren't we, Sharky?
Yeah,
this event has been insane.
Really amazing. We are nearing the transition.
Yeah. Speaking of nearing the end, we usually think that Tetris season is over, once the Portland Retro Gaming Expo is done, but Honda Fan Cup, it has produced some of the greatest matches we've ever seen.
Yeah, you had the Honda Fan Cup, there was CTWC, then there was, of course, the Tetris Effect Connected World Championship, and now there's the Honda Cup. All in the month of October, too.
Yep. It's setting a new standard, for and in years to come. Geez, where are we going to go next? It's crazy, and I'm excited. Can't wait to take this ride with you.
Yeah, right now, though, Huff, some minor complications. Yeah. Should be able to dig out of this efficiently. All right,
Probably trying to stay out of trouble, yeah. I think Huff was trying to stay out of trouble for transition there, and
yeah, Huff has the innate advantage in this set, though. Is up 2-0. All the pressure is on Scotto, and Scotto, at the end of the day, has to force Huff to play 29.
Right. And yeah, Scotto definitely wanting to stay in this match here. Winner's bracket position on the line.
Yeah, and having to go down there to the bottom bracket where, you have players like Broden and Fractal and Smooth, not necessarily ideal position to be in. So want to try and keep at least this match alive by taking game 3. But Huff is not making it easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, winner's semis. I mean, this is definitely already stating a case for if you win, then you're going to get guaranteed more money. Okay, good clean stacks on both. Scotto taking some burns.
And all right, eyepiece comes just in enough time for Scotto. Middle of the stack was kind of getting a little hilly there.
Scotto really managing the aggression. Staying just right on the line, being Tetris ready.
Yeah. Another eyepiece Strauss, though, is going to be able to knock down a Tetris right there. Still holding on to this 80,000 point lead.
Yeah, surprisingly. And Huff with a clean board now. Bangs down to Tetris there.
Same as Scotto, 854 to now 771. And the way that both of these players have been playing 19 this game has been incredibly clean.
Yeah, I'm looking at both, trying to watch both boards at the same time, and the kinds of moves and the placements that they're pulling off. I mean, this is a really great match here. Definitely. Yeah,
the boards actually looked borderline identical right there going into 25. But Scotto having to do some burning here. Opens up the well. Very smart decision right there.
Yeah.
But, a little bit of a burst. Able to navigate through it just fine. Still up by 80,000 points.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Like, it's just staying the same. I mean, Huff's been scoring, no question. But Scotto's been remaining with the points efficiency here, even post 19. But 29 is coming. They are hurtling at light speed to level 29, and it's all a matter of how big can Scotto get that lead, because we know that Huff's chase down ability on 29 is going to be a matter.
Scotto was able to get a double Tetris into a max, but oh my gosh, 30 left on Tetris for Huff, and Scotto's going to top out.
Oh, man. So the chase down, only 32,000 points. Huff banged down the triple there on level 29.
Still not the most comfortable. The board's been built up a little bit, and there is a massive amount of... Yeah. but 10 more lines will do it. Oh, that triple's massive. One more line.
And
Do it, and there it is.
Huff completing the sweep, sending Scotto to the lower bracket.
I mean, what a fantastic post transition from both players. Like, they kept the lead or the deficit the same throughout, all the way up until level 28.
Yeah. Now that was both players giving it their all, and they're really showing a lot of great solves.
Yeah, but what a set. But now that means that we're gonna have a rematch between our grand finalists from week 2 of the Honda Cup, Huff versus Eric.
Yeah, this is the rematch that we've been excited about. We weren't expecting, well, no one could know what to expect, but Huff took out Eric and then qualified for the Honda Cup, and then Eric won CTWC and got into the Honda Cup. So now they're back, and it's gonna get crazier than ever. Now they're both warmed up on TEC. Let's go.
They are definitely warmed up. I'd say so far they're pretty hot going into some of these competitions. Certainly coming into these farther into our bracket system. I want to mention, I was looking in chat during that last round. Brian CH said, every time I look at one board, Sharky, something interesting happens in the other. There is just no way to keep your eyes on both, because at this point it has been, well, to Chris's point, neck and neck.
Yeah, it's been truly phenomenal, especially in that last game. A lot of things that were performed to just increase efficiency by maybe saving 1 or 2 lines. Scotto with the double rotation on the T, Huff with the adjustment to have for a more accommodating setup. It was amazing to watch, especially me as a player and a commentator. Seeing that is like, oh, I need to look at this later, see if I can recognize that pattern myself.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say, Chris, you mentioned that as well. This is one of those moments where you take a look at the game tape, because Chris, you kept mentioning highlights. These are highlight reel moments. These are actual highlight reel moments, and I think that's such an important aspect to mention, and that you have been within this Honda Fan Cup, is that we're seeing things that are unusual and extraordinary.
Yeah, players are pushing each other to do better, and these little adjustments, being able to, within frames, of timing precision, pull off these tucks and these last-second adjustments, and be able to recognize the piece formations and then change their plan based on the next shape that comes. It's just incredible to see, and you can't take it all in. 2 players playing against each other. It's a catch-22. You want to have this great competition, and you want to learn more about the game by watching these players, and it's so fun to watch, but having it all hit you at the same time is almost too much for a person watching it to handle. So appreciation to the players for putting on such a great show and making this something worth watching again.
Absolutely, and I think as we talk about, we're going to look at those brackets here shortly, but Sharky, I want to talk about the TEC timing, because Chris had mentioned it a couple of times, but one of those things I think we always forget. We forget the people behind the controllers, and in this case, there was a pretty steep learning curve that happened in the last 2 weeks for some of these players.
Yeah, the way that the TC timing works, I mean, if you want to be as accurate and have as much time, I guess you can say, in terms of frames as possible, then you would buy an NES and you would play the original Tetris version on a CRT. This is essentially like that, except for you have to deal with, input latency, and then maybe you might not have the best monitor, or, all these different factors. And so these players are having to readjust to the timings in order to be as accurate with the placements that they are being shown in today's matches.
Absolutely. Speaking of today's matches, let's take a look at what those brackets are telling us here. Oh my goodness. Okay, Chris, let's break it down here. We've obviously gone through most of our winners' semifinals, and of course that winners' final, that is the battle of the ages.
Yeah, so we're going to get that rematch, Eric ICX versus Hufflepuff, which was what we had as our grand finals on the Fan Cup Week 2. And then on the bottom, it looks like, I'm not sure if we're going to be broadcasting this, but it looks like Scotto Bozo is going to be going against Smooth. Smooth being the final qualifier from Honda Cup Week 4, which was just last week, against Scotto Bozo. And then I believe on the other channel is going to, maybe even going right now, is Brodendap versus Fractal. So they're going to be playing the winner of Scotto Bozo versus Smooth. So Fractal against the Tapper again, and Scotto Bozo versus I think Smooth is Tap. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Sharky, anything from this bracket you want to call out here? I mean, it's so interesting to hear, these players, a lot of them, as we mentioned, coming into this with momentum, coming into this with world records, coming into this and showcasing some PBs. Like, what can you tell us? What are your headlines looking at this graphic?
I mean, looking at this, I am most excited for Eric versus Huff because in terms of where they rank in, the competitive scene, they're third in ELO and Huff is sixth in ELO. So we're talking about our top, two members of our top six. And not only that, over the past 3 years, Eric has set 24 world records. Huff himself has set around 18 world records, but the majority of Huffs have been broken. Eric has the current highest score and highest level in the game. So there's a lot, to unpack there. Both of these players, they already broke world records here on the Honda Cup. And I have a feeling that with their playability, we might see it again.
I mean, it's an inevitability in my mind at this point. We've seen these players, not only have they found themselves here in this tournament because they have shown that they can perform under the pressure, but here they are making their way, clawing their way, or in the case of Huff, in the case of Eric, dominating their way, Chris, with 3-0 wins here in that, what I could say is a pretty scary semifinal.
It's time to bust out the brooms because there's sweeps on both sides there. Both of these players swept their prior opponents, and now they're going against each other with all the momentum. It's going to be an epic clash. And with both of them, with rolling capability, and with survival capability past 29, how far will it go? We shall see.
Oh, and we shall see. Absolutely. In fact, it's gonna be one of those moments that I am sure. And I love, Chris, that you brought into this, that we are seeing this game be broken in the best possible way. As a game dev, I'm sure they look at this and go, well, let's see let's find that ceiling and go for it. And these players have done it again and again with those world records, with those PBs, not just in the TCWC, but also here, of course, as you mentioned, in the Honda Fan Cup, which we got to give huge props to Honda Fan Cup. And Honda, thank you so much for allowing us to really put on and showcase the talent that is these players. But guess what? We're not done yet with the Honda Fan Cup. No, the Honda Fan Cup says, no. We're going to do another 1v1, but this time they're going to be going for the Halo Infinite 1v1 tournament. It'll be next month. You can put those skills to the test for $20,000 across 4 weeks of qualifiers, with that finale happening January 7th. Registration opening soon at start.gg/Xbox. And of course, as we mentioned, a huge thank you to Honda for making this Honda Fan Cup possible. And of course, if you want to check out the all-new HRV in action, there is that link that we're going to post in chat. There it is, right, ready to go. Certainly something to look forward to. And of course, January 7th couldn't come soon enough. I love, by the way, gents, that we are talking about Halo Infinite 1v1, because now, Sharky, we're taking a look our 1v1, our neck and neck, and here they are. These two faces, lovely and delightful as they are, really send shivers of fear through this lobby.
Oh yeah, most certainly. I mean, we've already seen just a little taste of what they were able to do, convincingly winning their matches. But both of these players are now going up against each other, around the same skill set, around the same potential, which is borderline infinite. And actually, in this particular setup, Huff actually has the lead in terms of matches up against each other. Huff has won 2 matches against Eric, while Eric has only won 1 against Huff. So Eric could be coming into this with a little vengeance to tie up the series 2-2.
Absolutely. Hey, Chris, how does this, I mean, you both, Sharky and Chris, you both have, been a major part of this community. You've been with this community online. When you come down to it, there seems to be some sort of X factor, I assume, because now as you mentioned, Sharky, we've got these 2 players. They're coming in, both have swept. Both have some very specific qualifications that got them in here, and certainly both are practice and pros. But what's that X factor that you think is going to really make the difference in this last round here for this semifinal?
What we've seen lately is it comes down to players pushing each other. It comes down to the rivalry. It comes down to forcing your opponent to dig deeper, do that extra thing, to go that extra mile. We saw it in the CTWC final where it was Fractal versus Eric. They were the two rivals that went in with 14 max outs qualifying. They were sitting next to each other, pushing each other until one of them emerged. And we're seeing that happen over the course of today. Now we have two players pushed to the point where they swept their prior opponents and now have all the momentum going against each other. So it's really going to be a matter of just whoever digs a little bit deeper. And they're so evenly matched. We saw Eric ICX come out ahead in CTWC, but then Huff actually had the victory over Eric the last time around in Honda Fan Cup. So I can't even predict who's going to come out on top. The X factor is all up to them, and we'll see it unfold before our very eyes. And no matter who loses, we're the winners for getting to witness it all.
I was gonna say, Sharky, this harkens me back to like the fighting game community in a lot of ways, because you have this it's a big, great community, but there's also this pro scene that seems to be just very niche, very ready to go, this group of people who are just neck and neck. And I know, Chris, we talk about it all the time, neck and neck. We're just going to keep, you know what, that's the name of this tournament. It's the Honda Fan Cup Neck and Neck Tetris Tournament. I think that makes sense, right? I think we can all agree. But, Sharky, at this point, each player has named the lobster. They know who they're going up against, and I just can't get over this aspect of this tournament.
I mean, it's truly insane. I've only been here in this scene for 3 years, and seeing how much it's evolved, especially, players like Eric and Huff coming in, shortly after me and being, the world champion and the runner-up for 2021. It's all just insane to watch it unfold, and then having to see these players play up against each other and forced to push each other to the very limit, because they know they have infinite scoring potential. It's just who's going to fold first.
Absolutely. And I like that you brought that up here, because Chris, you had mentioned earlier on when we talk about the difference in play style and the endurance, because that, especially now, we're talking at this point, these players have played multiple games today. And of course, they've been grinding for the last 2 weeks since the TCWC, but also they've been grinding throughout this entire Honda Fan Cup. And now here we're coming to the apex of that tournament. I'm just curious now, what does endurance, whether your play style is tapping DOS or anything else, what is the endurance going to mean right now? This feels like the moment when, to your point, they have to dig deep, and that endurance is absolutely going to be tested.
It's going to be both physical and mental endurance. It's a long day. We are best of 5 matches, and we're getting deeper and deeper into the bracket. Who can maintain their consistency? Who can maintain that mental fortitude, not making any mistakes? Or we're going to see some players start to make more misdrops as the day progresses. We shall see. We've seen other tournaments in the past where that was a factor, some that weren't. And, in the case of the CTWC, we had, a game that did not seem like it was going to end, and we had to announce, well, we've got until midnight in this venue. How long will you be able to play for 5 hours straight against your rival? And as Sharky said, it's whoever folds first. And we're going to get to see an awesome show to find out how that unfolds right now.
Absolutely. Well, and also, as you mentioned, Sharky, during that last match, I think it was Eric that was playing Guitar Hero in between rounds. Is that right? And by the way,
yeah.
Is that a dexterity thing? Is that to keep you warm? Or he's just that good?
I don't know. I'm curious to see what song that he was playing during during rounds. Because at CTWC, whenever Eric and Fractal were battling out, right as soon as they hit 29, Through the Fire and Flames started playing, and the song finished. It's a 7-minute song, and they were still going.
Okay, well, maybe, you know what, maybe, and to your point, maybe it's a combination of keeping those digits and dexterity warm, but also really pumping you up, because I gotta say, at this point, they've shown some incredible fortitude already, and the fact that we had sweeps happening in those quarterfinals is already proof of that. Now, Chris, we are going to actually, before I even mention anything, we're going to go to a break real quick, but don't worry, because we've been talking up this next competition. It's going to live up to the hype. Trust me. We've got 2 players coming in, sweeping both their matches. Who will come on top? We'll find out here in just a moment.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
And welcome back to the Honda Fan Cup final here for Tetris. I want to say thank you so much for sticking with us. We had some technical difficulties we had to adhere to there just moments ago. But Chris, we are going to be jumping into game, and what a game it has already been.
Oh yeah, apparently Huff's up one round in the match, and we will be joining them for the continuation of this. And I guess they got double 1.2. We didn't get to see it, but there's a screenshot. So we assure you, it's been all been officiated and legit, and we'll continue this epic showdown between Eric and Huff.
Absolutely, Sharky. Eric and Huff, of course, we had built it up right before that break, and there's a reason we had built this up, and I guarantee it is going to be well worth the wait.
Oh yeah, I mean, even in the screenshot, the double 1.2, Huff made it to level 40. Eric had actually topped out around level 34. So just being able to last longer than Eric allowed Huff to gain victory right there.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we'll be jumping into that momentarily. But as a reminder, we are also streaming over on the other Tetris channel, the Classic Tetris channel on Twitch. If you want to see any of those brackets, any of those tournament boy, use of words. Come on, Kate. Any of those tournament games you can see over there. And of course, if you head over to start.gg/Xbox, you can see where we've progressed in our bracket system. We are fully through, or almost fully through, I should say, our winners semifinal. And then we've also got, now we are in that winners final. We will be joining once again Eric ICX and Hufflepuffus. Boy, there's a lot of things in that name and a lot of consonants that I miss completely. But either way, it doesn't matter because the drama continues to unfold right here. And gents, I'll just pop in and out as necessary, but I'm going to hand it over to you for this epic showdown.
Here we go.
Right.
So Huff up by one game in the match.
Yeah, game number 2. Now, it's actually, I mentioned earlier how Huff had, set 18 world records, but the majority of them had been broken, right?
Right.
Well, the record that Huff still has is Huff has gotten the most lines on a 29 start at 976 lines, which that's more lines than Eric has from a 29 start. So that could potentially be a factor leading into game number 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, both players having the potential to potentially play forever is kind of scary, and this is the clash of immortal Tetris players, and the only way to figure out who's going to be able to pull it off is to set the stage for it, and here we are.
The stage is being set, and it's quite a long one if you ask me.
Yeah, and I don't know how long we could go on the Xbox Tetris channel, or the Xbox Twitch channel, because when we were given a time limit for the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, they said we could stay till midnight. I'm not sure if we could do that here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But of course, it's all reliant on how these players are able to play.
Yeah.
And
who falls first, like you said.
Yeah, right now we're only separated by 2 singles.
Yeah, we're neck and neck.
Score.
Totally neck and neck all day today. From Forza to Tetris, we are neck and neck.
Nice adjustment over there from Huff. Having to take a couple of burns, but allowed for a clean stack and a conversion of a Tetris there.
So Eric ICX says, is playing Talk Dirty to Me on hard to learn orange fretting on Guitar Hero earlier.
Bummer.
So does that mean he's going to make a lot of dirty Tetrises?
I mean, it's possible, and definitely a player that is capable of doing that. But so far, both the players are clean, and a couple burns having to be taken by. Looks like we're running into a drought here.
Yeah, Huff moving the well over to the left side.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Eric. And pieces came for Huff. Was unable to make the adjustment in enough time. And
gets it open.
Still able to, yeah.
Go up Tetris for Huff. Will Huff keep left well?
Not too often we see kind of mirror builds where one player is building left well and the other is building right well. But it's kind of satisfying in some weird kind of way.
Yeah, the 6th dimension left well.
Oh, I think Eric heard you because Eric is setting up for a dirty Tetris, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Eric.
And might go for another.
Whoa.
Okay, it looks like Eric definitely wants to talk dirty. Will the long bar come, though?
Yeah, that was a very, very aggressive move.
Oh,
oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Talk dirty ended up being the undoing there, and Eric's got an early top out. Huff taking the second round. What is going on?
I mean, that was, a last-second decision by Eric to actually go for that. And, we're already going to get started right here with game number 3. But, that was the last-second decision. And, sometimes those decisions, we make them with the expectations like, oh, surely I'm going to get the long bar in X amount of pieces. And unfortunately, Eric ran into the Great Depression of long bars.
Game said, no, you can't talk dirty to Tetris. Not now. No long bar for you. And yeah, that resulted in an early top out. Very unfortunate. So now Eric in danger of being moved to lower bracket. Definitely wants to win this round to stay in the match.
Yeah, the way that the lower bracket's shaping up, we could potentially have a rematch between Eric and a certain runner-up. If Eric is not able to turn things around.
Yeah, and given the momentum going here, it's kind of crazy how things are going right now. I mean, Huff is in position to double sweep.
Yeah, if Huff is able to win this game, then we are talking about Huff is guaranteed second place, but right now something that's not guaranteed is if Huff is able to survive this. A little bit of a tricky situation, holding out for this eyepiece. It's taking its time.
Ooh, nice adjustment.
And there it is. Eyepiece comes flying in from vacation, and boom, Tetris for Huff.
Yeah, already just the drama unfolding in this matchup. I couldn't have seen that coming at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Honda Cup. Everything's unpredictable. I mean,
I know, right? Yeah. No, the Honda Cup, fantastic. That's very highlight-worthy multiple times over. I really hope we get to do more of these. Honda Cup is just amazing. Anyone who's enjoying the Tetris, owes it to themselves to check out the VODs and check out the prior weeks. If you love what you're seeing here now, check out Classic Tetris for more Classic Tetris action as well. There's so much of it out there, more Tetris than you can handle, but so much to enjoy.
Yeah. As of right now, Eric has somehow found some efficiency somewhere. It looks like Huff is unable to really score Tetrises. Now Eric is up by 2 Tetrises.
Yeah, taking the conservative route on a couple of triples there, but as trying to get back to a textbook board.
Yeah, and if you actually look at this match, I wonder what kind of mental both of these players are going up against. They both know, their capabilities here on, level 18, level 19, and by extension, level 29. And Huff is in a position where he just needs to win one game. So the question is Huff going to play, more conservative, try and, rely on his ability to play 29 at virtually the same level Eric can? Or is Huff going to try and stomp things out and try and gain a lead going into 29 and just put even more pressure on Eric? Because Eric is in a must-win situation.
Yeah. I mean, other than the momentum right now, these players are so evenly matched. But yet Huff has kind of like the position now to test limits and to see whether or not it should be pushed hard or, get to 29 where it can be played out again.
And right now, RNG does not like being tested. Huff is able to knock down a Tetris there. Eric gonna try and actually open up and just in time to knock down a Tetris as well. 363 to now 349. So 14,000 points separate them just about, so within one Tetris range.
Yeah, it is virtually neck and neck here as we approach 100 lines. Both building up high, playing aggressive. Huff having to compromise on some burns.
It was a very nice compromise, though. I do like the way that it was kind of put together. The idea behind it was very profound. Unfortunately, the pieces didn't quite agree with Huff there.
Yeah, and that's gonna cause more lines to be built on top of that hole, and let's see how Huff chooses to burn them off. Looks like Huff might end up with a middle well after that.
And Huff going for a T-spin setup. Probably going to go for the S-spin. Yeah, has to execute that. We are closing in on level 19 speeds. And if there's a game for Eric to kind of push this momentum in his direction, this is it. 100,000 point lead. Everything seems to be going right for Eric, but we're only like halfway through the game, or maybe a fourth through, depending on how these players feel, if you get my drift.
Yeah, that burn sequence from Huff there, I mean, it wasn't a bad dig, but there's so many burns involved that it's just allowed Eric to take control of this round.
Yeah, Eric with a misdrop on the left side, and same with Huff. Them misdropping with the Z and S respectively.
Yeah, that was crazy how that happened almost at the same moment. It's almost like they're connected.
I mean, this is Tetris Effect connected, and they're both going to get a Tetris. So there you go. Tetris Effect connected.
It's like the song says, it's all connected.
Yeah, but right now, it's like Huff is in an ideal position, try and close the gap, really able to capitalize on some lost efficiency from Eric there, close the gap to now just under 100K. And they're not quite getting ideal pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, both players just having to deal with some burns. Still trying to push hard though. Dealing with it the best way they can. Okay, Huff finally out now, clean and scoring. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
And there it is, boom, Tetris for Eric.
So yeah, Eric in the best shape.
And oh, the adjustment over there from Huff. Such a risky adjustment to do at that height.
Another last frame adjustment there by Huff. Wow.
I mean, we talk about adjustments being done all the time on 18, but on 19, especially at that height, you know, the reaction is like, all right, I need to adjust this now for no burns. That is actually insane.
It is a CTC too, so it's even crazier.
And there it is, boom, Tetris for Huff, down by 41,000. Has done a fantastic job of closing the gap between him and Eric.
Absolutely, yeah, especially on these higher levels, Tetrises are worth a little more, so that's a little less effort to do it. That's what you need to do to catch up, is push the aggression here, post 19.
Like what Huff's doing with that delayed burn.
Wow, look at that.
Beautifully done.
Yeah. This is Tetris. This is the art of playing Tetris.
There's just something about when two players are able to really lock into the zone and start, you know, building meticulously, having very high accuracy placement. And
Huff going left well. Yeah, Huff going left well. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
And there it is. Boom, maxed out for Eric here.
Huff right behind. Keeping the left well? Possibly?
Might want to try and find a way to transfer out of it.
Yeah, 28 is probably going to burn it down.
Yep. Would generate a center well here. Eric with 100,000 point lead, and there it is. Up at 991 into 29, and Eric at 1,069,000 going into 29 as well.
We are off into the races at kill screen speed here. Who will survive the onslaught of the falling block game? Let's
First
go.
game Huff was able to outlast Eric, getting the level 40 in order to complete a chase down from double 1.2. So is there some adjustment that Eric might be making mentally? Like, all right, I need to, keep this up, force Huff to make a mistake and then capitalize.
Yeah, the deficit has a potential of shrinking just by virtue of the line clear scores being higher. So we'll have to monitor that as this match progresses.
Speaking about something progressing, there is a Tetris well set up, but just gonna have to take a triple. That's gonna clear out 10,000 though.
Yeah. Huff is hungry. Okay. Wow. They are going. They are surviving. Let's see if any of them dares to tread where only Tetris Angels dare to fly.
So far, Huff having to do a little bit of burning, going for, flat burns. And this is dangerous for Huff. LRJ is needed. Now needs to get a piece over to the right.
Yeah, the right side. That's trouble. And that's going to lead to a top out. Eric takes a round and stays in the match. We are 2-1.
What a game. 1.1 million over there for Eric and 1.08 for Huff. And Eric just, trying to do a little bit of flexing here. Able to get that piece over all the way to the left.
Wow.
And if there's a way to kind of capture momentum and try and turn it in your way, that was a game to do it.
Yeah, and you know that there's going to be people, the Eric ICX fans out there cheering for that reverse sweep, and it's all about momentum. So will Huff be able to take that third game in the series, or will Eric be getting all the momentum for that reverse sweep?
And, oh wow, 3 Zs in a row right there.
I just heard back from HQ that was the first game Huff has lost all tournament.
Yeah, that is, ridiculous. And, oh my gosh, Huff actually going for that. The ability to roll allows you to go for things like that. But if that J piece would have hung, we would have been looking at a decider right now.
Yeah, that's scary to think about. But yeah, this game, every we look at their piece placements and we're impressed at what they can do, but the risk involved in all of these amazing maneuvers is if you mess up, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about just last game alone, the post transition, it was so poetic seeing how they were stacking Huff, eventually transitioning to the left well, just seeing how clean it was, their placements. It's, it's that kind of beautiful Tetris that you see here at the world level, at the world class level.
Yeah. No, Honda Cup has been a gift for this. I mean, usually don't get to see that play out the way it does, but when you give people the platform to compete with each other and you put up the $10,000 prize pool, you're going to see the best players in the world come out, and they are putting on a showcase for us here.
Yeah, and all things considered, that entire game, Huff was trailing by almost 100,000 points. I believe over 100,000 points at transition, and brought it down to at one point being, 60,000. If the long bar would have came, we'd have been looking at a much closer game. But, RNG doesn't forgive long bars in this economy. At least not when you need them.
Yeah. But with that knowledge in hand, let's see if Huff makes adjustments. Will it change Huff's strategy? Maybe the plan would be this time not to even entertain the thought of a Tetris post 29 and just line it out. But, when you see it form, sometimes you're tempted.
Yeah, it's really an intricate level of balance that you have to play on 29, especially when you talk about, being down by 1 or 2 Tetrises. Your opponent, Eric, is very comfortable on the speed. We've definitely seen that. And one of the ways you can disrupt someone's comfort is whenever you knock down a Tetris, now their lead is cut in half. Like, they're gonna be like, oh no, I might have to start, scoring before I lose the lead. You disrupt their rhythm.
And what we saw at the end of that epic game at CTWC that seemed to last forever, the Tetrises started to become worth almost 100,000 points. So it's almost like the players started to play a game of chicken back and forth to see who could make that Tetris to shift the tide that big. Will we see that happen here today?
I mean, I want to see it.
No, it's we're getting to that point where outcomes are decided just by, how much bravery they take in their boards and whether they can survive it.
And every part is vital to the outcome of the game. And right now, we're looking at only a 31,000 point lead for Eric, and Eric
playing way up high.
Yeah, playing with a little fire there. Fortunately, decides to take a couple of burns to not get burned and knocks down the Tetris.
Yeah, that's what you call flying close to the sun. Don't want to get burned.
411,000 for Eric, and Huff at 374.
Yeah, they've managed to keep this game just pretty much the same deficit the whole way.
And there's not really too much, either player after, coming out of that high situation. Eric's board has been very stable, and Huff has been able to be, nice adjustment right there for the O.
Yep.
And have something kind of developing here for Eric. There's a couple ways to solve this. Nice.
Double J. Yep.
But as a result of that, Huff has now closed the lead by 1 Tetris. So it's actually crazy, even though Eric had to do, a couple of burns, that one burn allowed Huff to essentially go back in contention with potentially taking the lead here before 19 speed.
Okay, we're getting close to transition here. Eric at 553,000, so good transition score on the way. Could possibly hit 600 with the next Tetris.
Yeah, Huff might be able to do that. No, it's going to be just right slightly off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, 600,000 almost exactly for Eric, and a 584 for Huff. So this is significantly more close in this game than it was in the last.
Yeah. No, this one's right. This one is getting to become neck and neck. The unifying theme for today here at the Honda Fan Cup.
There is boom Tetris for Huff. Man, this is just, both players are playing so clean right now. Like any kind of warm-up jitters that we had from previous rounds or previous games, they just seemed like they just mystically vanished.
Yeah, they're good to go. And
oh, that adjustment by Huff.
No matter who wins this, it's going to be very interesting, because either that means Eric has the momentum back again, or that means Huff's going to go into the next match with all the momentum. So how will it play out?
I mean, you mentioned, earlier, an interesting stat line. Eric that was the first game that Huff has lost all tournament. And Eric having to, overcome that momentum and try and stop essentially the resurgence that Huff is trying to get here. It's not an easy task, especially the way that both of these players are playing, matching each other, essentially Tetris for Tetris.
Yeah, I mean, you see on one side, it's like, oh, well, Huff was going to sweep Eric, but no, Eric just took the first game from Huff during the whole tournament. So that, as you said, that's no small feat.
The broom is now in Eric's hands. Eric could perform a reverse sweep. However, the dustpan is still in Huff's hands. Just win this game and kind of, finish this away and go to the grand finals.
Yeah. Eric with a slight misdrop there. Smartly burns the stack down to keep it super clean and safe. Not the most aggressive move.
That one misdrop actually allowed Huff to close the gap. Huff has been down by essentially 1 Tetris and a half almost the entire post-transition. And now Huff is taking the lead. Oh, but couldn't get the right piece to burn out that delay burn there.
Looking really jagged with that spire in the middle. Let's see how Huff fills this in.
All right, Tetris ready. Trailing yet again. Oh, tough pieces. All right, that's perfect. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Huff. 1,013,000. Eric already with 1,051,000.
Yeah, wow. Already, yeah, maxed out and getting primed for 29. Both players probably want to get their play fields in order. I mean, we know they can both roll and we know they can both survive, but you don't want to have a bad second transition.
Yeah, and speaking of second transition, Eric running into some complications. Huff with the 1.1 million,
Wow.
so is going to have the lead going into 29.
Wow.
So almost a complete opposite of what we saw in the last game. Oh my gosh. Eric is going to set up for a level Tetris.
For Tetris.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
29 Tetris.
for Eric. And
Back
guess
into
where
the
the lead
lead.
went? Yep, back into the lead.
Wow, the absolute guts that Eric had to go for that.
Yeah. Like, not even having yet a moment to get acclimated to that speed and just bangs down a Tetris right out the gate.
Whoa, that's been over there for Huff. Able to hit it with one, basically frame perfect on TEC.
Yeah. Like, that has a lot of, Huff has a lot of faith in that monitor and that controller.
Yeah, but so far, Eric still holding on to that lead. That Tetris, like, changed the entire tide of how this post-29 battle is shaping up to be.
Yeah, that's insane guts, just getting into the lead like that. So now, here we are. Kill screen engaged.
Yeah. Right now, both players just trying to survive here. And
remember what I said, they're gonna push each other. Here we are, and they are pushing each other to new limits. What
double
records
1.2.
Yeah, what records are gonna smash? We're gonna smash some more records here. It looks like it's inevitable here at the Honda Fan Cup 2022.
Yeah, we are looking at potentially another record-breaking game. And this time we'll actually be able to see it here. Everyone's going to be able to witness.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Eric with a hole in the stack. Wants to deal with that as soon as possible.
All right, good pieces. Needs to find some way to get access to the hole, though. And more weight just keeps getting put on top of it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Finds a way down to the bottom.
All right, we are 3 levels away from the highest level reached in TC, which was previously by Huff at level 41.
On the verge of hitting 1.3 million. Eric's almost there.
Couple more lines needed for Eric, and there it is, 1.3 million.
And Huff almost there too.
Yeah, we are a couple lines away from level 41. Just
1.3 for Huff.
Oh, no,
Huff with the triple.
Triple, that's massive. Brings the lead right back down to only 6,000 points.
Our neck and neck on kill screen.
1,000 points are separating them. All right, but Huff having
insane.
There it is, that's official. The highest level reached in TEC, and it's gonna continue to go. Level 42. This is already the highest score we've seen. Huff is gonna take another triple into the lead.
Yeah, Huff with the clutch triples now, making the difference. Whoa, what a gutsy tuck. My goodness.
Gonna
Huff.
be another, oh my gosh, this is insane. Level 44.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is uncharted territory. We are going where the Tetris gods have not yet tread.
This is the first time we've seen anything like this in TEC. Level 45, 1.4, double 1.4 million. 100,000 points more than the previous world record.
How far will this go?
Oh, but that left side. Okay. Oh no, Eric. Eric's gonna have to do some burning, but Huff also 10,000 points separates them. Eric is in trouble. Huff is also in trouble.
What's gonna end? Huff with singles now. Clinging
Huff
on
is
to
four
life.
lines. He needs to come up with life.
Oh my goodness.
No way.
Whoa. 3,000
points.
What? What? And guess where that leaves us? We have a decider.
Level 46, double 1.4. It was inevitability. We said a world record was gonna happen, and it just did. 5,000 points. Huff needed 3 more singles and could have taken that game. And now we are exactly in the situation which happened back in week 2 of qualifiers in a decider after an insane game 4.
Both players now with just reverse momentums, and my mind is blown. Like, where is this gonna go? I'm afraid that, when this is all over, the world's gonna explode. So fingers crossed. Let's hope that that doesn't happen, and that these players can play out the rest of the tournament just fine. But wow, what a record-breaking, smashing game just there. How will this all end?
It was insane. The thing was, almost no Tetrises were scored post 29, with the exception of that gutsy level Tetris from Eric. It was the triples. If Eric didn't take that triple at that one point in the game, Huff would have still had the lead at the time when both players topped out.
Every line clear at that point was a determining factor. That's how close that game was. And at that speed, it's not like they topped out immediately after hitting 29. That was prolonged 29 play.
I mean, that is ridiculous. Now, you know what? All the momentum from this match is now in Eric's hands. Eric just won 2 games, and especially 2 huge games at that, revolving some 29 play.
Yeah. No, it's nuts. We were talking about the dustpans and, the reverse sweep. Here we are, both players in position. No matter who loses, we're all gonna win from the outcome, yes, but wow, so much on the line here. And, still in the winner's bracket, this is legit money on the line to keep that position in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, you win this, you give yourself a 50% chance to win $3,000. Which, I mean, I don't know about you, but if I'm a player, I like those odds.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. I mean, just the way that the records were broken, the double 1.3, turned into a double 1.4, both players getting to level 46 and level 45. And, Eric actually with a misdrop.
Yeah, I mean, the day is long, and endurance, even with rolling, could be a factor.
Oh yeah, because now we're talking about mental endurance. Obviously, your physical endurance, hope these players got enough rest for this tournament, but it's also your mental endurance, especially, coming out of a game like that, trying to reset, it's like, all right, back on level 18. Great adjustment, by the way, by Huff. We're back on level 18, and I need to focus on, trying to resume my efficiency, because the past 2 games that Eric has won, Eric has been leading going into 29.
That's right. But yeah, just in order to reverse sweep, that was the hardest game of all time to ever execute that on. Think about that for a second, right? In order to stay in this winner's bracket match, Eric had to basically break the current world record. Just like that. That's how crazy the level of skill is at the highest level of competitive Tetris.
Yeah, I mean, Eric did not only have to break the current world record, he had to break an active world record, because there were points where Huff had a higher score and was just accumulating points in the world record. Eric had to essentially steal the world record from Huff in order to win that game and stay alive in the match.
Real time, right? Yeah, getting that Tetris going into the 29 speeds with all the guts that was required of it. this is going to be one of those matches that, you know, Game Scout's going to have to make a video and break down exactly how it played out. And, you know, it's going to be the tome for the future of our sport.
Man, that one small dig from Eric early on has allowed Huff to build a 97,000 point lead.
Yeah, so Huff now looking to steal back the momentum with a substantial point lead. Setting up compound tucks all over the place. Oh, missed the spin. And Huff looking to build column 8, bangs down to Tetris. And boom, Tetris for Eric. Another Tetris for Eric, reducing the deficit to 54,000 points.
Yes, and not sure if that was intentional by Huff. Could go for the S spin tug. Beautifully done. And that's another thing that, you know, we've mentioned earlier in the stream how difficult tugs and by extension spin tugs are able to hit. Huff was hitting spin tugs and tugs just non-stop on the higher speeds, including on level 29.
Yeah. No, that's insane. I mean, I would think you'd go, you know, whatever flat burns you could do to avoid any possible timing disasters, but Huff was all in. That's a lot of faith in your controller and your monitor and your whatever hardware you're on to take that kind of risk.
A lot of faith in the inputs too, because, you know, TC with, you know, especially these players using an external, you know, NES controller, you know, it eats up your input sometimes. Oh, nice adjustment for the Tetris over there for Huff. And double Tetris over there for Eric.
Yeah, this game is shaping up now. Both players scoring very well. 631K for Huff, 559 for Eric. Into the 19 speeds.
Yeah, nice burns by Huff. Doesn't have a way to burn until the rest of the stack gets built up. So there's a Tetris, and oh, beautiful J piece. You love to see it when RNG gives you the perfect piece for just a clean solve like that.
Of course, the better players make it seem like RNG, but you know, they're trying to leave their playfield open to multiple solutions at all times.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Huff had the idea of even setting that up in the first place, because there's, you know, there's a nigh infinite possibility of where you can place pieces at any given time during, you know, any given board state. And it's up to you to be as accurate as possible and essentially expect the unexpected. Kind of like that misdrop was a bit unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the next level of Tetris IQ is calculating your chance of a misdrop and then making decisions based on whether or not you can get out of it and recover.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see that come into play when you start talking about, you know, high-level Tetris. It's like, if I do this placement, if I misdrop, can I survive this reliably?
Yeah. Just an extra layer of thinking. And that's the sort of thing where you might be able to program a Tetris AI, but that's where the human element comes in. Is got to be able to judge things that a computer wouldn't be able to in terms of recovery.
Yeah, right now, 900,000. Make that 938 for Huff here on level 26. 892 for Eric on level 26 as well. Ooh. All right,
Okay,
great pieces over there for Huff. Both players holding out patiently, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Eric and Huff.
Yeah, both players just pedal to the metal. Max out for Huff, 1 million points. Eric not far behind.
At this point, there's a two Tetris differential, and we're closing in on 29.
So yeah, Huff with the momentum now.
Oh, long bar to Tennessee.
Ooh.
All right, nice.
Manages to clean it up before kill screen transition.
All right, set up for one last Tetris. All right, there it is. 1.14 and the 29. Eric with the 1.07 and the 29. This is it.
Yep. We're off to the death race. Only one player will survive this. Unless they get sent to the lower bracket. Let's go.
This is the decider.
Eric's left side. Dangerous. Okay. Clears it down.
All right, nice.
Box clear.
All right, able to get that all the way over, but maybe undershot that eyepiece. And the
left side. Can't get the bar.
Oh my gosh, what? Excuse me, how? And Ahmed's gonna top out with 70,000 points remaining.
And Eric is in it still. We're so concerned about Eric. We didn't see what happened to Huff. Just like that.
Eric still has time. The chase down timer is on. And
oh my
didn't want to set up for the Tetris.
Tempted by the Tetris there.
40,000 points to remain.
Plenty of time. Minute and a half. Setting up doubles.
Yeah. Knocking down those triples too. Starting to knock down like almost 10,000 points, with a triple. And might be setting up.
Center well. Double.
Okay, that's going to be another triple.
Okay, another couple of line clears here. Singles. 2,000 to go.
One more, and there it is.
Eric ICX.
Game number 5 in a reverse sweep.
The momentum just shifted. I cannot believe this. After the most epic game of all time in Tetris Effect Connected Classic Score Attack mode, Eric ICX completes the reverse sweep on Huff. I'm speechless.
What can you say?
Gang, I'm just going to come in and remind us all, and I think you said it earlier, Sharky, we got from Ops. That first time that Eric beat Huff was the first time that he had lost all tournament. And not just did Eric do that, but my gosh, the reverse sweep. Did we see this coming, Chris? Did we know that this could be where we were at? Because quite frankly, I've lost track of how many personal best, world records, and absolutely breaking the game moments we've had.
If you were to ask chat, they'd probably say that this is all scripted at this point. And whoever figured out how to make time-assisted or runs on TEC deserves a pay raise, because that was almost as good as manufactured drama, except it was better.
Could we have written that? I don't think so. I mean, we could try, but I don't know if it would be something, Sharky, that we would... I don't know. I can't... honestly, it's one of those things where even this last time we got so close to seeing Huff do another sweep, and then all of a sudden that momentum, he chased it down. He fanning the flames of drama.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, game 4, like, we expected a world record to be broken out of these two competitors. But game 4, scoring those triples, there was the scare of Eric getting a Tetris, a left low Tetris on 29. Already probably the most difficult thing you can do in the game, to take the lead and force Huff to have to play from behind until Huff knocked down a triple, and then for it to all come down to 2 singles at that level, and Huff was just unable to get it, leading into a game 5, and then that happened.
I mean,
yeah.
Whew, Chris, talk to me.
Left well Tetris on 29. What some people who aren't familiar with the mechanics of classic Tetris might be is it's actually harder to rotate the long bar and get it all the way over to the left side. It takes a couple of extra presses that you don't have to do on the right side. So that's why Sharky was emphasizing the left well Tetris on 29, because that is not easy to do.
Excellent. And then, guys, we're going to go right into our next round. This is the loser semifinals. This is Scotto versus Fractal. This is another one of those moments that, of course, will, I'm sure, to your point, Chris, generate some awesome highlights. So I'm going to go ahead and stand back for a bit and let this unfold. You both are doing such a great job casting this. Let's see what happens here between Fractal and Scotto.
Yeah,
right back into the drama.
But this is a rematch. Fractal and Scotto played each other at a little bit of a misdrop from Scotto, but Fractal and Scotto played each other at the very beginning. And at that point, Fractal, you could see he was getting, still adjusted to, TEC. Now, it's been almost an entire tournament past. Fractal has gone through Broden in order to get here. Barely was able to win that in a decider. So, battle-tested Fractal, are things going to be different going up against Scotto here for the second time?
Yeah, and with momentum being the theme of the day, it seems, Scotto was the first to, sort of upset Fractal. You don't normally see the tapper or the hybrid player being able to take out the roller. Scotto was able to do it earlier in the day, and now Fractal just beat one of the best tappers of all time in Broden. So there's a lot to unpack there, and the only way to figure out who's going to come out on top is to watch it unfold before our very eyes.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot at play here. During the first stages of the tournament, you're fresh and everything. We've been at this, for a couple of hours. Both of these players are sure to be experiencing some kind of mental fatigue. And in the case of Scotto, having to do a more physically demanding playstyle with hyper tapping and, of course, utilizing dash at some points, you got to wonder, is Scotto going to have a drop in performance? And maybe a window of opportunity for Fractal arises from that aspect alone.
Yeah, the script could be flipped because Fractal, having the misdrops earlier in the day looks pretty solid right now. I haven't seen a major misdrop yet, so it could be the momentum over the course of the day. It could be warming up, working out the little controller tweaks, and just making sure everything's running properly. And once you have that momentum, to be able to capitalize on it and take back the game from those that took it from you.
Yeah, but starting this off, really close game here in the beginning. And if you remember from our matches with Fractal and Scotto, Fractal won all the games that were either close or he was in the lead going into transition. It has been Scotto just essentially maintaining a lead all the way up until 29, and Fractal failing to complete the chase down on 29, which allowed Scotto to win that particular matchup.
Right. And Scotto once again in the lead now. Will we see that play out again? Fractal content to play off row 2 now, getting the dirty Tetrises.
Yeah, 237 now here for Fractal, 282 for Scotto. And actually, Fractal is behind in lines, interestingly enough. And Scotto is noticeably pushing down more than what we saw in previous games.
Yeah, the score going up. That last digit in the score determines how many points you get from a soft drop. So you can tell when a player's been pushing down.
And we've kind of teased about it on how, there's a possibility that players might try and strategize towards pushing down up against rollers, because the way that the rolling playstyle is, you can't really push down. And so if they're able to get far enough ahead up against the roller and force them to have to, complete a chase down of, a substantial amount of points, there's a very solid win condition right there.
So Scotto having to do a lot of burns, but does so as efficiently as possible. Is almost back down. Does have to settle for there, and is Tetris ready?
Still waiting on a couple of pieces here. Well, it's open. Needs to hit that S-spin, misses it. And
these better pieces starting to get really dependent.
Yeah, now needs an L piece. All right, wait, hold on. How long is this drought? There's the long bar, but that left side.
That left side is going to take a miracle, and that's not going to be possible to survive.
Yeah, that was only a 26-piece drought. It felt like a lot more.
No kidding. Fractal got into the same place in the piece that it might be bigger. No, it's the same one. It's at 26. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So yeah, the stage starting to be set for the momentum here. Fractal taking that first game. Fractal with a messier start, for sure.
Yeah, Scotto gonna create a hole in the stack, knock down the Tetris first, and deal with it later.
So yeah, now Scotto having to deal with some burns. So you're looking forward at this moment early on.
Yeah, I mean, this actually, pretty interesting thing. Both of these players, having to come out of the lower semifinals, they won both their matches in a decider. Scotto was, of course, able to defeat Smooth, and Fractal was able to defeat Broden. So it wasn't an easy path to get here.
From our point of view, they just kind of disappeared and came back, but they actually had matches that they had to fight through that I'm going to assume are tough. I mean, Sharky, we're probably going to end up going back to the tape and seeing what happened because, we just need to know, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah. Here they are back again, Scott versus Fractal, and will Fractal be able to take it back from Scott or defeat him earlier on?
Yeah,
well set up.
Yeah, very nice. Fractal, on the other hand, is set up for a Tetris, is going to have to do a minute amount of burning. Oh, very nice.
Yep. Gets it back open, and boom, Tetris for Fractal.
Yeah, but as of right now, I mean, you could say, this is a pretty important match. Of course, as players continue to progress further and further, these matches become worth more. And in particular, these two are fighting for a guaranteed $1,000. Third place will get $1,000. And so winner of this will at least walk away from this tournament with $1,000.
Wow, yeah, that's a big incentive. I don't know if they're aware of it, but it is, you definitely, in the lower bracket, you want to stay in it as much as possible. Don't want to even lose any momentum at this point. Scotto with a points advantage here. Just a little bit, though.
Right now, 295,000 for Scotto, and Fractal at 287,000. And another misdrop from Fractal, but you've got to keep in mind, Fractal is also slightly behind in lines. And if we compare Fractal's performance now to the performance earlier, I'm seeing significantly less misdrops.
Yeah. So it does seem like Fractal has worked out the issues with the control, and we'll see a performance much closer to full potential. Wow, Fractal just getting all those pieces over to the left. That was probably a misdrop. He's got to get a Tetris to be able to safely burn down.
All right, nice. Now he's going to be able to spend some time and deal with this.
Yeah.
Scotto's been working a lot with center wells in this particular game.
Fractal might turn that into a dirty well. Fractal does turn it into a dirty well, and boom! Dirty Tetris for Fractal. Able to turn that playfield, with a mess at the bottom, into a Tetris situation and make the maximum amount of points possible to economize. But I messy playfield. Let's see how Fractal can tidy this up. This is a spin. So yeah, just holes forming everywhere on Fractal's board.
Oh, nice spin right there. What a solve.
So yeah, Scotto able to take a little bit of advantage here. Has the cleaner board and almost Tetris ready. Oh wow, with the right side fit. Boom, Tetris for Scotto. That was beautiful.
Another misdrop from Fractal. We have 20 lines to kind of clean this up. And right now, this is looking like 18-5 B-type. So yeah, that's kind of actually the challenge, clearing B-type, is the alternative game mode on NES Tetris where you try and clear, varying rows of garbage in 25 lines. And Fractal kind of needs to get as clean as possible, and doing so has actually done a fantastic job, brought it down to a much comfortable position.
Yeah, and transition to 19 for both players. Scotto up by 106,000 points now. Fractal with the misdrop there is going to have to do a little bit more cleaning, and it had not the best transition.
Yeah, once again, Scotto with a massive advantage going into level 19. Oh, nice split trip over there for Fractal.
Yeah, Fractal getting it back under control. Finally having sight of those last pesky holes on that right side. Tough formation to deal with. Since you have two holes on the right, it's hard to place something down to fill one hole without covering the other.
And so far, Fractal's still kind of struggling to finally gets a piece to open up that hole down on the right. But
yeah,
once again, now down by almost 200,000 points.
Yeah, Scotto in command here. 188,000 point lead. Fractal still trying to get drilled back down to the bottom. Nails the
T-spin. And this was one of the possible win conditions we said for Scotto, having so much of a lead. But this time, they are relatively even on lines.
Right. The clock could be a factor. Will Scott deploy that tactic? The next big brain TEC maneuver to time your opponent out with a big score lead.
Yeah, but the thing is, Scotto has to continue and has to take it all the way to 29. If Scotto doesn't take it out to 29, then there could be some problems with that strategy being employed effectively.
Yeah, Scotto slowed down big time just in the last couple of levels, and is in a pretty big-sized dig of his own.
Yeah. Oh, that misdrop! Oh no!
Wow,
what? Still survive, but this is gonna be tough.
Yeah. Okay. Opens it up, drills back down, but yeah, now Scotto with a messy-looking board here.
Oh, and stuff over there for Fractal.
You're approaching level 29. Scotto now having to cover up column 10. Okay, opens it back up. And is Tetris ready? And boom, Tetris for Scotto.
Fractal was able to bring it into a close enough position, but really needed to capitalize almost every single Tetris while Scotto was digging. Because 185, almost 200,000 points.
Scotto with another Tetris on the kill screen. Isn't going to be able to squeeze much more out of that. No more line clears. 187, 149 chase down. Fractal catching up big time there.
But this is still tough. Like, Fractal has to actively go for Tetrises here.
29, right.
See what Fractal's able to do. All right.
Triples.
Oh, nice flat burn. Okay. Okay, set up for the Tetris. Wow. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. Down by now 90,000 points. And set up for another. Again. And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal. Massive Tetrises.
Tetris is raining down on 29. What world do we live in?
And goes for the tuck and is able to hit it. But now the time pressure is no longer really a factor. Has a minute to get 35,000 points.
Yeah. Fractal, aware of the situation, tending to the score immediately, can now ride this out.
All right, there's a triple. That's massive.
Yeah. Most of the way there.
Needs a couple more burns. Still not free. All it takes is one misdrop.
And
One more line should do it, and there it is. What a chase down by Fractal. And I mean, if you're Scotto, what can you do? You did almost everything right. You had a 200,000 point lead going into level 29. You forced Fractal to have to go for Tetrises, played that dangerous game with faith. And Fractal played it and won.
Right. So you're betting that your level 29 capable player isn't going to go for Tetrises. Well, that's not a winning strategy anymore because Fractal can get the Tetrises on level 29.
And get the Tetrises, can survive, and had the discipline and know when and when not to go for them.
That's right. Fractal's skill on 29 is terrifying. How will this all end? There will be blocks. Fractal with all the momentum.
I mean, that's insane. That's another world record. The biggest 29 plus chase down. Like 220,000 points.
Yeah. Almost like they scripted it. It's like, hey, let's bust some world records while we're having this thing. Just because.
Absolutely ridiculous. And,
players pushing each other. You can't get that kind of record without having an equally good player. So the shout outs to everybody who participated in the Honda Fan Cup to make, all of this record breaking, limit pushing possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is, right after the CTWC. We already saw some insanely high competitive games there. And we just seen just about every single record that was set in those competitive matches broken in Honda Cup almost during the second week of qualifiers. And then today, what you saw is what you'd expect to see between people that are playing the native NES version of Tetris, not people playing on TEC.
That's right. Yeah, and playing at the absolute highest level of play, pulling off maneuvers, that you really need to be the best in the world to be able to. Oh no, Fractal missing that drop there might top out. Early top out for Fractal, and Scott Bozo is a Tetris away, bangs it down, takes the round. Just like that.
Really didn't get started here, able to take it before Fractal even reached 8 or 20 lines.
Fractal had a dirty setup and then was trying to spin an L or a J, missed it, and it hung. And that spiraled out of control in a hurry. And if you recall what happened in the last match, momentum is everything. And Scotto starting to set the stage for a reverse sweep. Could we see it?
I mean, if it's able to happen again, then, it's probably one of the best individual matches that we've seen, or individual matchups that we've seen here in Tetris Effect Connected competitive.
Yeah, big props to our scriptwriter.
In terms of just overall match history between the two, they're now, in terms of just overall competitive, they're now 2-2. So the winner of this will have the winning record up against the other player.
Yeah. And this is for legitimate money position here.
Yeah, but so far everything seems to be stable. Fractal playing a tad bit more efficient than Scotto here in the beginning.
Playing up high.
All right, there it is.
Still some aggressive choices, really holding out, trying to avoid getting into a dig situation. This is a spin.
And these players don't really get too much of a break either. Winner of this match goes to fight Huff.
Right. Yeah, we're in a situation where the remaining players on the field are absolutely some of the best players in the world. This can only end in players pushing each other to the very breaking point. of what's possible in Tetris.
Yeah, but Scotto, little uncomfortable kind of spire developing in the center there. He's going to be spending some time getting this under control. And interesting placement right there. Very cerebral by Scotto.
Yeah. What?
What a creative way to dig out of that.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to call those. We're gonna have to have a name for that sometime, right? Where it looks so interesting, yet so unorthodox. You have to kind of watch it later and figure it out.
We'll figure out a name. I mean, the Tetris community, we're not too good at naming things in general. But we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
But as a result, Scotto is currently in the lead.
Yeah, Fractal having to play off of row 2 now. Dags down Dirty Tetris. And is actually not gonna burn back down. Wants to keep that single. That's crazy. Are you kidding me?
And nice burn over there by Fractal.
Oh, yeah.
You know, most people would have actually gone for the T-spin there. Like, it's right, you have it, it's right there. But in not going for the T-spin, Fractal was able to knock down a Tetris.
Right. Just super pinpoint economization. Whoa. Is that a misdrop or a tuck setup? I can't tell.
That one was the tuck setup. I'm confident it's the tuck setup.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, these players have been playing and showing some incredibly creative styles of stacking. Like, I mean, we thought that, you know, Scotto was in a rough place, you know, just a couple of, like, maybe 20 or so lines ago, but then turns out all of it was intentional for the chance at the most efficient dig.
That's right. And Fractal now still playing off the bottom. But Scotto opening up a lead now of 80,000 points. This is what Scotto wants, to be able to keep this momentum, possibly take this next game and lead it up to a decider.
Also, at the same time, you know, Scotto is hoping that Fractal runs into a lot of trouble before 19, because we saw what happened when Fractal had a good board going into 29, and that particular chase down, that was possibly the most difficult chase down that had been done in the almost, I'd say, top 2 in the entire Honda Cup. You had to go for those Tetrises on the 29 speed. You had to judge when was the right time to set up and when not to.
Yeah, they were done low and they were done early, and that allowed, I think that really allowed for the throttling of aggression to sort of mitigate taking too big of a risk near the end of that chase down.
Yeah, but there it is. Transition for Scotto at 538. And, I like that setup by Fractal. The pieces were slightly more compliant. There it is. What a setup. And Scotto with a misdrop.
Yeah. We could be seeing, you know, fatigue from all players, no matter their style, be a factor. Uncharacteristic misdrops there by Scotto. This is starting to get dangerous, starting to become very dependent.
Needs
Really
the eyepiece now. Okay, that's one step covered.
Not out of it yet.
And that
that
hang!
left side might be fatal. Needs to get something over to the left, and that's going to be a top out. So only a 54,000 point chase down for Fractal remains. And one more Tetris will do it.
And waiting on it right now. That's going to be a triple, and there it is.
And
Fractal is good.
Fractal advances, eliminating Scotto. So now we have 3 left. Arguably, perhaps the 3 best players in the world.
I mean, It's very interesting. I mean, all of these players have secured at least $1,000, but now we start talking about players that all have the same skill set, 29 playability.
29 play, awesome stacking, and awesome ability. Three Tetris titans of all time are gonna battle it out to determine who's the best in the world here at the Honda Fan Cup.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And of course, then there were three. And boy, has it been a journey just to get to this point. And it's not done yet here, gang. I will say that some incredible gameplay, absolutely. And also a huge thank you to our casters. You know, Chris, Sharky, you guys have been doing so much throughout this entire tournament, throughout this community. And of course, you talk about endurance here, Chris, and for these players. But let's be clear, you all have been every step of the way.
Hey, we're here for the ride, and what a journey it has been. It is an honor to be able to cast games this good. It's the players that are making this possible, and I have all the energy in the world to watch those chase downs, boom those Tetrises, and see it all play out. History smashed and broken before our very eyes.
It is incredible, Sharky. Chris, you're absolutely right. Sharky, it is incredible. We're really at sort of the sideline of history here for so many ways.
Yeah, I mean, history is going to be made through this Honda Fan Cup in general. I mean, we've already seen so many world records. I mean, I wouldn't say broken, that's not a strong enough word. Probably something like shattered, demolished, destroyed, like just all the synonyms out there. And there's still potential for more because all these players that are left, they're incredibly skilled at 29 play. And Fractal, you know, we've seen, you know, he's been struggling a little bit with the misdrops, but with the chase down by 220,000 points, and able to have the game sense to recognize what to do in the beginning of 29 and then just essentially coast to take that game, it's insane.
It is insane, absolutely. And I really quick want to ask you about that post-29 gameplay, because what I've noticed again and again, of course, I am newer to this scene for sure, but one thing I wanted to ask you, Chris, talk to me a little bit about when we get that post-29. I've noticed a lot of players, they come down to that first level, that second level, that first line, that second line, and they stay down there for a while. Is it a strat where you're like, you know, I'm not going to worry about my getting Tetris here, I'm just going to go and keep those lines low? Or is it a matter of they're in the zone to a place that is mythological?
A little bit of both. You want to be near the floor. You want to clear the lines to stay alive. And however your pieces, your structures form, if you see the potential to go for that double, triple, or maybe even a Tetris, you have to, that's the moment-to-moment challenge. Throttle your aggression. Do you go for that Tetris or not? And in that game, that one crazy Tetris chase down that we saw where two Tetrises were made on level 29, there was a timer ticking, and the decision was made to go for those two Tetrises, and that made the difference.
Absolutely. Speaking of difference, we talk about momentum, and Sharky, we talk about endurance. And I couldn't help but notice that Eric's punched his ticket to that grand final. Wonderful news, fantastic. But we've got Huff, we've got Fractal that have found their way into our losers final. Here we go. Take a look at this bracket. Eric gets a nice moment of respite here, Sharky. How much do you think that's going to impact the gameplay coming in to whomever is going to be facing him in that grand final?
I mean, it could have a positive impact, but it could also have a negative impact because a lot of, you know, you just had a momentum coming off a huge match like that up against Huff. You know, you won't like to strike the iron while it's hot. Well, Eric has been forced to sit out 2 matches while he waits to decide his final opponent. And whoever's coming out of this loser final between Huff and Fractal is going to have the momentum. They're going to have that flame lit up in between them. And Eric is going to have to match that same energy, or we could be looking at an early bracket reset.
I'm going to put something else up there. Looking at the chat, Fractal is in the chat, and a huge thank you to our players, to our fans that are in chat right now. He says, this is easily the hardest tournament I've ever played in. And by gosh, Chris, that feels like something that we've been dancing around this whole time. But with the number of WCs, the number of PBs, it seems only likely that this is going to be as hard on us as viewers as it is, more importantly, on the players.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a long day. They're all just as excited to see how this plays out as we are. And, you know, you've got like 3 of the best Classic Tetris players of all time now competing for the top position in this $10,000 prize pool. So yeah, this is everything's on the line now. It all comes down to this.
It all indeed comes down to this. So I'm going to go ahead and let you continue on with this gameplay here. Pop in when I need to, but you guys are doing great. Thank you so much to our community for once again being in that chat. Keep talking with us. We're reading them out loud here as we go on to our second to last game of this tournament. Here we go. Giddy up.
Let's go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Tetris.
This matchup has so much potential.
That's right. Players capable of playing 29. Both players, rollers.
Yeah, and then if we just talk about, just their sheer play, before 29, because their 29 play, that deserves, a whole entire book. And what is these players, that deserves an entire book in these players' resume. But when we talk about, how these players are able to play on level 19, level 18, Huff in particular has been one of the most consistently efficient players in today's tournament.
Yeah, Huff has just been, other than that momentum shift suffered by Eric's reverse sweep, Huff's been performing very consistently at the top of his game, for sure. And is in position to, try to get that momentum back now with a little break.
Yeah, but right now, things look pretty stable here early on. Fractal did have to do a couple more burns at the beginning, just had one minor misdrop, but also found a very creative way to fix it. And, that's kind of been the story of Fractal. Fractal has been having, a couple of rough misdrops, but the way that Fractal has been solving these mishaps has been nothing short of awe-inspiring.
Yeah, that is the story of the day, is even if you make mistakes, even if you make misdrops, even if you're behind, it's how you deal with it. And every player, who's gotten this far is a master of doing that. It's just a matter of who can persevere as this day goes on.
Yeah, the perseverance of everyone in the field is absolutely insane, especially when you talk about players that wind up in chase down situations. It's easy to, see the speed of level 29 and be like, oh man, the pieces are moving at 0.33 of a second. I'm not sure if I can do this. Whereas these players like Eric, like Fractal, like Huff, they see that and they accept the challenge and they overcome. And that's why they're here right now fighting for, a spot in the grand finale, essentially fighting for a guaranteed $1,500 here.
Yep, the stakes are now high, 4-digit dollar values on the table, ready to be won. Oh wow, with the dirty center well up. Yeah, taking those gutsy choices there, going aggressive and doing the things that lesser players would not do. That's what it takes to be a champion here in Classic Tetris.
And your opponent on the other side of this is Eric, and we've seen what Eric will do. You have to take that extra step just so you can get a little bit close to what Eric is willing to sacrifice. Going for the left low Tetris, not folding at any point while waiting on that long bar, it takes real guts, and it takes a lot of confidence in your ability to get pieces over to the left-hand side, especially on level 29 speed.
I think Fractal misflipped that, but should be able to clear it off with flat burn. Okay, Fractal with interesting overhang building there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but once again, should be out of this in a couple of burns. Okay, both hits for Fractal.
And we're borderline neck and neck here.
I was just going to say neck and neck, but okay.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities.
Today has been very neck and neck. All the way from Forza, where, they were calling the races between cars neck and neck. Shout outs to Honda or their awesome car commercials, which, you know, as a gamer, I just enjoy seeing Honda go so hard with their car ads during this event.
Oh yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah, they're so cool.
But whoa, hold on. We've kind of been missing out on something. Look at the scores for both of these players. 531 for Fractal and 506 for Huff.
They've been super efficient. They have been playing the Tetris of their lives right here. Oh, Fractal up way high.
Oh no! Let's see if Fractal can dig out of it. Look at those burns. Needs an S piece. Oh, gonna decide to commit for that instead. Needs to get a piece over, and Fractal's gonna top out.
Really top out, and Huff's gonna take that round. Over while you blink. That's what happened there.
Just that one misdrop. Everything just seemed fine, and then a misdrop, and maybe if there was a couple of different sequence of pieces, Fractal would have still been able to get pieces over to the left and find a way to survive. But
yeah, the pieces were pretty rough to solve that. The right ones would have helped a lot, and they weren't coming.
But game one goes to Huff.
But yeah, both players were really pushing hard for efficiency there, and then it just spiraled out of control. You know, you get into the rhythm, and you don't want to give up any burned lines, and next thing you know, you're at the top of the board, dying.
Yeah, but just really, once again, we're seeing a lot of these unfortunate double flips with the long bar over the well.
We saw that at least 3 times in the last game with Fractal, so if Fractal can overcome that.
Right now, 77K for Fractal, 74K for Huff. So we're in neck and neck territory here to start things off with, but something tells me that that's going to change very quickly. Huff going to really have to get the brain racking over this one, because this is a complicated solve. I mean, immediately looking on it, I'm not entirely sure how I could attack this position.
Fox is going to help a lot. That's key too. That's going to open it up big time, so it's helping. But he's putting so much quick over that hole.
Yeah, RNG tried to send Huff to sleep with all those Z's right there.
Oh, that's a good one, Sharky. I'll have to remember that one.
Oh, nice spin. Oh, perfect O. And now Fractal has to get an eyepiece over to the left. It's like the pendulum just swing. One player was in a dig, and now that they're out of it, now another one is in.
Okay. Fractal getting the right pieces, gets that triple.
One for the flat burns. Finally. All right, there it is. And boom, Samo Tetris.
So yeah, the interesting thing about rolling styles, people are talking in the chat about changing gloves and that sort of thing. Most players use gloves, but Fractal uses lotion. Even going so far as to refreshing the lotion during some of the final matches in CTWC finals.
Yeah, that and a sticky pad, which, I mean, the reason why players are using gloves is to reduce the friction between their hands and the controller.
That's right.
Because if you're able to reduce the friction, you're able to get rolls off a lot more smoothly, and you stand a less of a chance of having issues where maybe a finger might miss, or you might not get it off smooth enough and you have a misdrop, especially on those higher speeds.
Yeah, so even within rolling, players, really optimizing, trying to improve their accuracy within that technique. Just a little bit of a meme, gloves or lotion, if you're a fan of Eric or Huff versus a player, who doesn't use gloves, like Fractal. Maybe you're a fan of lotion. Gloves or lotion. They should make a t-shirt.
But right now, we still have an incredibly close game here. 314 to 302.
as we've seen in the past, momentum is so important. Huff now finally really getting the momentum back after, just getting reverse swept by Eric. Definitely hoping to keep that up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, could be considered, sort of like an intimidation factor. Is like the only person that Huff dropped a game, not lost to, Huff dropped a single game to was Eric. And now Fractal is having to combat up against that same person right now, and Huff was already able to take game 1. So is already having to deal with, there's so much mental stress going on that these players are having to fight through, especially, coming off of an unfortunate early top out with such a high efficiency game in game number 1.
Yeah, we weren't seeing early top outs early in the day, but now we are. So there could be, a mental stress factor there, like you implied. And will that be a factor in the final outcome?
We are nearing the transition, so we're going to see some faster paced action here.
Yeah, but for now, scores are neck and neck.
They told you you'd get another one.
I had to make sure before it's too late.
Yeah, well, based on the way that the players' boards are looking like, and if Huff can get, those are great pieces. Yeah, and Huff's going to commit to this too.
Got to take column 9. Waiting for that long bar, and there it is. Boom! Tetris for Huff in column 9.
Yeah, and there is transition for Fractal. 465 is going to have a slight lead as Huff transitions at 460. So 5,000 points separating them going into level 19. A little bit of drought on 19. Both Huff and Fractal are able to survive it.
Yeah, both players are really playing efficient and getting their play field so clean right now. This is what you want to see at the highest level of play between some of the best players in the world.
Oh, the adjustment from Huff to avoid taking the burn. Very nice. Like, those are the kind of moves of increased efficiency that allow this game to be separated by 4,000 points at that point in time.
Yeah. Oh, man. Huff getting double long bar dependent. How will Huff deal with this? Opts to take the one on the left first to get the Tetris. And boom! Tetris for Huff is rewarded. Really wanting to get that play field back with better parity rather than having it stacked up in the middle like that.
Yeah. Fractal able to kind of generate some separation here. Is going to have to take 2 burns. Not quite getting ideal pieces.
Still stacked up high, so it's going to be...
All right, can't use that long bar.
Gets open again.
Goes for the double. And there it is. Boom! Tetris for Fractal. But now we're kind of getting to that point where we're almost at a level of separation between the two, meaning that we could still be virtually tied here in terms of scoring potential.
Yeah, the runaway makes it so that they're pretty much still in line with each other in terms of scoring potential. Although, with 2 players that play on 29, the scoring potential, throw that out the window.
Yeah, it's basically infinite at this point. Which, I mean, both of these players, they're capable of having some incredible 29 play on, regular NES Tetris. I mean, both of these players have more than 2 million points, which... Oh, right. Hold on, Fractal. Oh my gosh, the body Tetris for Fractal right there.
Super gutsy. Oh, covers it up, but oh wow, gets it clean.
There had to have been something with level 27's piece sequence, because Huff is also in trouble.
Yeah. And both players want to get their play field in order for second transition.
And Huff is setting up for this. Huff is going to burn it out, but Huff needs to bring this down to survive 29.
Okay, right. There it is. Just
Fractal,
in time.
Nice. A little bit of a misshot, but oh no, Fractal.
Oh, that's going to be impossible to clear. And that's going to be a top out from Fractal in position to take this game with 32,000 point chase down. Plenty of time to do it.
Fractal was able to knock down a 29 Tetris, but after that misdrop, couldn't really recover fast enough.
Yeah. Ooh. Huff still setting up as if it weren't even 29. Getting down to the last few thousand here. And gets it.
And we got a little applause over there from Fractal. Love to see the good sportsmanship. But now, one game stands between Huff and a rematch with Fractal.
Eric. But yeah, 2-0 now. Fractal needs to win this game to stay in the match and the tournament. Huff regaining all the momentum here. So no matter who wins this, it's amazing because you're either going to get a rematch from Honda Fan Cup Week 2 or a rematch from the CTWC Finals this year.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, both these players, you know, who does ever, you know, happen to lose this particular matchup, they're walking away with $1,000, which huge shout out to Honda and the Honda Fan Cup for providing, you know, rewarding these players for record-shattering play.
That's right. What I love about this, though, is by, you know, being able to showcase the best Tetris players in the world on the official Xbox channel. We get to show the joy of classic Tetris to all new eyes, players who might not have seen it before, but might watch these matches, get excited, get into the game, either to watch it or to play it. And, you know, we'll have new people interested in it. That's, you know, the second prize beyond the prize money for the competitors is our entire community wins.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, players and, you know, Huff and Fractal, they're not necessarily new, but they haven't been playing this game, you know, for decades or, you know, 5 years even. You know, they're still relatively new players with less than 3 years of playtime.
Yeah. And that's the great thing about our community is that there's so many new players that have picked up the game and gotten great at it in a short amount of time. You know, you never know when, you know, the next great player is just going to get inspired and come out of nowhere and become the next Joseph or Dog or Eric ICX. And it's by having events like this to spotlight the players that, you know, get people watching and get people talking. Oh, wow, Fractal on the right side wasn't able to uncover that, has a perilous situation that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, this is going to be real tricky because there's also holes on top that needs to be dealt with before that well can be open. Oh, the adjustment!
Wow.
Beautifully done. Give this man a long bar. And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Fractal.
That was such a gutsy clear. Piling it up on the right and then turning it into line clears without letting the dig get out of control.
Especially, you know, being able to find that adjustment to get the well open as soon as he did. I mean, that's truly phenomenal.
And then to execute on it when the risks are so high. You do not want to top out there, especially when it's your last chance to stay in it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the risk of being up that high, yeah, you can recognize the adjustment, but do you have enough time to actually react to it and execute on it? And, you know, that's something that doesn't get said too often, but it's something that I really appreciate whenever I see players able to pull off adjustments of that nature up that high, especially on 19 speeds.
That's right.
And despite all this, Fractal still has the lead.
Yeah, and it's clean again. Off row 2, but hey, Tetris ready. Nice spin. Yeah, Fractal's still playing super aggressive and banks down the Tetris on row 2.
Still trying to keep things as close to as Huff as possible.
Yeah. You can tell Fractal not giving up 1 inch on efficiency here.
I mean, we are neck and neck right now, so.
Neck and neck indeed. And boom, Tetris for Huff, and boom, Tetris for Fractal. Neither one willing to give up an inch here. As we approach transition, 10 more lines to go. 515, 512,000 points respectively. We're going to see some monster scores either way.
Yeah, transition is looming here. 1 Tetris left in hand for both players. There it is. Huff with a 582, Fractal with a 564. So this is it. Does Fractal turn things around here? Or is Huff going to try and get revenge on Eric?
Yeah, I mean, revenge is in the recipe. Any one of these matchups, pretty much. Oh, nice spin from Fractal there. Oh, wow. Nice build by Fractal. Both players clean, ready to score. Boom Tetris for Huff and boom Tetris for Fractal. We are off to the races here. Both players try to maximize their scoring potential before hitting 29, but we know that once they hit 29, it's not gonna stop. Not until one of them tops out.
Yeah, but as of right now, Huff actually having to do a little bit of burns, and you know, even though scoring potential is not really a factor with these guys, this efficiency matters. We've seen in matches where it affects your 29 play, how many points you're down by. And if you're able to take as little risk as possible on 29, I'd say it's worth it, you know, trying to mitigate that as much as possible.
All right. Yeah, both players with great builds here, both banging down the Tetrises, which is what you want to do. Any log bar that appears and you don't get the Tetris, that's one step closer for your opponent to beat you.
There it is, 865 for Huff, 832 for Fractal. The lead has stayed at this like 30,000 point for the past few levels now.
Not having to do some burns might change that, but only does it in a couple of singles. So
now
okay,
in need of an eyepiece.
Yeah, dependency there. Cleans it off.
Deciding to fill in the left side before trying to go and attack the right side.
Interesting choices there, but solid ones at that. Up with the
now. Last 3 levels, both of these players, 250,000 points can be earned, but it's not just about what can be earned, it's how your board looks at going into 29.
That's right. And as we saw the results of some of the other matches, you definitely want to have that board in order to avoid topping out once level 29 hits. Up with another Tetris, widening the lead just slightly. Okay, we're coming up on 28 now. Both players with fairly high builds. We'll see how this plays out, how aggressive they take it.
Yeah, right now, 1 Tetris left, assuming that these players take a burn line, which Fractal does have to. And all right, Fractal's just going to go ahead and get ready. Oh, is
Huff.
Okay, Fractal goes.
Huff holding out for that long bar. Gets it. Tetris is on 29 and is desperately trying to burn back down now. That was maximum aggression.
Yeah, 1.2 for Huff.
Huff with a triple there.
And
Huff just going all out.
Huff is going for the Tetris.
Oh my goodness! Huff with the Tetris. Even though
for another one, there's another one.
Huff is on fire. Huff, what?
Huff is not pulling any punches. I mean, if you're Fractal in this case,
Huff going for the kill.
Huff is trying to advance. He wants revenge on Eric, And there it is, another Tetris.
God.
What is going on?
Bad. Puff maintaining level 19 speed aggression.
Oh my God! What is going on?
What? Puff is breaking the time-space continuum, raining down Tetrises on 29 speed.
Fractal's now set up. And there it is, Tetris for Fractal, but another Tetris for Huff. We're about to see a potential 1.5. What the heck? Fractal's having to do some survival though.
Most players
Same
now
for
have
Huff.
to maintain their board because you don't want to top out after all that work, all that trouble, and then just have your opponent line out to beat you. You want it to count for something. So Huff is wisely burning back down. Set up for a triple.
Oh, the misshots.
Oh no! Miles out of control, just like that. Huff impaled by that miss drop. Fractal now 236,000 point Jace down.
Like that lead. Oh my goodness. Tetris.
Fractal with the Tetris.
Excuse me, but like, what the heck, Huff? Like, Hat was up by 100,000 points going into 29, very reasonable, and then almost brought it to a 300,000 point lead.
Yeah, but that could be the killing strategy because Fractal only has a minute and a half to chase these points down, so Tetrises have to be on the table for Fractal to stay in the tournament. Here on level 29, level 39.
Fractal has to get in the scoring position soon. Time is ticking.
Yeah, time and just...
Oh no.
Oh, that right side.
Oh no. Okay.
Has a settle for a triple.
Has a minute left. But Fractal can't get clean. He can't get ready for a Tetris. He still has 100,000 points, and at this level, Tetrises are worth a lot.
Oh my goodness.
He's set up. And Tetris for Fractal.
Bro, 3 Tetris on level 42. What is going on?
Oh, but okay, hold on.
30
There's
seconds.
miss drops. 30 seconds. Needs to go for doubles. Needs to go for triples. Can't keep getting these singles. He needs high scoring lines. Oh, he has the opportunity.
Get ready.
He's getting ready.
Ready for Tetris.
He's getting ready. The pieces are falling. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds.
Fractal. All right, he's almost there.
15,
He's running out of time.
14, 13, 12.
And there it is. The chase down from Fractal. Are you freaking kidding me?
And Fractal taking the round has gained some momentum back and is
wait. I think Fractal's going for it. Fractal might actually be. There it is, 1.6.
That's right. We have, we're not in the CTWC, so bombs aren't banned. Fractal could be getting some records.
Oh my gosh. 1.7.
As if to say, Huff, you can't be the only one to bang Tetrises down like that on level 29 speed. I can do it too. Fractal making a statement.
And oh my gosh, that's a 300,000 increase from the world record that was set like an hour ago. Level 47, that's also, I believe that's the highest level too. What the heck? What a momentum shift. What?
Yeah. Wow, what a statement. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honda Fan Cup 2022. Welcome.
What is there to say? I mean, the Tetris speaks for itself. Oh my gosh.
And in the clutch game too, the one that had to be won in order to stay in the tournament, these players pushing each other to the limit and smashing through the records just because.
Like, I mean, to put that in perspective, that's like only like 400,000 points. I mean, I say only, but that's 400,000 points than the score that Fractal got at CTWC, where Fractal's been used to those kind of timings. Fractal's only had at most 2 weeks to prepare.
Yeah, no, this is all talent. These are the Tetris superstars, and they're pushing the limits into the future. And, history is being written as we watch these players. Some of the best in the world do the best Tetris gameplay possible. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen,
gosh.
this show, this is a treat for everyone. You know, whether you're new to Tetris or whether you've been watching it or, you know, you've been involved in the tournament scene like I have for over 12 years, this is just such a blessing to witness this and, you know, and to be able to commentate it with, you know, with Sharky and Kate. This is amazing. So
Bro, this is a dream come true to see Tetris at the highest level being played like that. I mean, first I was losing my mind when Huff was going for those Tetris, trying to deliver a killing blow to Fractal, but Fractal fighting through it all, just able to...
Yeah, with like 10 seconds to go, like, yeah, no pressure, right?
Yeah, no pressure. You know, it's only that your tournament life is on the line and, you know, you're down by, you know, almost 200,000 points on level 29 speed. Yeah, no pressure at all. You know, just another day in the office.
Frame perfect adjustments, you know, checking for that next piece. Will that be the one that ends your tournament life, or will you allow that, use it as a tool to bring you closer to victory?
This is, oh my gosh, Fractal already starting off with a very aggressive setup here.
Yeah, going dirty. And boom, dirty Tetris for Fractal. Getting those Tetrises wherever they may appear, not content for the normal burns.
Yeah, oh my gosh. It's so weird to be back on 18 after going through that. It seemed like a roller coaster that just kept going up and up and up. And now we're finally, after, you know, the big dip of the conclusion, now we're back to, you know, trying to build up to, you know, climb what's a potential another roller coaster of a game.
And how will Huff deal with this? The last time this momentum shift happened, Huff was on the other side of a reverse sweep. So Huff really, really wants to keep this game, keep his own momentum here.
I mean,
to avoid that from happening again.
Like, that's just a really tough position to be if you're Huff. You think that, you know, you have the game on lock. You did some of the stuff that has never been seen on TEC. I mean, that's some of the most aggressive play just in general that we've seen on 29 plus across all versions of NES Tetris. And then Fractal comes here, you know, with within 2 minutes, having to chase that down, like,
yeah,
it's still hard to process.
Already, we've seen at least twice in this tournament, players having to play the best the game has ever been played in order to survive and stay in the tournament.
And
that's,
I mean, you know,
ridiculous.
Fractal's PB coming into this particular tournament on TEC, at least, you know, it was his first maxed out game and it was a 1.25. So that's, you know, that's the best that he's ever done. And, you know, he didn't own the game until like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. That is definitely a factor. And just seeing that level of play come out of it, I mean, it really speaks to the skill of the player and their ability to adapt.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. But currently, Huff does have a 1 Tetris lead here. Potentially 2, depending on if Fractal is able to maintain the same amount of efficiency or not. And a couple of rough pieces. See a pretty nice solve right there.
Yeah, Huff trying not to become long bar dependent there. Manages to keep it clean. Would love a J though.
Yeah, still, all right, there it is. That's the I piece, converts the dependency from a J to an L. And just really not getting the most ideal pieces. Like, these pieces are definitely something Huff can work with, but in terms of trying to have peak efficiency, they are not what you want to see.
Okay, clean again. And yeah, we are neck and neck. So once again, very close game. High scoring. 400,000 points, not even at 100 lines yet. So yeah, both players really pedal to the metal, trying to maximize that efficiency. Fractal still needing to win this round to stay in the match and the tournament. Will that momentum shift happen again?
Yeah, this is a very close game though, so kind of similar story that has been told throughout a lot of games with these two series of players. It's been very close in terms of efficiency on 18. It's been pretty close in terms of efficiency on 19, and heck, what we just saw is close with efficiency in terms of 29.
And then they're just going all out war on 29, daring each other to score higher, to make more Tetrises, and then having to either complete or fail a chase down. Our writers couldn't have done a better job. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, we asked them to give us a good script, and they gave us one heck of a good script.
Yeah, best one. You know, forget what's on the different streaming services and whatever big blockbuster franchises are out there. Here in Tetris, we've got the best script writers.
All right, there it is. Transition for Huff and transition for Fractal. Really close at transition.
Yep, neck and neck. It's like you like to see it. Here in the Honda Fan Cup, whether it's Forza or Tetris, your games will always be neck and neck.
Right now, there's so much tension in this game because you have two conflicting stories. You have the story of Fractal, who wants to, have a rematch with Eric on, even though it's on a different platform, rematch from Eric from CTWC, who is fighting to bring it to a decider. Then you have the story of Huff, who wants a rematch against Eric because Eric was able to pull off a reverse sweep and is fighting to close things out in this game. We have two conflicting stories, and unfortunately, only one of them is going to get a next chapter.
Yeah, only one of them can win. Luckily, all of us as spectators are winners, getting to see this action unfold. Wow, nice solves by Huff to keep that playfield clean.
Yeah, Fractal is going to take a small advantage, though, waiting on an eyepiece. Beautiful stack.
Yeah. Boom, simul Tetris. Both players still pedal to the metal. Fractal only with a slight point lead now.
Yeah, only at one Tetris about in the lead.
And they're both Tetris ready when those long bars are coming, so yeah, nothing's changing.
Yeah, the peak efficiency from both players. Looks like Fractal's gonna have to slow down a bit. Has a couple of holes that need to be dealt with. And oh, Fractal. No, just gonna burn it out. That's gonna allow Huff the opportunity.
Yeah, to reduce the deficit.
Maybe even take the lead. But it seems like the pieces on 25 weren't perfectly ideal. But with that Tetris, Huff is gonna take the lead, 919 to 931. Another Tetris for Fractal, 951 now.
Yeah, we're about to max out here. Both players still aggressive.
Boom, simul Tetris, and we are synced on pieces too.
Yeah. You can actually watch it build.
There it is. Boom. Both players with the maxed out here. Huff with the slight advantage.
Both clean boards.
Ooh,
okay,
Fractal is able to
get the one Tetris advantage. That.
1.1 for Huff, 1 million for Fractal. And there it is, 1.1 for Fractal. This is it. We're about to head into 29.
There's Fractal's on 29, Huff's on 29. Kill streams engaged. Who will survive?
Yeah, Fractal right now with a 20,000 point lead. And Huff right now might be not entirely sure, because we saw Huff can decide to go aggressive, but we also seen Huff very comfortable with surviving. And speaking of surviving, Fractal right now, okay, gets that piece all the way over to the left, nailing those tucks. Oh my gosh!
Holy crap! Those tucks, maneuverability. You wouldn't think this is 29 with that kind of maneuverability. Gets a triple there, increasing the score. Huff needing a long bar.
Oh my gosh, gets the long bar.
Needs to burn these down.
Oh, the T-spin, what? Huff is still in trouble, able to hit that T-spin. That was a vital T-spin. Fractal with the point lead. Huff has to survive this. There is no chase down for Fractal to do right now. And oh my gosh, dirty Tetris on level 20 or 32.
Yeah, this is insane. Okay, that
Huff
right
now.
side. Okay.
Back into oh, no way. No way. Say it ain't so. There is another Tetris for Huff.
Huff, content to play off row 2 on 29, continues to get Tetrises.
Oh, Fractal's in trouble. This left side. Able to still get pieces over.
Both players are just... Okay, Huff need to get something over to the left.
Fractal also in a little bit of trouble. Ari just barely gets that over. Oh, that Fractal has to get a piece over the left. Very nice. Both players now fighting for survival.
Yeah, they're scoring where they can, but Huff's crazy Tetrises off
Okay.
row 2
Nice.
puts him at a 15,000-6,000 point lead.
And oh, a lot of debris kind of generating for Fractal. No, Fractal's in trouble.
It's not going to be survivable. Is Huff going to take this? And Huff takes the round and the match, getting back the momentum, and Fractal has been eliminated from the Honda Fan Cup Grand Finale.
Oh my gosh, what a game. And now I have a feeling Huff is maybe trying to reclaim the world record from Fractal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the revenge isn't over yet.
Let's see if it happens. There's another Tetris 1.5. Oh my gosh. Oh, set up for another one. Oh, there's another Tetris.
This is insane. What?
Let's see.
Huff still gunning here.
Oh, set up for a Tetris. There's another one. What?
The
Oh
aggression.
my gosh.
The aggression here.
And oh, that hang though.
Left side. He's gonna have to bring down the right side first. Oh, it isn't able
Oh,
to.
no, he doesn't have to bring down.
Flat
What?
burn.
Hold on, what?
Flat burns it somehow. Wow.
How?
Wow.
What is this? I don't even know what this is anymore. What are we commentating?
A Tetris, I think. But yeah, J's and L's being used like keys to unlock the gate of scoring hell to break the world records here. 1.68. How far will this be taken?
Man, you already defeated Fractal. Now you're gonna take the world record he just got in the last game away from him?
That's right.
Oh my gosh!
This is Tetris. And it is unrelenting. Wow! Getting that long bar all the way over to the right. What are you building, Huff? What are you building?
Oh my gosh! Huff is going for this! No way! Oh my gosh! Level 46 Tetris! No way! No way! Not another one!
Get up.
All right, good. What?
Oh
He
my
still
God, there it
gets
is.
it! 1.8 million!
1.8.
Huff is trying to break the CTWC score at this point. Oh wait, hold on. Trouble arise. One more long bar. There's a Tetris. Wait, what?
1.92.
1.9 million, level 48. I mean, if you compare this to CTWC, that's getting only like 300,000 points away from Eric's score, like 30 levels or almost 30 levels earlier. What did we just watch?
Okay, gang, I think this isn't Tetris. I'm with Chris. This is a high-stakes poker game that has reached new levels of out-of-control brilliance. Chris, talk me through what we just saw. Obviously, Sharky, you've been mentioning as well. This is unprecedented.
Yeah, the script writers didn't tell me how I was supposed to react to this. So I can only make up this stuff as I go along. But yeah, what you folks saw was players setting up Tetrises where no human should dare to tread. You know, off of column row 1, row 2, wherever they are, maintaining the aggression. You saw Huff repeatedly slamming down Tetrises as if it weren't even 29 speed. Getting tucks, getting spins, pulling out all the maneuvers necessary to put on the performance of a lifetime and push the game of Classic Tetris to a whole new level here at the Honda Fan Cup. Wow.
Wow. Sharky, I gotta say, I mean, 1.92, level 48. So there was a world record. And then Huff said, you know, winning is great. WCs are better. And I'm going to make a nice little moment for myself before I have to go and find myself face to face once again with my rival, Eric.
I mean, I don't know exactly how to put in the words what I'm feeling right now. Like, it is truly phenomenal because not only was Huff able to defeat Fractal out of, you know, those insane situations on 29, but afterwards it's like, yeah, you know, your world record that you got on me in order to prevent a sweep. Yeah, let me just take that back real quick and improve on it by, you know, 200,000 points. Like, what? And even in the context of CTWC, the highest score there was like 2.2 million from Eric, and that was at level 70. Huff got this 1.9 at level 48. So the levels of efficiency that were on display throughout the entirety of the game is just so mind-boggling. I'm struggling to find words to accurately describe how insane it is.
Absolutely. And I will say, oh, sorry, Chris, go for it, please.
Darky, I'm scared. Level 29 looks like level 19.
I think it's funny because I feel like until we get to 29, the game doesn't really start, right? Isn't that how that works, Sharky?
I mean, the game really picks up at 29, but what happens before it kind of tells the story of like, all right, here's how these players are going to play in 29. Up until those last two games where everything I knew about calling Tetris just got thrown out the window. We have dirty Tetrises being set up, 200,000 point leads, and then 200,000 point leads being overtaken and world records happening game after game. Like, what is this?
Well, I will say, Chris, I was watching chat, of course, who was just going bonkers, understandably, in that last tournament round. T was seen one from chat said, nothing better than watching professionals doing their thing. And Chris, I gotta say, this is professionalism brought to a level that is remarkably out of control.
You know why that is? It's because these players love the game and they respect each other as players and they want to see, you know, even if you're not the one to win, you want to see your friends, you want to see your fellow players succeed. And I think that's one thing in the Classic Tetris community that has always been a part of it. And thanks to, you know, our first Tetris World Champion, Jonas Neubauer, that's something that all of us who have been in the community and want to, you know, whether we're making a high score, whether we're doing commentary, whether you're competing against your fellow player, if they're in the chase down, you clap for them, you cheer for them, and you want to see them smash that record, even if it's yours.
You do indeed, and we did see some great sportsmanship from Fractal there at the end of that round. GG's all around for sure, absolutely, as we go into our final match of the day. But first, of course, we do have this leaderboard, this bracket. Sharky, this tells a story of absolute domination, absolute mayhem, and some incredible gameplay across the board.
Yeah, right now my hands are shaking. I'm not even playing, I'm just... I'm terrified what we can see because that was the lower bracket finals. Huff is playing from the bottom, so has to do a grand reset or bracket reset in order to, you know, take this. And their match ended in a decider with some insane, I mean, then world records were set in order for Eric to have to come out on top of that. And just both of these players, you know, very proficient. They have plenty of competitive experience, and it's really... I don't know what to expect. Like, I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna see, you know, some world records get broken, but there's not a word that I know of in my vernacular that can describe what happened to the world records that were in TEC before now.
No, you are absolutely right. And this, of course, this bracket here, we've seen sweeps, we've seen resets, we have seen it all, and certainly it all leads up to this grand final between Huff and Eric. And boy, have they been planning this rivalry for a while, certainly. Chris, talk to me a little bit about these two. Once again, we've been touting this particular matchup for a while. You mentioned it earlier that obviously Eric has back with Fractal. Eric has moments with Huff and experiences. Talk to me about these two now that they are our grand finalists.
So yeah, going back 3 weeks to Honda Cup week 2, this was the grand final for that, and Eric had not yet been crowned the Tetris champion of the world. So now Huff, having battled back, in the lower bracket, has a chance to, win again against the now world champion.
Oh man, and we know what Huff likes to do with world records, certainly. Moments ago, coming from behind and playing spoiler to that world record that I'm pretty sure we decided Fractal held for a matter of minutes, which was, hey, listen, GG's all around. Fantastic work by Fractal for sure. But you know what? Something else for you all to look forward to, not just this grand final. Well, it's a 1v1 of a different stripe, and that would be the Honda Cup Fan Cup Finals coming up here. They'll be next month with a Halo Infinite 1v1 tournament. That's when your chance is to put your skills to the test. $20,000 on the line across 4 weeks of qualifiers. Finale January 7th. Registration opening soon. Start.gg/Xbox. And of course, thank you to Honda for making this entire Honda Fan Cup possible. You can check out the all-new HRV in action in the link that we've posted into chat here shortly. And my gosh, huge GGs. We've been saying it all day long, but Chris, this is one of the things that you've been harping on that I love, a theme. A thank you to Honda for creating a platform and an event that allows these players to pop off, that allows these players to showcase what they can do, and more importantly, to break world records across the board.
And bring new people into the scene with more eyes on it, people enjoying it, and people getting excited by watching our competitors play and celebrate each other's victories. It's awesome.
It is indeed, and you know what? We're generally into gameplay right now. Can't even talk. Such a big deal. I'm going to let you guys do your thing. I'll jump in when I can, but I will say this. Fantastic work already. Let's see what we can do in this final grand finals. It's Eric. It's Huff. Gang, over to you.
All right. So with Eric coming out of the winner's bracket, Huff has to defeat Eric in 2 sets in order to win.
Yeah, there is now $3,000 on the line for whoever is able to get first place, and $1,500 for whoever comes out of it. But we talked a little bit about momentum. If you're Huff, you can really take a strong game like what you had up against Fractal and force Eric to have to play to your level, because we known Eric to be this player to really survive on level 29, not a player that goes for too much aggression, but Huff showed an amazing balance of 29 aggression and survivability. And in the case of even that matchup against Fractal, if Huff builds up a lead like that, they're gonna put Eric in a tough position.
Yeah, actually, if Huff keeps up that momentum and forces a large chase down that Eric can't keep up with, that's something that's unique to TEC that Eric might not have to deal with before. This isn't the CTWC anymore. We're not playing on the 8-bit system. That 2-minute chase down timer was a factor, and in the case of Fractal, was able to complete the chase down, but will that be the same case for Eric?
Yeah, we'll have to see. But once again, GG's to Fractal. Amazing games played, and I'm not sure if you noticed, after those 2 games that Huff won, Fractal, the misdrops that were plaguing Fractal just seemed to disappear. Yeah. It was beautiful play from both players, and Fractal winning 2nd in the World Championship and now winning 3rd in this, over the course of 2 weeks.
That's right.
Truly phenomenal, and that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, you are in an elite tier of player that is the best at Classic Tetris in the world. If you're able to get this far, multiple events, 2 of the biggest ones that there were, CTWC and this, yeah, that's amazing. Enjoy that prize money. Fractal. And as I said before, you cannot get competition of this caliber unless you have other players that push you. So everybody wins, everybody pushes each other forward and into a whole new level of skill that we've never seen before. That's been the theme of our community and of this game from the very beginning.
As of right now, match is underway. Both of these players are looking very strong early on. Huff harnessing that momentum, that insane energy that was generated, and we're kind of seeing it in the way that Huff has been stacking in this game, having a lot of efficient solves, very minimal burns.
Yeah.
And a couple of tricky pieces over here for Huff.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to clear those without creating new... Oh, opens that up. That was good. That's what you need to do.
You're saying, Chris? At this point, you know, it's almost hard to be surprised by the way that these players are able to navigate through some of these digs, but it's just, from at least from a player perspective, just always gratification of just them being able to showcase this high level of play and to also have it recognized on such a huge stage as this.
Yeah. I mean, how many highlight reels have we made today? Too many. Game Scout is going to be, I don't know, having too much work to do, I guess. But I think we're all going to be appreciative of, you know, the content that's created from this little event called the Honda Fan Cup. And I really hope that they consider Tetris Effect Connected for the years of the Honda Fan Cup in the future, because this has been quite the ride, and just getting this kind of exposure is something that we really appreciate.
Oh yeah. Right now, Huff finally getting exposure to that hole in the center and gets an eyepiece to fill it in. So Tetris ready, still incredibly close, separated by less than a Tetris. And Huff is actually able to use it to capitalize. Eric is having to do some burning.
Yeah. So yeah, Huff looking to try to increase the lead here, but Eric right back in it. Tetris ready.
Yeah, we are nearing the transition here. One more Tetris for Huff. Gonna get knocked down 2 quick Tetrises right there. And we are synced on pieces, so that means Eric wasn't able to utilize a different long bar for a Tetris. There it is, transition for Eric and Huff, 542 to now 497. And, ooh, really nice setup over there for Huff. Waiting for the J piece. Gonna go for the spin instead.
Eric getting a little messy, opts to burn down from the top. Let's see what happens with this.
Setting up for the dirty. And is getting punished, but
gets out of
RG had mercy at the last second.
Still needs a long bar, but I had to use it. Wasn't able to use it in the well.
Yeah,
and that's it. Oh,
not sure if that was intentional, but it works out.
That agile T-spin there is a thing of beauty. Wow.
And waiting for the piece for the triple. That's going to be another triple, but now it's set up for Tetris.
Oh, yeah, that was so clutch. Just the way that played out. Boom, Tetris for Eric.
Now, the issue is Huff has a 100,000 point lead.
Yeah.
121,000. And we've already seen Huff likes to put pressure on his opponents, really disrupt their rhythm. And if Huff can do that successfully on 29, force Eric out of his comfort zone of, you know, survivability.
That lead is growing, right? So if you force someone like Eric, who's used to lining out in 29, that could be the X factor.
Yeah, as of right now, though, strong game from Huff here.
Yeah. So Huff going into 29 with the ability to Tetris. We could see a new way to play this. Oh no, Eric!
That looks like a fatal misdrop.
Yeah, that's going to be a top out from Eric, and Huff takes the first round. One step on the path to the bracket reset.
Before that happened, I was going to make a comment because I was trying to remember. I don't know how many consecutive maxed out plus scores Huff has gotten.
Oh, that's true.
Like, just thinking about Huff's previous games and the overall consistency that Huff has shown, there's been so many just back-to-back max plus games. I mean, Heck, the game up against Fractal, what was that? Borderline, back-to-back minimum 1.4 plus?
Yeah. Yeah, I lost track because you see so many epic games back to back. They all kind of blend together into this. Well, I guess you can call it the Honda Fan Cup because that's what I'll be remembering about this. It's an amazing day of Tetris action. More Tetris than you can handle. 3, 2, 1. Tetris! We are off to game 2 of this first of 2 possible sets. Of having to win the set to get to the next set.
Yeah, and this is, even though these two players matched up in the second week of Honda Cup, we saw a very different position. It was Eric coming from the lower bracket and Huff was coming from the winner bracket, and Huff was able to take that and decide her 3-2. Now Huff, potentially having to kind of replicate that, but having to do it twice. And there are no guarantees going up against Eric.
That's right. But we do see a stylistic difference. Huff really just pushing the Tetrises, even at 29. And if that is the strat, if that is what it takes to take out Eric, well, the only thing to have happen is to see it happen. Or will Huff push Eric to make those Tetrises an answer, and we will see new records being smashed to pieces?
I'm not sure if I can take another world record. I'm going to be completely honest with you, because, there's only so far you can go before you break what was scored at CTWC.
Yeah. And there's only so many levels you can go before you have to, before we actually find out whether or not Enhanced programmed weird colors in the Classic Score Attack.
We'll just edit in and post.
Yeah, we'll get Trey on it, and he'll have to build Trey Vision for TEC.
Yeah. But starting this game, quite the efficient start here. We are neck and neck.
Yeah. So both players leaving it all out, not giving an inch. But I really do like just that underlying theme of, well, records are being smashed, so the next time one gets broken, well, it's time to not just advance in the bracket, but to reclaim that record. Just because. Players just really pushing each other on so many different levels. You would not have that happen without a strong and wonderful community. If you love what you're seeing here, be sure to check us out on Classic Tetris on Twitch for more great matches, also on YouTube. And definitely thank you to the Honda Fan Cup, to Honda, and Xbox Game Pass for making this all possible. All of the games here in the Honda Fan Cup are on Xbox Game Pass, so what a great showcase of what's possible, and even being able to compete on games for cash prizes, $10,000 prize pool per game.
Oh, nice dirty level Tetris over there for Huff. But yeah, I'm an avid user of the Game Pass, and the times when I'm not calling record-breaking matches or playing myself, I like to play quite a few games that are on Game Pass. And Tetris Effect Connected is one of those games.
As it is, I've got that on several platforms, but having it on Game Pass just makes it, convenient and the go-to.
I got to start training my younger siblings so then they can become the next world champions.
They're getting younger and younger. We were kind of joking around that the Honda Fan Cup is actually a chance for the older champions to have a chance for the next generation comes and wrecks house, because Dog and Andy can't enter it. So it is interesting that Eric actually is the world champion now and is legally eligible to enter the Honda Fan Cup. Whereas the previous world champion was not.
448, or make that 471 to 473, separated by 2 lines here. This
we are
Go ahead, Chris.
Neck and neck. We are neck and neck. Neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen.
Gosh, can't you believe that we are neck and neck? But 19 plays at hand, and Huff is, demonstrated just. Huff is keeping the momentum going. Like, it's insane the amount of consistency Huff has displayed over these past few games.
A Tetris machine at this point. Breaking the records and performing, almost as if on program. I mean, you can have someone write a script, but you still have to have your actors and performers carry it out. What a performance.
What a performance indeed, Chris. I love that. And, ooh. Let's see what Huff actually does here. Oh, are we going to see... Oh, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, so Huff is going to have to do some burning here. Looks like was potentially holding out for an O and didn't quite get it. But
not bad, not bad.
Oh, sure. Eric was also up a little high. So neither player transitioning clean per se. Eric in a... Okay, all right, Eric is going to be fine.
Yeah, Eric with the high risk maneuver there to keep the scoring potential as high as possible.
Yeah,
Getting a little dangerous, but coming out just fine.
I know, we know these players are capable of rolling. They have the speeds to survive it, but it's not just about the speed. It's about your accuracy. Can you get pieces where they need to go, when they need to go? And Eric did a fantastic job of demonstrating that, but now it's Huff's turn. Oh my gosh. Oh, eyepiece came just at the right time. Just needs one more.
Another.
One more needs to come, and it's not there.
Oh. And Eric is going to take a round. We are 1-1.
I mean, that's just a tough situation right there. You were handed a lifeline with that eyepiece, but you needed two, and the second one just did not come.
Yeah, that's the importance of keeping that well open to the point where you can burn off pieces on the right side. And one lapse in board health, and you can find yourself topping out suddenly just like that.
But here we go. Both of our games actually ending earlier in level 19. And, I feel like there could be, something like these players are like psyching themselves out. They're like, all right, I need to be as efficient as possible because I know Eric, in the case of Huff, he's like, oh, I know Eric can survive really far in 29, so I need to generate as much as the buffer as possible. Yeah. Or in the case of Eric, is like, all right, I know Huff likes to go crazy with Tetrises on 29. I need to make sure the gap doesn't grow too big so I have enough time to make a chase down.
Huff with a really nice dirty there. Dirty Tetris for Huff. But yeah, you're definitely have a point where they could be psyching each other out. They could be, it could be either that or maybe a little bit of burnout from having such a long day. Like, that's got to affect you somehow.
Yeah, just, the fatigue and these players having to... There's so much at hand when it comes to high-level Tetris play, and to be able to maintain all those different aspects, it is incredibly, impressive that these players are able to do that and battle, mental fatigue, physical fatigue, all at the same time.
Yeah, and given what's happened today, the amount of energy, to break those records and to set all these, I don't know, records and consistently increase, raise the bar for everybody else left in the field, and then smash it again multiple times during a day. Like, humans only have so much potential. They can only do so much in a day, but what they've done here is just astounding in terms of, the level of Tetris, the level of skill, just being executed before our eyes here.
And Eric getting a little bit risky over there with all those Z pieces, but is able to get an I piece, bring it down. But I mean, we'll probably have to see if anyone in production can help us with this. But I wonder today alone how many world records were broken.
Yeah.
And once again, we wouldn't have this opportunity to display essentially world championship caliber Tetris on Tetris Effect Connected, if it wasn't for the Honda Fan Cup. Yeah. Like, I know we keep hammering it in, but we are really grateful.
Here on official Xbox Twitch channel, doesn't get better than this. Thank you so much, Xbox.
Yeah, but right now, Eric finally bringing the stack down into a position where he can score.
Yep.
Just was really kind of, stuck in like this limbo of surviving but not scoring.
Okay. Chooses to move the well over to the right, and we have a textbook Tetris set up. Just need the long bar to complete it.
Ooh.
Game says no.
Eric, a nice adjustment right there. It's going to knock down a Tetris, but that hole is going to prevent another one from being scored. But the triple's good enough.
Eric will settle for the triple and choose to build off of row 2 there. Well, taking another triple. So, score there. Huff's going to be able to take advantage of that somewhat. And Huff did have the points lead for a moment there.
Yeah, we are nearing just around 2/3 through the pre-transition, and Huff with a slight advantage in terms of potential before transition.
Yeah. Less lines than Eric. Huff bang down another Tetris. Eric with a lot of overhang there. He's gonna be in a dig for a while.
Oh, this could get dangerous. Oh my gosh. All right.
Wow.
Still surviving.
Yeah, that's the right thing. Got to turn that into another double. And opens it back up. Oh, doesn't use the long bar in there. Might want to burn it off from the top, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually going to try and get access. Oh my gosh. No way.
What?
That's incredibly aggressive, and it's getting punished for it.
Yeah,
absolutely punished. Transition is only a couple lines away.
Yeah, Eric might want to get that board under control now.
No better time than the present.
Oh, what? He's gonna try to get a Tetris out of that?
Right.
Okay.
This is low enough, but Eric is still so piece dependent. All right, that's perfect. That's perfect. Small misdrop, but holding out for a piece, doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, it's probably going to be in dig mode for a bit longer. And even then, it's starting to become troublesome. Oh, nicely.
Nice.
Closes the hole there.
Oh, waiting for an L piece. There it is. That's perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh. All right, there's a split double. And there it is. Eric is going to survive a little bit longer. Not quite clean, but wait, what? Going for Eric passing up on a lot of these burns has kind of led to a couple more issues than solutions. There it is. Eric finally down below the next box. Props to Eric for surviving.
Going for 30. Oh my goodness. Still going for
Tetris.
30. Yeah. That is the consolation Tetris, or getting out of the dig. What?
Actually,
wait.
Oh,
I think Eric had a misshift there. Is now double long bar dependent. Gets one of them. Takes the split double. That's what you need to do. Looking to burn the roof off that well. Bangs down to triple with that. And this is going to allow Huff to take a lead now, 56,000 points.
Yeah, but surprisingly, Huff has not been able to capitalize on, that entire dig to his full potential. I mean, we're talking about Eric burned through 200,000 points of scoring potential on post-transition, maybe a little bit more. And Huff is only up by 70,000. So
there might have been something about that P sequence that's not favorable to either player, but yeah, definitely one of the biggest digs I've ever seen.
Yeah, But right now, Huff is clean and is back by almost three levels.
Yeah. Yep, Huff now ready to take command of this round.
And we actually have a pretty interesting position here because Eric is going to hit 29 first by a long shot. And so what that means for Huff,
no score lead, so...
And so Huff might be in a position that Eric has been comfortable with, you know, being able to line out. But also with what we've seen from recent play from Huff, I don't know anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there could be like some new crazy meta where you get so far ahead in points and then you go all aggro post 29 and you get something like a 400,000 point lead and then you just top yourself out and say, have at it, bro.
That could be something at play because there it is. Eric goes to 29. Huff is still at level 27. And Eric is behind in score. Oh, there's one Tetris. I have to correct the stack though.
Wow. That's a lot of long bars falling there. Long bars to plenty.
Yeah, so Eric has to essentially bring this as far as needed. In fact, this is just a tough situation for Eric. Huff now goes, and Huff is setting up, and there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a big score lead. It's set up for the triple. Here we go. Is Huff gonna maintain the aggression? He does. Another Tetris.
Eric also going for Tetrises too. There's a 32 Tetris for Eric. Oh, Huff is setting up for a center well. But back.
Oh my goodness!
What is going on?
Players are raining Tetrises. Eric is fully capable of making these Tetrises post 29 speed.
Yeah, he's preventing Huff from really increasing the lead to dangerous levels.
Yeah, the weird thing about this is that because Eric is on a higher level, the Tetrises are actually worth a little bit more. Wow, Eric set up for Tetris again.
Oh, these pieces though, long bar dependency. No way. Okay, still gonna bring this down.
Wow.
All right, had to take that triple.
Yeah.
Oh, Huff is ready.
Set up for Tetris.
Oh, had to take that burn.
Yeah.
Ready again?
Smart moves.
Had to take another triple.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, almost had it there, but sacrificed the board health there a bit because of that misdropped L.
Yeah, both of these players now having to do some work here. 35 for Huff, 37 for Eric.
Yeah, this is
Look at
unbelievable.
this survival.
Yeah, both players just...
Eric is just going to top out.
Wow. Eric not able to maintain it. Huff taking that round. Huff is on the verge of a bracket reset now with the momentum.
And the lead didn't really change, so they essentially matched each other's efficiency on 29, and there was a 37-piece drought somewhere on 29. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Huff with a convincing lead going into the kill screen speed and able to continue playing. A very different outcome than we're used to seeing. But yeah, we're not even near done yet. Just a couple more games to go, and Huff on the verge of a bracket reset.
Yeah, what an excellent game from Huff. And, you know, props to Eric for surviving that situation going into transition. But that also put Eric in such a compromised position. And when you actually think about it, this all started from that one notion to not take the burn. Eric wanted to go a bit more aggressive. And as a result, got put in I think that was like a 5-level burn.
Yeah, that was the longest dig I've seen all day. Big dig. Very big dig.
But nice little dirty Tetris over there for Eric.
So yeah, just amazing Tetris being played out here. But what stood out to me is that Eric was going for the Tetrises, fully capable of the aggression, not content to line out.
And I
So
mean,
you know what that means for the future? Yeah.
that has a lot of implications, but
It does.
you know, at the
It
same
does.
time, the way that Eric was going for Tetris's, like, there was almost no burns being taken. You know, burns came in when we start running into that drought territory around level 34, level 35. Eric was knocking down Tetris like after Tetris, trying to prevent Huff from getting, you know, a potential lead. Because when we start talking about, you know, leads that are going to be incredibly difficult to, you know, get in 2 minutes, we start getting into that 300,000, 400,000 range where you need 10 Tetrises on level 29 plus speed in order to chase that down. You know,
Yeah.
that's going to be incredibly difficult, and Eric wanted to prevent that.
Yeah, proactively going after them. Like, wasn't in a position where he needed to do it yet, but was already, I guess, minimizing the damage. So definitely showcasing the skill and just you know, pushing that limit. And it's leading to where we're going to see this game go next, which is aggressive play post 29. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, it was truly phenomenal, and I'm really curious to see, you know, how things go, especially when we talk about just TEC exclusive. You know, more people pick this up and, you know, transfer their ability to roll, or, you know, in the case of, you know, like Broden and Scotto, Smooth and Lay, being able to tap, you know, if another Honda Fan Cup happens with Tetris Effect connected, you know, with a lot of these players being around, you know, the age of, you know, 18 or older, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if, like, hold on a second, there's actually, you know, something that I can earn here, and I don't have to just wait till CTWC. And it's going to be interesting to see how the TEC Classic Score Attack scene develops competitively.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's healthy and it's growing, and it's great just to see this level of competition. It's a real treat to see this. I mean, we thought the Tetris season would end in October, and it didn't, and we're getting these great, amazing matches, and there's so much more entertainment for fans of classic Tetris and of video gaming in general just to enjoy it. So yeah, let's see some more of this. More of this, please.
I will say, I admit, I thought there'd be, you know, maybe another year before Rollers broke TEC, and it was just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, just if you build it, they'll come, and here we are. On the
Yeah, both players kind of got into it. The hangs for Eric. Oh no.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Eyepiece needs to come right now.
Right.
And the hang.
Hang. Huff complete the bracket reset. We are both in lower bracket and have a bracket reset. This is it. Both players are now on equal footing. The showdown has begun. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Let me ask this question. It feels like the right one at this moment. Were you expecting this? Because it feels like it came to a sudden halt. Drama, the prestige, and then finally, Huff said, no, this is enough. I'll take it from here.
I wouldn't say I was expecting it. I mean, to be honest, nothing could really be expected. Nothing that happened today. Like, how could we expect that?
Well, let's go straight in as we see this here, and I will. Yeah, look at this.
It looks like they just want to go at it that hard, that fast. No rest for the wicked here in Classic Tetris.
And this is a good reminder to everybody that we were going best of 5 for the rest of the tournament, and of course this is best of 7. Is that correct, gang? Here in our grand finals, or am I missing that? I can't remember. We have more Tetris to play, is what I'm trying to say. Everybody, hold their horses, get the reins on those horses, because Huff said, yes, okay, I got this, but let's do this business right now.
Yeah. So I think we're still best of. It's a best of 7 now.
I'm not sure.
That's a good question, gang. I thought it was best of 5, but you know what? Things happen, and let's be clear. It is best of 5. Okay, this has been out of control, unprecedented regardless, so.
more Tetris than you can handle, right, Chris?
Gang, Chris has had some really good lines this week. I'll tell you that right now. Sharky, you of course as well, but Chris has been really, really going for it, and I'm not just talking about the neck and neck comments, which have been on point.
Yeah, the memes are fun, but I hope that whatever I say can be entertaining to, it's a potential audience, right? Like, you want to get people into it and make sure everybody has fun, so that's what I aim for.
Yeah, but here we go.
Eric building up way high.
And, taking a triple there.
That's with a couple of dead drops there. I wonder, there might have been an issue, but we will see.
It seemed more intentional. Just intentionally creating the overhangs.
Yeah, create the overhang for a tuck later. I just don't see that happen too often. Usually there's a shift with intent and not just straight down to the middle of the screen.
Yeah, 215 for Huff, 227 for Eric. And I mean, we talked about, how Huff was going to come out of the Fractals game with, all the momentum, and Eric was going to be forced to match that.
Yeah, I mean, was Eric playing Guitar Hero during the break? Because that was a pretty long break, especially when you have to, or maybe, he was watching that match between Huff and Fractal. And one thing that, we noticed, all of us noticed during CTWC was that Eric and Fractal were the rivals. They were the ones pushing each other. And if you see Fractal go out like that to Huff, it makes me kind of wonder what Eric is thinking right now.
Yeah, but whatever he's thinking seems to be working somewhat, as we are borderline neck and neck here. 319 and now 331. Eric's going to increase that by a Tetris, and same will Huff. And nice overhang over there for Eric.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Exactly how you want to set up a tuck to keep your playfield super clean. That's one for the, I wouldn't say highlight reel, but for the study materials that will likely be coming out of this amazing day of Tetris. When humanity is gone and forgotten, whatever aliens visit this planet will dig up these records and be in awe of the amazing Tetris on display here at the Honda Fan Cup 2022.
So far, hold on a second. We got quite the game at hand. Like, we are looking at some of our higher transitions out of this particular matchup, and that's saying something considering how, on average, their transitions have been pretty high.
Yeah. Now they're definitely going for efficiency.
But, of course, the thing that for both of these players, they have to put together all aspects of the game in order to take this championship. Eric has been bracket resetted. He has no second chance. He has to win this match if he wants to be the first ever Tetris Effect Connected Honda Cup essentially world champion. We can call it that, right?
Yeah, it's the Han Fan Cup, first one ever, and money on the line. It's important. It's a major. It's what esports players want to use their skills towards, right? The big one, and this is definitely one of those.
Yeah, so Eric is going to have to, Eric kind of struggled a little bit getting, all aspects of the game together. But if Eric can get 18, 19 plus, and 29 under control, we can see some very competitive Tetris over these next potential 5 games.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to have to do with momentum. We'll see if Huff can keep that, or if Eric's going to, form a reverse sweep. This is a theme that we've been seeing.
Goodness gracious. 635 transition for Huff and 622 for Eric.
The crazy thing is, like, that match that we just saw, the best of 5 that led to this bracket reset, wasn't even the first set between Eric and Huff. So definitely some massive, I would say, I'm not even sure what the word is for it, but accumulation of rivalry, competitive rivalry, that is what we're seeing here. and it culminates in this finale.
Yeah, right now Huff having to do just a bit of down stacking, and oh, there it is.
Dirty. And boom, dirty Tetris for Eric.
709 to now 702, but Huff is clean. There's boom Tetris for Huff, and wow, just really unleashing a torrent of Tetrises here.
Eric with a little bit of cleaning, opts to take some doubles instead of building more dirty wells. But yeah, with those holes on the bottom looming, Eric is looking to clean those out first, and does so right there.
Yeah, he's going to be trailing slightly, but as we all know, oh, what an adjustment over there for Eric.
Yeah, saw the long bar coming. Yeah, used the movement to dodge, covering up the hole because he saw the long bar coming.
Yeah, especially when you talk about that particular, you save a triple worth in lines, that could very much lead to a Tetris of gained efficiency.
Yeah.
But
yeah, definitely the meta for the future is the player's ability to adjust and maximize every single piece and not just limit the possibilities to what's on the screen at any one given time.
Yeah, but speaking about what's on the screen, 945 for Huff right now, 893 for Eric.
About to max out.
This could be one of our higher games going into 29 that we've seen.
Yep. There it is. 1,000,000 points for Huff. So Eric does have some catching up to do. Eric looking super clean right now. Boom, Tetris for Eric. Huff maintaining the aggression. Stacking high.
Eric not in a position to score quite yet. Needs to get access to the well. All right, nice split double into a Tetris.
Yep, level 28 now. Players need to get their fields into order. Just what I used to say, going into 19, but now it's going into 29. Because that seems to be a pretty consistent story here. Both these players, kill screen capability. Eric getting to level 29. And now Huff.
Famous Huff.
Yep.
Oh, Huff is actually set up, and there it is. There's one and another. Wow, the adjust. How do you adjust on 29 for Eric? What? But
Wow.
Eric's now in trouble.
Oh, Eric in trouble. Oh,
And
no. That might not be fixable. Multiple dependencies forming, and Eric is going to top out. Huff with a 200,000 plus point lead. Chooses not to mull and lines up there, and we are in the second game just like that. Huff up by 1. So Huff maintaining the momentum from resetting the bracket.
Yeah, and a 1.3 at level 31. That is some incredible efficiency.
Yeah, that's just not just assuring your victory, but making it more stressful for your opponent to even exist with that kind of score lead. Nice flat play field there for both players.
Yeah, a bit more differentiation. Eric actually going to be forced to take a burn before Huff.
Yeah, interesting.
And oh, looks like we're running into an opening drought.
Yeah, drought from the start. Game says no long bars for you. You thought you were gonna Tetris. Game says no. Wow.
Getting a long bar in this economy? What is this? Where's the eyepiece? Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Tetris for both Huff and Eric.
Yeah, I might have to look at the stats. I mean, it probably wasn't the biggest drought, but to start off a game.
Yeah, it felt like, I want to say it felt like a 30, mid 30, low 40, which is still probably one of the bigger droughts that we've seen all day today.
Yeah, I mean, the game has been generally more kind than we're used to. We saw some really bad ones during the qualifier weeks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, 68, like, that number is going to be forever burned in my mind because like a 68-piece drought, and then in that particular case, Lei able to survive that and win that game up against Kirby. It's truly ridiculous.
So yeah, today, a little kinder on the droughts, but the game can still pop them at any time. Players be on notice.
Yeah, the fields are well watered here.
That's a good one, Sharky. You're banging them out today too, man.
Still Huff with a very slight lead.
Yep, both players clean and Tetris ready for the most part. Huff needing 2 long bars, I guess. Okay, maybe this is going to be the round to deprive players.
Yeah, but also at the same time, just, you know, this deprivation is in part to just how clean these players are stacking. Like, from the opener to now, we've seen these players just show phenomenal builds. And this drought is starting to get a little bit in dangerous territory over here for Eric.
Yeah.
Oh
both
my
players
god.
actually feeling
That's painful.
Yeah.
And then RNG just
nice
mocking Eric.
Okay, Eric getting out of that with the right pieces there, so surviving to be able to use them, getting those triples. Ooh. That's a rough. I mean, when you have someone place the Z like that, it's just like there was nowhere else for it to go. So
Yeah,
it's a dangerous place.
I mean, where we are looking at for this game with just, you know, I think this one is more of one of those few games where we get to really see players whenever the pieces are falling mostly in their favor, but now we're seeing them having to deal with adversity, having to deal with these tough sequences, and it's truly a masterpiece that we're being able to survive, you know, both of these players being able to survive these tough pieces. And to have efficiency that they have right now, because by no means are these bad scores. They're actually fairly good scores.
Yeah, they're good scores, and they are taking the aggressive, risky moves. It's just that when the long bar doesn't come, they got to chuck that thing somewhere, and then that can lead to a bad situation. But they've been getting out of it and dealing with it as best as I would hope anybody could.
All if we had Trey Vision to see, like, how many, like, you know, when the major droughts hit. Because it seems like these players have been fighting.
Yeah, maybe we can mod Trey Vision, or someone could mod Trey Vision to run the video through after the fact and get some stats on it.
Who knows? Maybe I'll take a look and break it down myself.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, today alone, just for the stat, I'm sure it's going to be a point of interest for a lot of people in, you know, who are classic Tetris enthusiasts. One of those landmark events that people will remember for years to come is the Honda Fan Cup 2022.
Yeah, but we are nearing the transition, and the scores that they're putting up with this piece sequence. Holy cow, that's impressive.
Yeah, they're already over 500K, so yeah, this is, you wouldn't think that there were massive droughts, but yeah, there have been.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say that both of these players were in California and Texas with how brutal the droughts have been in this game.
Yeah, when you said California and Texas, I thought you were going to refer to former world champion locations.
That is true. Which, I mean, fun fact, Eric is, you know, one of the players where the trophy finally left Texas or California.
Yeah, that's historically important. So maybe that's why the droughts haven't been hidden. The world champion is held by a non-drought state.
But right now, the only non-drought state we need is for this board state to be a non-drought state. And it's like it's pretty decent.
Yeah. They dealt with the adversity, and they're here to score now. Look at this.
Yeah, the Huff. Little piece dependent, gonna generate a hold there. is going to need some good pieces for it. And oh, there it is. Perfect.
Yep.
Just like that, Huff is clean.
Yeah, the scores are neck and neck.
$739 to $757. And both these players are really very close in terms of where they are in the piece sequence. So you're going to see a lot of Tetrises being scored relatively next to each other. And wow. That, you saw that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, adjustment. Inhuman.
And Eric now forced to use some of these long bars to survive as opposed to score. Able to get out of it pretty quickly, though. Huff does have the lead.
Yeah, one Tetris lead.
We're looking at some stellar games going into 29.
Yeah.
And
players
I'm
aren't
kinda
giving
scared.
it. Now they've got the efficiency, they've got the energy. Huff's got the momentum. They're trying to get it back, but we've seen it happen before. Get put on the verge of being, eliminated or sent to another bracket, and reverse sweeps do happen.
And there it is, maxed out for Huff, and Eric now gets them maxed out as well.
Yeah, L27, good stuff.
Yeah, oh, nice adjustment over there by Huff. A lot of great micro adjustments being executed here.
Yeah, I mean, this level of play would be unbeatable in previous years. Like, this would be like what we'd consider to be, godlike, unstoppable, like perfect play.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get our first, double maxed out until, 2019.
Yeah.
And even then, that was, some of the most insane play.
29 kill screen speed here for Eric.
Oh,
still
Huff
behind.
holding out. All right, there it is. Great pieces over there for Huff.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Level 30 Tetris for Eric. And a counter Tetris for Huff.
Yep. They're going all the way with their aggression here. Banging down Tetrises. Huff with a triple there. Oh, that right side for Eric. That's going to be key, getting the long bar over to the right.
And the hang.
And can't. And it's going to top out. And Huff is going to take the second round. Huff is one game away from taking the Honda Fan Cup Tetris finale.
Yes, gonna set up for that last dirty Tetris right there. Once again, another 1.3 million.
Yep. And just on 32, just, scoring so well pre-29. And this is it. Eric needs to perform another reverse sweep in order to take this now. That's the requirement. Every game must be won by Eric in order to win the Honda Fan Cup.
Yeah. Each game now, if Huff can win this, Huff just pockets $3,000. Eric has to turn the momentum around, has to do something, because Huff has been just unstoppable. I mean, back-to-back early 1.3 million. We're not talking about after 10 or so levels of 29 line out. We're talking about really early, incredible efficiency play.
3, 2, 1 Tetris. Let's go. This could be the last one or the start of a momentum shifter. What will happen?
Yeah, we'll definitely find out and start things off. Players gonna knock down a Tetris, and boards are varying wildly, actually.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because I don't think we actually seen a lot of clone tris today.
No, it seems like everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and we are seeing a lot of creativity, and I think that's great. A lot of different styles of play. I saw Scotto doing like a right side Vitz that I'd never seen before, like in column 9 or something.
That's bizarre.
It was definitely bizarre. You have to, I'm sure if you check the tape out, yeah, you'll see that and you'll be like, oh, that's what Tris was talking about. But yeah, I think the Tetris happened on column 8, and then the tuck happened on column 9, and it's just like the craziest thing I'd ever seen. Nice dream, Eric.
Scoring a couple of dirty Tetrises there, able to bring the stack down, but Huff's gonna maintain just a slight advantage here.
Yeah, it's so interesting, this situation, because we've seen it before. Huff up by 2 games. You know, Eric on the ropes. Ooh, just a spin on Huff there. And Huff's just gonna burn it down. Maybe get a Tetris.
We are now neck and neck. Oh, wow, that overhang with the O. Incredibly creative.
Yeah, you know, I think this competition is really bringing out new forms of solves, you know, for these players. You know, they're already at the top level of competition. What more can they do? And we're seeing, you know, that little bit of more that they can do, and that's solving things more efficiently than we've ever seen them do before.
Yeah, when we talk about how play over just, you can even take the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years has evolved about Classic Tetris. You see players going for a lot more creative setups, and these dynamic fluid setups have allowed for some insane increased efficiency. I mean, we also saw it with Fractal at this year's CTWC when almost had a perfect level 18 game.
Yeah. That is going for all Tetrises and nothing else. Almost willing to sacrifice the board state in a competition.
Huff was setting up a lot of like crazy tug spins and missed the spin tug, but Eric is gonna take a lead because of that.
Yeah, a little bit of a dig, but Huff's out of it.
And oh, Eric might be playing with a little bit of fire here. Okay, nice, great discipline, great placements, open up the well.
With a triple, no less.
Way to, you know, extinguish that fire before it became a flame. And okay, able to get the rollover. Oh my gosh, the game could have ended right there.
Yeah, stays alive. That flying close to the sun there. You can see that missed movement with the T. The T had, you know, the place set up waiting for it, and it just didn't happen. So Eric had to adjust on the fly to make sure that didn't turn into a total disaster.
Yeah. Eric still holding on to a very minute lead. Huff with this Tetris is going to take that away from him.
Yeah, it's going to be another close one.
And Eric's just going to burn it all the way out, not going to go for any aggressive setups. And Huff in need of an J piece. Decided not to convert the dependency. Going to hold out all the way for that J piece.
Yeah. Okay. Still, yeah. Okay, finally gets it open. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Eric now Tetris ready. There it is, both players knocking down a Tetris. We will be reaching transition shortly. 9 lines to go.
It didn't even seem that long. Like, what is going on? My sense of time is just warped. Because they're so good. Level 18 just passed by in the flash of an eye, or a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
and
one more Tetris left in hand for Eric. Is probably going to skim, and yeah, there it is. Going to transition, high 400. Knock one down immediately, and oh my gosh. Very solid transition over here for Huff.
And guess what?
It is level 19.
Yep.
Really clean plays so far.
Yeah. That's what you need to do.
And Longbar seems to be taking his time. This is a bad time to go on vacation if you're Eric. And, oh no!
Eric, that's gonna be Okay, if he gets the long bar, I can open it up. Doesn't need it. Oh, that's clutch.
Okay.
Wow.
Eyepiece came a tad bit too late, but survives. And there it is. Boom! Tetris for Eric. Well deserved.
Yeah, Eric came out of that. Like, there were only a few moves that could survive that, and Eric pulled them off there.
Yeah, now takes the lead with that Tetris. Huff is behind in lines, though.
Yeah, Huff having to do unorthodox tucks and spins there, pulls them off, and does try to minimize the amount of burning to keep that clean.
Yeah, Eric taking advantage of this.
Yeah, the lead increasing here. Eric being in one of the more favorable positions. Could this be the momentum shifter that Eric needs?
Yeah, and Eric desperately needs it. There is no more games left for Eric to lose.
Yeah.
It's win or go home, essentially. Or I guess go back to bed.
Hey, go back to bed, yeah. Go outside, touch grass, even though it's like nighttime here.
And Eric holding out for this long bar. My gosh.
Yeah, like,
really?
The game
really
is not
going for
kind
it.
lately. Yeah, this is testing the player's ability to survive and hold out for that long piece and try to maintain that crazy score potential.
Now we found ourselves in a little bit of a neck and neck situation here. Well, neck and neck potential situation. Eric has been knocking down a lot of Tetrises. Level 29 is soon upon us.
Yeah. Yeah, this game has been flying by, and we're going to be on 29 before you know it. Eric's still building for Tetrises.
And, oh, Eric. Wow.
2.
Wait, no way.
Eric goes left well.
One burn line left before 29.
Setting up left well, but does it with a triple. And will safely burn down instead of trying to maintain the Tetris well all the way to the left. Meanwhile,
max out for Eric, max out for Huff. This is it. It all comes down to this 29 play. Can Huff put things away now? Or will Eric extend the set?
And Huff with a slight lead.
Huff trying to go for getting position to score Tetrises, looking for some safe setups. Going to take a triple. That's going to be massive. But oh no, not good pieces. Oh, Huff is going to top out.
Huff topping out there so suddenly. Almost felt like a dead drop situation and wasn't able to salvage it. So now a small chase down required by Eric. Has all the time in the world to do it. Gonna line it out, looks like.
There's plenty of time. No rush. And there it is. Eric, once again, replicating what happened in the winners finals, taking game number 3, snatching the broom out of Huff's hands and putting it in his. But there's still, Eric has to win another game to bring us to a decider. Huff only needs to win one more. Here we go. Game number 4 was a close game all throughout level 18 and then even into the post transition. Huff just got into a really awkward situation on 29 and there wasn't too much that Huff could have done, and Eric just was simply able to survive a little bit longer. But there has been hope breathed into Eric's tournament run. Question is this momentum shift enough to stop Huff's phenomenal play? Or will Huff find a way to shut things down before we go into a potential decider? So far, things are looking pretty calm here. Nothing too dangerous developing. Nice Z-spin hit there. Eric. Oh my gosh, Eric's going for it. Going for it, and there it is. Boom, dirty left low Tetris for Eric.
Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Oh. Interesting concept over here for Eric. I kind of like that. Very nicely done.
Yeah, get the clean.
Yeah, and, you know, this matchup has happened in, you know, a high stakes situation before. In fact, this was the exact matchup that happened in the Ohio qualifier, where Huff was able to beat Eric just barely. So even though these two players are currently now at a record of 2-3 with overall competitive matches played against each other, those matches that have been played up against each other have been, you know, some pretty high value matches.
Yeah, so no better way to make a statement than take this one. Probably the last, what do you call, high stakes match of this year, of the season, here in the Honda Fan Cup.
Yeah, as of right now, Eric in the lead slightly nominally, but Huff has, well, not anymore, had to take all those burns. So Eric going to be able to keep just around a 1 Tetris lead. There it is. Boom, Tetris over there for Huff and Eric.
And another Tetris for Huff. Yeah, that last game went by so fast. I couldn't believe how fast they hit level 19 and then 29. This one, for some reason, it feels slower. I don't know what it is. My sense of time is just completely warping now.
I mean, last game, maybe it was just them just scoring an insane amount of Tetrises just relatively quickly. But I don't know. It did feel like that particular game went by a lot quicker.
I just saw a 0-point differential like for a second there. They had exactly the same score. We haven't seen that too much. I mean, we see that in a lot of other competitive matches, but this is like the first time I've seen it this deep into a game for today's matches.
I mean, especially when you consider majority of the players in the Honda Cup, all the matchups, there's generally been a player that pushed down at least for 1 point.
Right.
And you saw, of course, some tappers utilize the strategy of trying to push down to get as far as ahead as possible to kind of force some of the our rollers here to go for 29 aggression. Right now, Huff having to do some burning though.
Oh, nice flat burns. Gets it done.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Huff. Needs a J piece or an I. Either or would work.
Yeah, so we'll get to see soon if this is a true momentum shift, as transition is coming.
Yeah, right there. Another Tetris for Huff. Games are still incredibly close, so it's not like we're going to see, you know, any dominant lead going into transition. Now, what happens on the post-transition, you know, that's, you know, remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And oh, nice adjustment over there for Huff.
Looks like they're
really doing it. Yeah, did everything to avoid burning a single line. Might have to take a skim here though, or I was gonna go for it.
Yeah, gonna go for it all the way. Uh-oh.
And
has to cover it up. Ooh.
Ball is open. All right, just in time.
Yeah, not too dangerous, but it could have gotten ugly.
And that's why you do have to be careful. It's always tempting to go for that last Tetris, but sometimes you never know what pieces you're going to be dealt.
Eric having to fill in the left side there. Not getting great pieces.
All right, nice. Good getting those squares over to the left. Couple of doubles bring the stack down, and the well is open yet again.
Yeah, got scary high for a second there, but Eric was able to handle it.
Yeah, right now, and beautiful spin over there from Huff.
Yeah, Huff is really impressive.
Somewhere was able to gain quite the lead here.
Yeah, where did that come from? They were neck and neck for like the longest time. How did that happen? Like, I saw the 0-point differential. Like, what? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, that's definitely an ideal position if you want to be in Eric.
Oh yeah,
you want to be in Eric's shoes, because Huff has been the one that has generally been controlling how the game of 29 is played. But if you have the lead, you essentially are going to control how Huff plays. Oh, good eyepiece right there. Just needs one more for a Tetris.
Boom, Tetris for Huff. Trying to lower this deficit.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Huff.
Yeah, Huff actually able to make those long bars count.
Yeah, finding some efficiency somewhere. Eric had to do a little bit of burning at the beginning of level 25, and that's what is necessary. Getting those little tiny spots of efficiency to help decrease the lead by, at this point now, 30,000 points per Tetris. A little bit more. And Eric having to take a triple there.
Yeah, Eric wanting to fill in the board here. Not really ideal. Oh. Yeah, it's going to cause a bit of digging. This is Huff's chance.
Whoa, 30 Tetris over there from Huff.
Yeah, that was nice. Exactly what's needed now, too, and can take advantage of Eric having to do this dig. Close to 29, too. Okay, double maxed out here.
Huff just unleashed a typhoon of Tetrises back to back and is now in the lead.
Yeah, that was sudden. I mean, talk about match changing complexion. I've never seen it go back and forth that fast.
Yeah, looks like Huff right now. Oh, Eric is in trouble. Eric is in trouble. Wait, that left side, Eric. Oh, the hang.
No, that left side. That might not, yeah, that's not going to be survivable. And Huff looks to be taking the entire Honda Cup. Your champion of the finale Classic Score Attack Tetris for the Honda Fan Cup 2022 is Huffaluffagus.
What a game. And it's crazy just how fast the pendulum of that game swung. You know, we saw Eric, you know, magically materialize 100,000 points. Oh, this drought. Yeah, but magically materialize 100,000 points in the lead. And then in the last two levels, Huff completely turned it into his favor.
Yeah, just completely must have made 100% Tetris rate at that last part and turned it around. Is insane. Like, both these players are bending time and space and what is possible with Classic Tetris in front of our eyes, and we can't believe it. We can't even keep track of it. It's happening so fast. Wow.
I will say that Huff came into this and really showcased what I would call surgical precision here, Sharky. Surgical precision that really resulted in two things that you said that I absolutely loved: a torrent of Tetrises and a typhoon of Tetrises. And boy, was that absolutely true in this last round.
Yeah, it was truly, I mean, phenomenal play. A lot of, what we recognized from Huff was a lot of creative play, a lot of really efficient play. And at the end of the day, when it came down to 29, that's what allowed Huff to, take these victories up against, players like Fractal and Eric, where, 29 survivability may be a concern for a lot of other players.
Yeah, survivability or thrivability, depending on who you talk to and what round they were in. Chris, this has been certainly a tournament for the ages. You have been one of the best people to tout that, talking about historical moments. I need you to give me the headlines now that you've ingested everything, now that we have named our grand champion. What did it take for Huff to make it through this entire crazy journey to be on top, and what can new players, or perhaps players that aren't pros, take from that journey?
So consistent, precise play, as you said, surgical precision, getting the pieces where they need to go without a whole lot of misdrops. Huff was just off the charts, doing creative solves, clearing things, but oh my goodness, the level of aggression played on 29 displayed by Huff, and actually the other players also doing it, but just Huff taking that to a whole new level, showing what's possible in what we used to call the kill screen. And new players coming in, players who are studying the game now and are maybe hoping to take some major championships in the future. Yes, this will definitely be an event to study the solves and the speed and the way that these players are changing the face of competitive Tetris. It is gonna be, you know, the tournament of the ages, and this Honda Fan Cup is gonna go down in history as being one of the greats.
Absolutely. And Sharky, I will say you nodded emphatically when Chris was talking about reviewing that video, reviewing that tape. It seems like only this is one of those tournaments that's going to be utilized again and again and again for those players who are looking to capitalize on this new gameplay, this new wave of combat, this new, and I use the word combat because quite frankly, Sharky, this was an all-out bloodbath in some cases.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we talk about a lot of the players, you know, there is a lot of creative scenes that were, or a lot of creative board states that they had to, you know, either figure out efficient solves or even make last second adjustments. And when you're saving, you know, 1, 2, or 3 lines, you do that, you know, 15, 20 times, you're giving yourself so much scoring potential. And as a, you know, growing player, one of the best things you can do is study and really understand the theory behind why these players are stacking this way.
Well, speaking of players, speaking of study, and certainly those players we will all study, we need to bring in the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who came out on top, Hufflepugus, a name that is hilarious, but my gosh, no one was laughing. How the heck are you? How are your hands right now? How are you feeling?
Good. My finger hurts, but I'm good. I don't know.
Well, I can appreciate that. What do you think was the silver bullet for you, Huff? What was the thing that you came out on top in a lobby that is quite frankly terrifying?
I don't know. I was feeling pretty good about it. Decided to go aggressive on 29 because of the time limit. I don't think Eric was expecting that because we usually line out against each other when we play.
Is it a weird thing? And we were talking about this. I know Chris and Sharky and I were all kind of mentioning this throughout the tournament. You know, you've met, you've seen, you've played with all of these players before. How does that change the way you come into a competition like that? It feels like something that mentally could be kind of difficult to get around sometimes.
I don't know. If you lose to someone a lot, it can be tough. And if you win to someone a lot, it can be easy. So that changes things. But I haven't played a lot of Eric and Fractals, so.
You seem very cool.
New.
Yeah. No, apologies, Huff. You seem very cool, calm, and collected. Chris, Sharky, either of you have some questions for our grand champion here in our world record-breaking Honda Fan Cup tournament?
Yeah, I saw incredible aggression off the charts. I've never seen Tetrising like that on level 29. Is that something you practice? Like, do you do like a 29 start and try to see how many Tetris you can make? What is about the way that you played now? What do you think made it seem so, I don't know, it almost seemed like you weren't playing 29 and you're playing that aggressively. Can you talk us through that?
I don't know. Sometimes I warm up by going for Tetrises, but usually when I play, I just line out. So, I don't, like I said, I was just trying something else. This is a line cap, but usually I'm not that good, I think.
It's definitely good, and like just the constant battle between you and Eric, like that was so many matches. What do you think? Do you think you've gotten better just from having so many matches with Eric today?
Oh, and I have played Eric a lot now. It's stressful. He's so good. He's so good at going forever, and that's like something else. Stressful.
So I gotta know, Game 4 up against Fractal. Whenever you were playing that out after you had won, was there any score in mind that you were going for? Like, were you trying to beat, the highest score at CTWC? Were you just trying to take it as far as you could? Like, I really want to know.
Well, I was stressed out that I wasn't playing with audio or anything, so I couldn't hear you guys. I didn't know if you would want me to stop or not, so I just kind of went aggressive and just wanted to go as far as I could.
Yeah, so on our audio, we were like, not only did you just, win the round, but now I'm going to go and take back the world record, because that's what we were seeing unfold before our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know. World record's way off.
Well, so Huff, now that you've, conceivably come through a tournament bracket that is just, it defies words at this point, but now that you've made it on top, you've proven yourself again and again and again and again and again and again and again. What are you gonna do next? What's the next big thing for Huff here, and what's the next tournament? What's the next big medal you're after?
I have no idea. I kind of want to go all over the place and do a whole bunch of the quals, but we'll see. I don't know which one's next, so.
Waco is next in January.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
Keeping it close to the vest. I like that, Huff. That was nice. Awesome. Well, I gotta say, huge GGs. Congratulations. You made today's tournament absolutely riveting, and we thank you so much for being here. Is there anybody you want to say thank you or shout out to here in our last minutes?
Of course. I gotta say shout out to Puppy Ball Fan Club, MSM, Miles, and Kingsman, I guess. And I think that's it.
There it is. Well, you got a lot of love in the chat for sure. So thank you so much again, Huff. I really appreciate it. Well, and that guy, my gosh, Sharky. He did supernatural things. And I will also say he did not have the easiest run. He came out and he really proved himself again and again.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He's definitely had, possibly one of the hardest runs. To have to go through, the earlier brackets might have been easy, but winner's final, having to go through Eric and then Eric turning things around. And then right after, coming off of a, really hard loss up against Eric, having to go up against Fractal, who decided to just turn it on in game 4. And, there could have been, some potential traumas like, no, this is not happening again. I'm not about to get reverse swept again.
Oh, and that could have very easily happened, Chris. That was one of those things where we were sitting there going, who knows? Because there was the even match was that grand final in more ways than one.
Yeah, the way it played out, it couldn't have been more dramatic. And then, like I said, our scriptwriter was insane, and we should get them, a deal with like HBO or Netflix or Amazon or something, because they really need, high quality content and drama, and this is what we got with Tetris.
Right
Tetris
here, and it's live.
Yeah, it's live, and then our players had to perform better than the most talented actors to pull that off and to break all the records at the same time. Our data dudes are gonna have to go through and figure out whose record got broken when, how long that record lasted, and all those other great juicy things. So yeah, Honda Fan Cup Tetris finale is one for the ages, and I can't wait for the next one. I really hope we get to see another Honda Fan Cup featuring Tetris Effect Connected and the Classic Score Attack.
Agree to agree to agree. Well, one of those people that has been working behind the scenes so much for us in these last few days, certainly throughout the entire Honda Cup, we want to bring in Brian, our producer. Brian, doing the business and also with the really cool background. Come on, just give me a break. How's it going? What are you here to showcase and talk to us about?
First off, I just have to say I'm so glad we got to host Tetris for this. When I first heard that we were going to do Tetris a few months ago, I was really excited because I've followed the scene kind of on and off for a couple of years, and as someone who's kind of been semi following, I personally I came from doing a lot of stuff with fighting games and speed running, and so this community really just feels at home related to a lot of those ones. What I love about a game like Tetris is, it's not like a modern game where you get balance patches, you move on to the new game. You have a game that's been out since literally the 80s that people have pushed to a level that would have never been seen possible before. And, it's just so cool to see a game that literally developers did not think going past a max out was possible, or going past where the colors would be glitched out past a certain level. And getting to see that now moved into, Tetris Effect connected on, new hardware, more accessible to new players, getting to bring it to new audiences like this, it's really cool to see. So I just have to give a big shout out to the whole community for, supporting us with this, joining us for the qualifiers, Chris and Sharky holding it down for all the different qualifiers. The CTWC team were awesome to work with on this. So, just a big shout out to the whole community. Also, the enhanced team, Shen over there, is also on commentary today. It was awesome to get to see all this. So thank you guys for tuning in, and Huff for winning. I have to say that the best seat in the house is often production, because I also get to see you guys popping off behind the camera when the stream can't see, and then the production team is actually you. At the start of the day, I was kind of explaining to some of the production team, hey, you aren't prepared for what you're going to see on some of this. Trust me, it's going to get really insane. And then by the end of the day, the same people were just explaining it to everyone else in the room, and just super popping off on it. Everyone's popping off watching it. And it's really cool because you get to see a game that it's so simple in, it's accessible. Everyone can look at it and know what's happening, but just have that huge level of mastery that these players are getting to show. So I just love to see it. Again, thank you to you guys holding it down today, community, for supporting it. It's just been awesome to get to see it all.
And of course, a huge thank you, Brian, for organizing everything here. Chris, Sharky, I'm sorry, I jumped in there, but if you guys want to say anything, I'm more than happy to stand back.
I mean, it's just been a pleasure working and, calling. Especially, with Chris Tang, it's always been, a dream. Well, I wouldn't say always, because I just got into the scene 3 years ago. But it's always been a dream for me to, be able to call, some of the best Tetris matches ever seen with, Chris Tang. And he's the one that actually got me in the commentary in the first place. So if anything, real huge shout out to Chris Tang.
Thanks. That means so much to me. I really love working with you too, Sharky, because you're so professional and so motivated, and just seeing you, create content and becoming, a star commentator of your own is so empowering, not just to, me, being able to work with you, but to our entire community, showing that all of us can become community leaders and contribute to something like a community that we love, a scene that we love. And as Brian was saying, it's this old game, but then it gets played and taken to new levels, and it keeps expanding, it keeps growing, and new interest is on it, and then new players jump in, elevate the scene higher and higher. And I think all of us have a special place in this community of classic Tetris. And Sharky, you're a big part of that. Brian, you've really helped grow our scene by putting us on, the Honda Fan Cup, the Xbox channel, and exposing what we have and the excitement and fun of classic Tetris to possibly whole new audiences. And because it's on a new platform, thanks to Enhance, they could jump on a modern version of the game that has a classic mode built into it. So whether they like the classic version of the game or, the modern version of Tetris, they'll find something that they love in Tetris Effect Connected. But then there's this whole underlying community behind it, and all of the support, and how sportsmanship is the core of what we do, is the message that we want to spread. And being here on the Honda Fan Cup, the best part of it is being able to spread that message.
Also, one thing I want to say on that, you mentioned, shouting out Enhance and all that, and bringing in new players. That's what we love to see from all this. Anyone who is interested in joining a tournament like this, Enhance runs their own tournaments. You can go to their Discord, discord.gg/enhance. There are also tons of community events for Classic Tetris, like Classic Tetris Monthly. There's a whole, I love seeing a grassroots community just like take ownership of a game and just really bring it to new levels like that.
There is so much love right now in this stream. I am delighted. And by the way, thanks, gang, for letting me come and be a small part of this epic tournament here today. And I want everyone to know that this tournament, this Honda Fan Cup, it's not over yet here, gang, because we have another 1v1 tournament coming up next month. That's right, Halo Infinite 1v1. Put your skills to the test. 20K across 4 weeks of qualifiers. That finale happening January the 7th. Registration will be opening soon at start.gg/Xbox. And of course, a huge thank you. Couldn't have done it without you, Honda Fan Cup. Honda, thank you so much for making this all possible. Head over to our chat. You'll see a link there to check out the HRV for yourself right in action. It's right in that chat. Make sure you click that. But you know what? For me, for the rest of our cast and our crew, certainly for this incredible community that I've gotten to take a chance and look at and enjoy and just showcase some incredible gameplay, and of course, to our players who have done the impossible over and over again today, I say GG's, and I say thank you so much for joining us. This has been the Honda Fan Cup season finale here for phase number 2.
Nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HRV. Powered by the determination to make dreams a reality. Honda, the power of dreams.